Hello, this is Shade Ketchum, and welcome back to ZeroEscape, Virtue's Last Reward. Last time we had a whole lot of endings and a lot of jumping around. We had Alice's ending, we had Sigma's ending, we had Quark's ending, we had Tenmyoji's ending, and we had Luna's ending, as well as their various dead ends. We went through a lot of things just to finally arrive at what will be the end of the game. We have all the necessary information to finally probably solve this crisis and figure out what the hell is happening. So, let's jump back to another timeline where we can finally solve who planted the bombs. Wait.
Huh?
You only need to search one person.
What? Why?
Because I figured out who did it. I know who did it. The words were out of my mouth before I'd even realized I was saying them.
How can you... There's no way.
Yeah. I met Phi's gaze and nodded, then turned away. Let me just lower that volume a little bit. I know who set the bombs. That person. Actually, now that I think about it, I can lower the volume while I'm in Steam. I wonder if that shows up in the recording. I'll have to test it at one point. That person is you, Dio.
Come on, what is this? Are you high?
No, I'm a JoJo fan. I actually am not. I have never read or watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. So, proceed to crucify me. Well, we're about to find out. Sorry, Kay, but could you hold him down?
Well...
It's on him, I promise.
Knock it off, Sigma. You're doing this all backwards.
So? This isn't a court. Besides, all we want to know is who set the bomb.
Ugh.
And why are you getting so worked up anyway? If you're innocent, then a search will show that, and I'll look like an idiot.
Nice try, but that's some bullshit totalitarian logic. I don't think so. What are you even basing this on? How do you know I set the bombs?
Because...
Just spit it out.
I know about the Myrmidons.
The Myrma... what? I beg your pardon?
No. How do you know that, Sigma?
Oh, that's not all I know. I know about Free the Soul, and I know about Brother.
What the hell are you talking about?
I can tell you the details later. But there's no question that you were the one who set up the bombs.
Who the fuck do you think you are? None of that has anything to do with me. I don't know who the Myrmidons are. And I don't know what Free the Soul is, and I certainly don't know anything about some old fart called Brother.
Oh, Dio. Tell me, how does that foot taste? Who the Myrmidons are? I don't recall saying the Myrmidons were people. And what about Brother? How would you know his age if I hadn't said anything beside his name? It's very unprofessional and it'll take me out of the moment. I am on the right timeline, right? Yes. This starts out very similar to how the Sigma route timeline goes.
Wait, so... He's left? But that means he's a terrorist!
A terrorist? Oh dear.
Left?
You have to wonder if that just feels so liberating for a villain that they can finally drop the act and start laughing as evilly as they possibly can, as much as they want.
Well, looks like I won't be able to talk my way out of this one.
Probably not.
Seriously though, when did we get so famous? The Myrmidons aren't supposed to be something anybody knows about, let alone you two jokers. Okay, you got me. Yes, I'm the leader of the Myrmidons. My real name is Left. I was sent here to stop Zero Senior's AB plan. That's why I planted the bombs. If it looked like the plan might actually succeed, I was supposed to blow this whole place sky high.
AB plan?
What's that?
Oh, well, looks like you don't know everything after all. I should have been more careful. Then again, it's not like it really matters. After all, you're gonna die here.
What?
God damn it, no! I leapt toward him.
Whoa there. Better not come any closer. You think I'm not prepared for this? Take one step and it'll be your last.
Then, that thing you're holding.
It's the detonator.
Yeah, I guess it is. Now back the fuck off!
In case you're curious as to where he's been hiding that damn thing, according to a Q&A, I believe, I may need to double check, it's apparently just hidden in his hat, for some reason. How the hell that thing stayed up there, I'll never know.
Dio, please, calm down. If you press that button, you'll die too.
So? Believe me, there's plenty more where this came from.
What?
Now that we've cleared that up, back off! Come on, move it! Go, go, go!
We had no choice. Slowly, carefully, we backed away. All of us except for one, Tenmyoji.
Hey, Grandpa, your hearing gone? I said back off!
We may want to do something to avoid the similar outcome we got in the other timeline.
No!
You... I'm not screwing around here.
I can see that. So why don't you do it? Go ahead. Press that button.
What?
Tenmyoji!
Oh, something wrong? Hurry it up. I'm not getting any younger. Oh, do I sense hesitation? What's the matter, Dio? Scared? Well?
You son of a bitch.
So you were just bluffing?
I'm not bluffing, goddammit. You hear me? I'll do it.
Oh, I'm sure you will. But there's really something I should tell you. See that detonator you're holding? It's a fake.
What?
For just an instant, Dio's eyes twitched down to the device in his hand. That was all the opening Tenmyoji needed.
Yeah!
He cried out as he leapt through the air. Tenmyoji's leg shot out, knocking the detonator from Dio's hand. We may be repeating the same mistake. Shit! Not good.
What happened?
The detonator. He doesn't have it anymore.
What? What's happening? There's a red light on it now.
Well.
Oh, you really fucked up, Tenmyoji.
Glad to see we're still repeating our mistakes.
This is what happens when you try to show off.
What?
I'm sorry. This is my fault. I didn't have time to tell you how it worked. I think you had plenty of time to tell him how it worked, Sigma. You just needed to speak.
What are you saying?
The detonator isn't supposed to be separated from Dio. If it is, then the timer on the bombs automatically activates.
Damn, how much do you know? Fine, whatever. Well, he's right. If that thing ever gets more than a meter away from me, it activates. When it does, it starts the timers on all the bombs. So thanks to this old fart, you get to try and defuse a bunch of activated bombs on a countdown. You can go ahead and destroy the detonator if you want. Once the timers have been activated, they'll go off anyway.
How long do we have? When do they explode?
You should know, Sigma. Why don't you tell her?
30 minutes.
30 minutes? That's crazy!
Yeah.
How do we stop them?
The emergency deactivation passwords.
None of us know them, though.
Right. None of us know. But there's someone who does, isn't there?
What, hoping I might spill the beans? Nice try. Unless one of you is secretly a medium, I think you're shit out of luck.
Wait, a medium?
Well, I'm out. Peace.
I'm actually a youth extra large. Wait! Stop! I threw myself towards Dio and wrapped my hand around his wrist, slamming it to the floor. He struggled, but I put all my weight on and kept his arm pinned.
Shit! Let go of me, goddammit! Get off of me! Let me go!
Quick, someone slit his throat. Oh, wait, that'll defeat the purpose. Do it anyway. He continued to struggle, but I wasn't gonna let him go. I shifted my weight to free one of my hands and started trying to pry his open.
Hey! Hey! I'm not fucking around, alright? Let go of my goddamn arm!
By then, the others had run over and piled onto Dio along with me. Even then, he refused to stop. With increasing desperation, he tried to get the hand I had grabbed to his mouth.
We don't have a choice. Luna, go get the Soparil.
No! If we put him to sleep, we can't get what we need out of him.
You think I don't know that? What other choice do we have?
Break his arm!
Every minute we spend wrestling this prick is a minute we don't have to deal with those bombs. We don't have time for this. What are you doing,
Shit.
Luna? Go! Right.
Just break his arm! Get it out of his hand!
Okay, I've got it. I'm ready when you are.
Ugh. You can do whatever you want to me, you fucking cowards! You're still gonna die! Go ahead, tell yourselves you can fix it. Run around like idiots before you get blown to atoms. Serves you fucking right! You're gonna burn!
Oh, for God's sake. Luna, shut him up. Right. Here goes.
As I began to climb off of him, I finally pried Dio's hand open. There was just what I expected. A small, unassuming capsule. I didn't know what was in it exactly, but it was undoubtedly some kind of poison. I stumbled toward the sink and tossed it into the drain. How much time do we have left?
25 minutes or so, I believe.
And how much time until the white doors open?
The same.
So, what do we do?
We put in the password and stop the bombs.
We searched Dio, but he doesn't have a note or anything with the codes on it.
Well, only one option left then.
Yeah? And that is?
Intuition. We trust our hunches.
That's... Are you suggesting we just... guess?
Yes. Isn't that what you do to defuse bombs? You just guess. Was it this wire, or is it the other wire? Well, I guess I'll know in a few seconds. Do you have a better idea?
Well, no, but...
Wait. There's another way. What is it? Before I can tell you, everyone has to promise to do exactly as I say.
I promise to listen to you.
No questions. What's your answer?
We all nodded.
Good. First of all, Sigma, you're coming with me.
Right.
The rest of you, listen up. I want you to take Alice, Quark, and Dio to the Floor B warehouse. Huh?
Why?
Didn't I say no questions? Good. That's it, we're done.
That's... it?
Is there a problem? I seem to recall you promised to do exactly what I told you to do. Okay, we don't have much time left. Now get moving!
Yeah, there's kind of no time for arguing, people.
Sigma, you're with me.
We have less than half an hour to solve this, otherwise we all die. Fi turned without waiting and headed for the door. Before I could blink, she was gone. I gave everyone else in the infirmary a quick thumbs up and a shaky smile. Take care of these guys, okay? We'll see you back on floor B before you know it. So, just trust us, alright? Good? I couldn't think of anything else to say. I turned and ran after Fi. Oh boy, map time. Alright, Fi, what do you got to say? Okay. So, what do we do?
Get the input device ready.
Alright, done. That's right. We have it in this timeline. We found it in the control room. All hooked up and everything.
How many minutes do we have left?
Well, they'll go off when the door's open, so... 21 minutes.
That means we have 7 minutes per bomb.
Oh, fun.
That includes travel time, though.
Bomb number 2 is in the control room on floor B. And bomb number 1 is also on floor B with the garden. So, we just need to hurry, alright?
Yeah.
So, what are we supposed to do? I mean, you do have some sort of plan, right?
Well, it's not like I don't have one.
Then stop being so mysterious and tell me. What the hell am I supposed to do?
You need to make a jump.
Jump?
Yeah. To another world. Another history.
I can't...
You didn't just guess that Dio set the bombs, did you? You knew it. Because you remembered it happening in another history, didn't you?
Yeah? I did, but that's... I mean...
You just have to do that again.
So you're saying I need to go to another history and get the password out of Dio somehow?
Doesn't have to be another one. It could be this one. Just go back to the past and question him. Then again, if you do that, you might end up changing things so you don't end up here. That would mean you couldn't deactivate the bombs in this history. So you have to come back to this exact moment, or...
Damn it! This is so confusing!
Well, don't think about it then. We don't have time anyway. Just jump!
Okay. I get it. See you later, then. Are you insane? You're talking about transporting myself across space and time! Also, why should I have to do everything? Can't you jump too?
My jumps happen suddenly, out of the blue.
What?
I can't control them.
You're random? What kind of crappy power is that? You just randomly jump to other timelines. Neither can I. God, I wake up one day and just go to work, and then suddenly, oh, well, I'm in this timeline where a plane is falling.
That's a problem.
Then I'm in a...
All right, consider this.
And then I'm in a timeline where a fucking shark is chasing me. Like, what kind of shit power is that?
Maybe we've already jumped from another history to this one, but our memories of that history got damaged or something. We forgot most of what happened in that other timeline. If we can remember even a little bit, though. Anyway, it's just a hypothesis.
Are you saying I might know it already? And I just have to try and remember it?
Yeah. I feel like we know. So, anything? We need the bomb password. Do you remember hearing it in another timeline?
I stared down at the input device. Password. The bomb password. Actually, I did remember it. I had heard it. Now here's the thing. First off, if you have not written down the passwords, well, you better go back to where you first heard them and listen to that scene again. And I pity you for having to do that. But here's the thing. What happens if we get it wrong? Like, what happens if we get the password wrong? We have to guess incorrectly a good few times. Lucky number 7s. There we go. It gives you quite a few tries. Like, you have to mess up a lot. I tried over and over, but it was no good. Each guess was wrong. No matter how I strained my memory, I couldn't remember even a letter of the bomb's password. Had I even seen or heard it anywhere in the first place? I'd seen other histories, but had I seen what I needed? If I hadn't, then it was all over. If I couldn't control my jumps, then what good were they?
Sigma. Just let it go.
And this scene should seem familiar.
Our time's up. This is it. Before it ends, I wanted to tell you thanks. You knew we were about to die, but you still stuck with me. A lot of people wouldn't have done that. You're a good person. There's one more thing. I'm glad I met you. The moment I saw you, you seemed familiar. Anyway, thanks. It looks like our time's almost up. Hopefully the others will make it. There isn't much hope for us, though. I think this is...
Don't you dare say goodbye.
What?
We'll meet again. Somewhere. Somewhen. I guarantee it. We can jump through parallel worlds. We can change history. You see? This won't end here. I won't let it. This is just the beginning.
Sigma.
Suddenly I felt Phi's face against my chest. I put my arms around her and held tight. Then... everything went dark. When I came to, I was floating in a field of nothingness. So, yes, you can get a game over if you input the password. Well, if you input the wrong password too many times. Or if you just, like, back out of it. Just to be clear, though, there are actually variations of this for each bomb you have to disable. I'm not going to show each variation of the scene, just that one, because I mainly want to finish this game. That said, if you recognize that scene even partially, that's because it's basically what we saw at the beginning of the game. And the thing is, oddly enough, you never have to see that. You see it at the beginning, but you never actually have to see it. It's not even marked as one of the dead ends on the flowchart. It's just completely optional. Now, as for the actual password. Well, as I type this in, I want you to know that each password actually has a specific meaning that it effectively translates to. For bomb number 3, the password is LXQ LHC NMR.
Good job.
And it basically translates to Myrmidons. That's fairly self-explanatory.
It worked.
Phew. I sighed and wiped what felt like a bucket's worth of sweat from my forehead. Though I guess if you... just to add a bit of depression here, the fact that I can fail this means that timeline still exists out there. Like, as sad as it is, there is a timeline where we ultimately fail. Or I guess timelines.
So, you knew the password after all. Interesting.
Yeah, I guess I did.
You heard it in another history?
Yeah.
Just what happened in that other timeline?
We blew up.
Never mind. We don't have time for that. How much longer?
18 minutes.
Good. We've still got time. Come on, let's go. We've still got 2 more. The number 2 bomb is next on the list.
So we're heading to the control room.
Right. No time to waste. Oh, and don't forget the input device.
And then she was gone. I hurriedly disconnected the device from the bomb and chased after her. Oh boy. Nothing like disarming bombs in a rush. Once again, I really hope you wrote all of these down. You could write them down in the memo function in the game, but as I mentioned, every time you jump, the things you write on the memo actually start to get blurrier and more faded. So that's not exactly a reliable strategy, because you will be jumping a lot.
You got it?
Yeah, right here.
Hook it up.
Right. Done.
Okay. Hurry it up. Plug in the password.
Done. Hey! What the hell?
Calm down. You probably just typed it in wrong.
No, no way. I'm sure I did it right.
Try it again.
Yeah, nothing. That password's no good.
Then it's different. All 3 bombs use different passwords.
Yeah, looks like it.
Shit!
Vi slammed her foot against the locker, her face uncharacteristically twisted by anger and frustration.
This is bad. What the hell are we gonna do? Try and remember it. Did you see or hear anything in another history that could be a password? A different password?
I've heard many passwords throughout these histories. You have to be more specific. You mean, like, a different history from the other one I remember?
Yeah, you figured it out there. You just can't remember it very well right now. Remember what happened with the last bomb? This one is just like that.
Another history. Another history. The password. Do I know what it is? Can I remember it? I have to. Well, for the number 2 bomb, the password is EQD DYR NTK.
Damn, this is crazy.
It translates to Free Z Soul. I may be misreading that. I assume that's not a 2, Free 2 Soul. It just may be Free Z Soul, like Free the Soul, the organization. And in case you're curious, you do not need to worry when you're inputting the password. There's no time limit to inputting it. It's based entirely upon whether you back out of it or input it incorrectly. But you don't need to, like, worry and type it in really fast.
So you did know it.
Yeah, guess so.
Well, don't scare me like that, all right?
Come on, it's not like I was hiding it. I just couldn't remember it at first. Then it kind of just floated up. Or maybe it drifted down.
Whatever. Point is, we disarmed the thing. Amazing.
Sure don't sound very amazing.
Okay, that just leaves us with the last bomb. It's
in the garden.
right. Let's go take care of it while you're on a roll with these things.
Ugh, you make it sound so easy.
Well, don't just stand there. Let's go!
She spun around and was gone. I gripped the input device tightly and headed off after her. I sense a problem in our strategy.
Finally. The last one.
About that. Yeah,
How many minutes left?
less than 10.
It's okay. We can still make it. Just stay calm, all right? You have the input device?
Yeah, there we go, connected.
Okay, go.
Go!
We've done this twice already. Do you really need a third pep talk?
Yes, give me all the pep you can. You want me to remember another password, right?
Exactly. What else would I be talking about?
I don't know, your favorite sandwich flavor? But,
Don't sweat it. You did great the last 2 times. I'm sure this one will be a cakewalk. Third time's the charm, right?
that's not really how that's used. You know that implies we'll die now, right? I'm just worried that lightning's not gonna strike twice, or thrice in this case, I guess.
No, I think mine still works. There's nothing to suggest the first and second times aren't charmed, too.
I guess so.
Whatever. Just do it. You're the only person who can.
What about you? You could jump to other worlds too, right?
Yeah, but I can't remember things as well as you, all right? I'm doing the best I can, but either I haven't seen the stuff you have, or I just can't remember it. Maybe we've been going to different worlds.
I suppose that's possible. I mean, it's there's like an infinite amount of histories out there, an infinite amount of timelines. So it's possible that you could have been going to timelines that I haven't been to.
Anyway,
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
I'm counting on you.
Like, there was a timeline, like, you implied that there was a timeline where Luna betrayed me, I think. And I never experienced anything like that. So, yeah. The password, the password, the password. Remember. Remember, Sigma. Come on, lightning can strike twice, or even 3 times. You could do it. You did it before, you did it twice before. This is nothing. You're a champion. Come on, Sigma, you can do this. Pull open the door to your memories. The password for this bomb, for the number 1 bomb, is BQZ RGJ DXR, and it basically translates to crash keys. CRASHKEYS. That's very specific. We'll talk about what that actually means later. Yeah! Suck on that, Dio, you arrogant son of a bitch! Ah, that feels good. I haven't felt this satisfied in ages. It's like my whole brain is just swimming in endorphins. I feel like it's just gonna melt and dribble out my ears. This is without a doubt what heaven feels like. Honestly, I feel like I could fly right now. Hell, I almost wish there was another bomb so I could feel this again. Isn't this great? Hi. Hey, what's going on? You're really harshing the vibe here. Would it really kill you to smile? We just saved everybody. Sigma, you're not remembering something. Oh, also, not that I need it or anything, but it sure would be nice to get a thank you or something.
Oh, thank you, Sigma. You're the greatest. You're so awesome. I'll dress up in that swimsuit for you just like I promised.
I mean, just the swimsuit thing would be fine, really, but... Sigma, please never say that again. Are you even listening to me?
I am. You said you wish there was another bomb, right?
Well, I mean, I don't really.
I hope you're happy. You're going to get your wish.
What?
I remembered something too. Just a glimpse. We must have confronted Dio about the bombs.
Yep, you did, in at least one of these timelines.
I'm not sure how, but we got him to tell us about them.
Exactly. I've planted 4 bombs. They're the ones numbered 1, 2, and 3. But there's also one more. Bomb number 0.
I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. Suddenly I remembered it too. I'd heard Dio say those very words in the Floor B warehouse. No. No way.
Looks like you remember it too.
Yeah, and we have a big problem. We haven't heard where the hell it is. We have found all the other bombs. We've never seen this one.
How much time do we have?
Yeah. Shit! We've only got 4 minutes.
Well, hurry up. We need to get to the Zero bomb.
Right. I yanked the input device out of the bomb, then turned to chase after... Uh-oh. What are you just standing there for? Go! Show me where the bomb is!
What? Are you telling me you don't know where it is? You have got to be kidding me!
How the hell would I know where the bomb is? Oh. Oh, shit. You don't know? She bit her lip and nodded. Damn it. What the hell are we supposed to do now? We can't deactivate the bomb if we don't know where the damn thing is.
Calm down. Just calm down. You need to think, Sigma. There has to be a clue somewhere. Pretend you're Dio. You need to hide the bomb.
Oh, God. Being Dio, it's a nightmare.
Where would you hide something important?
Up my ass. Hide something important.
Right.
Hide. If I was Dio, where would I hide? Up his hat! Ah! Oh, thank you.
Sigma, wait!
Thank you, Luna, you beautiful goddess.
Where are you going?
Don't follow me. Go find the others.
Idiot! Do you really think I'd do that?
I could hear her following me, but there was no time to argue. Instead, I focused on my goal. There was still time. I think you can hazard a guess as to where the bomb is. I mean, he hid something there before. So, it wouldn't be out of the question if he had hid something else there as well. I see it.
Here?
Yeah. Should be between these AB rooms. Good. I was right. How much time do we have left?
About a minute.
Shit!
Hurry!
I'm hurrying as fast as I can! The input device was plugged in. I was ready to go. Now I just had to enter the password. But, what was the password? I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd already used up my 3rd time charm. Still, I had to try. I shook my head and concentrated. Thank God Dio actually just told us. The last password is LXA. QNS. GDQ. It translates to my brother. Stop.
Yeah.
Fine, I crumpled to the ground. The adrenaline that had sustained us suddenly gone.
How did you know it was here? Did you see it in another history?
It's hard to explain. The short version is that Dio hid something here in another timeline. I guess maybe he'd put the bomb here too.
Pretty good guess.
Yeah. Guys, we, you may be forgetting something right now. We may have to be somewhere else at the moment.
Well, you did it. So, thanks.
Oh, I don't need any thanks. Just
What?
about that swimsuit you promised.
What?
Sigma, please, shut the fuck up.
What on earth are you talking about?
Chromatic doors have opened.
Ah, shit.
5 minutes remain until chromatic doors close.
We gotta hurry.
This is bad. The white doors have opened. We need to hurry. Everyone else is waiting for us in the Floor B warehouse.
What about the swimsuit?
What the hell are you going on about?
Sigma, I think she said that in another timeline. She's not gonna remember.
Just go!
Before I could protest, she turned and ran toward the magenta door. I sighed and headed off after her. I ran to the warehouse to find everyone else already there. They'd done as Fi asked and brought the 3 unconscious members of our party back to the doors. Fi and I shared a quick glance, then headed over towards them.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm so glad you're safe.
Hey guys, we're not dead.
So, did you disable the bombs?
Are you still standing here? Are you breathing? Well, I think that answers your question now, doesn't it? Yeah, I could have done it in my sleep. In my sheep.
Don't you mean in your sleep?
I want to sleep, believe me.
Oh my... Thank you! Thank you so much!
Sigma, please do not ask Luna to get into a swimsuit.
Yeah. Good job, you guys.
No need to thank me. Although, I mean, if you insist, I wouldn't mind a little swimsuit type. Sigma, please. Stop.
What?
I mean, I do not doubt that Luna would be willing to do it, because she very clearly is in love with you. But, I mean, Clover will just kill you.
Huh? You're disgusting.
I agree, Fi. I agree.
1 minute remains until chromatic doors close.
Who's going where?
We need to hurry.
Everybody know who's in their group?
Yeah,
All right.
I'm set.
Then let's move.
At Tamioji's command, we broke off into our teams. Kay carried Quark on his back and dragged Dio along the floor through the white door on the left. I'm imagining him dragging him by the foot. That mental image. Oh god, I feel bad for Kay. He's just gonna have to solve all the puzzles himself. Clover and Luna carried Alice through the door on the right. I feel like they have the heavier object to carry. And Temioji, Fi, and myself ran through the center door.
10 seconds remain until chromatic doors close. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Chromatic doors closing.
It's the final time we'll hear this. We finally reached our last escape room. Q. I hope you like blinding white. What the hell? There's nothing here.
Well, there are doors. The one we came in. And that one, which I'm assuming is the exit.
Yep, figures. Won't budge.
The plaque on the door just said Q.
Q? What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Really? Now someone's just being a smartass.
Yeah, pretty much, Junpei. Pretty much.
Huh?
Nothing. Maybe the Q is for question.
I mean, it could also just mean 9, like before. Then again, it's not a lowercase q here. Well, I guess it is a very questionable room.
If there was a deck of cards here, maybe the Q would be for queen.
I guess? That's a quality guess right there. I mean, we're not gonna solve anything by just standing here.
Right. Well, we need to get out of here. Let's find a way to get the door open.
We also need to find the star keys. I've got enough BP to open the door, but you guys need to play the AB game some more.
Yeah.
We still need a few more points.
If we can get those star keys, we should be able to play the AB game as many times as we need to. So...
It's just a matter of time until we get the points we need.
right.
Well, let's get started then.
Good.
Okay.
Seek a way out. Oh boy. Our entire team consists of protagonists. Sigma, Phi, and Junpei. And yes, we already revealed this last episode. It's not a spoiler anymore. I've been waiting to just call him Junpei. Okay. What are we supposed to do here? The room's empty. Wait, do you hear something? Huh? Oh my god, I can see now. Huh. Well, how much you want to bet it has something to do with that? Guess we should go have a look. So, welcome to the Q room, our last escape room of the game. This is a very bizarre room, to put it lightly, because it doesn't look like there's any puzzles in here at first glance. This door is probably the exit. If we could just get it open. I'm gonna keep it on hard, unlike the previous times, because there's no real special dialogue on easy. The door lock, it has a keyhole. But yeah, the final escape room doesn't really have any special dialogue as far as I'm aware on easy mode, so no point. I think this cube is just floating here. How the hell is it doing that? Who knows? Can't tell just by looking at it. Why don't you touch it and see if anything happens? Interesting. Fascinating. Incredible. I could see the universe. I don't understand what's going on here. Have another look at it. Huh? The cube. Look at it again. Okay, you tell me. There are winning and losing panels on the wall. The cube can help you find the winning panels. When the winning panels, and only the winning panels, are highlighted in cyan, the system will activate. Here's how to find the winning panels. When you click a panel on the cube, it will display a number. Each surrounding panel will also display a number. This number indicates the number of winning panels that border each panel. For example, this screen. Note 1. The hint that appears on the cube is different for each side. Hypothetically, if the wall with the exit is the north wall, then the wall to the right of that would be the east wall, which would make the wall with the entrance the south wall, and the wall to the left of that would be the west wall. That would mean that a hint that appears on the west side would actually refer to the east wall, a hint that appears on the north side would actually refer to the south wall, and a hint that appears on the east side would refer to the west wall. Did you get all that? Note 2. Adjacent walls don't provide hints for one another. Each hint is specific to that wall. That means that even if there are winning panels on the border with an adjacent wall, those panels will not be reflected in the initial panel's numbers. Note 3. There are a total of 8 puzzles hidden in the walls. Click the floor to view the message one more time. After that, it will be gone forever. Yes, it will be gone forever. I despise this thing. So I am just going to inform you, do not bother with this. This is useless. This is kind of just bullshit. It is not helpful. If anything, it's more confusing than anything. Just look it up. You don't have to look up the solutions to the puzzles if you don't want to. But at the very least, just look this up, because this will just waste your time. It is nothing but a waste of time. And the fact that it means that you don't get the explanation anymore... Like, seriously, first off, the explanation is not helpful in the slightest. It's way too wordy. And honestly, it just confuses you more than anything. It doesn't really help you in that case. But the fact that for no reason, the explanation is just gone now. So if you didn't understand it the first or second time, well, fuck you, I guess, is what the game is saying. So that's fun. But yes, just look it up. Just look up what parts you have to hit on the wall. So. For here, on the wall with the exit door, press these 4 squares on the left side. Whoa, what the hell? Interesting. So that's how this one works. It looks like there's more of them. We should keep looking. And this is important to remember. The one part of the explanation that's not confusing is that you cannot just press every panel. It doesn't work like that. It has to be only those panels. Now, this isn't particularly helpful. Hang on, I'm having to look at this up here. Now, next, this is either the left wall or the right wall. My instructions aren't that clear. There we go. Go to the left of the exit wall. Like the wall directly to the left of the exit, and press these 2 squares here at the bottom left. Something just slid out from the wall. You can look around more by exiting zoom mode and returning to the normal view. It's got some kind of weird patterns on it. Nothing happens if I touch them, though. Maybe something's missing. Like what? There's some kind of input device, but it doesn't do anything when I touch it. Yeah. This is kind of... It's hard to describe this room, really. But now that this is jutted out, we can have these. Are those missiles? They're darts. Look over there. I think that's a green memory card. We can't get it out, though. The glass is covering it. I think we can get some darts out, though. Okay, I'll grab a couple. A bunch of tiny sidewinders, huh? You know, the ones they mount on the underside of fighter planes, these aren't missiles. They're darts. I've got 3 of them. This looks like a display case. There are a number of darts on the left. On the right is a green memory card. Well, I'm happy to have these darts and all, but what the heck am I supposed to do with them? How about you throw them as hard as you can at that glass that's covering the memory card? Waste of time. Let's reinforce glass. Darts aren't gonna break it. If there are darts, then that means there's probably a dartboard around here somewhere. Let's see if we can find it. Yep. So, you can already see what's happening here. Unfortunately, let me see if I can find this. Let me go over to the right of the exit wall. Nope, that's not it. Let's see. These 6 squares right here to the right of the exit wall. Yep, this one. Oh no. Again, I'm sorry for the lack of insightful commentary here, but it's hard to describe this room because it's just trying to find the walls that you input. But that looks familiar, doesn't it? Also on this wall, these 4 squares over here to the bottom left. And finally, the wall with the... Finally, the wall where we came in. Press on these 3 squares right next to the exit. Or right next to the entrance, I guess. And we finally found the safe. Also, press this square directly above where we got the darts. And look at that. We have the dartboard, finally. Now there is one more that I have not gotten yet. Which, I don't... Oh, no, wait, I can. The same place where this jutted out, press these 3 squares, coming back to the left side of the exit wall, or to the left of the exit wall. God, this is weird to describe. Choose these 3 squares at the rightmost side. And now we can do something with this. It is recommended that you get this out first before getting this one out. And now we can finally do these. As you've no doubt surmised, all of our puzzles here, or at least most of the puzzles, are effectively recycling puzzles from previous rooms. The darts from the recreational room, the dice from the archives, the hexagons and triangles from the security room. Oh boy. You can tell that they're all gonna be a bit more difficult. There's a binder behind the glass. There's a red memory card behind the glass. But let's start with the dartboard. Looks like this is the scoreboard for the dartboard. That's a dartboard. I remember seeing this before. Come on, who hasn't seen a dartboard before? No, that's not what I mean. I feel like I've seen it somewhere in this building before. It's just, this board is different from a normal dartboard, you know? Let's try it out. What do you mean, try it out? Isn't that obvious? There's only 2 ways to use a dartboard. Either you use it to hold pizza, or you throw darts at it. You got some darts, don't you, Sigma? Maybe you could try throwing them. I mean, I guess. Except we don't really have a goal. Well, aside from what it says in the center. Get a score of 100 with 3 darts. However, the first dart must land in the green area, the second in the blue area, and the third in the red area. It has to be in that order. To throw a dart at a particular area, drag and then release the dart on the area where you would like it to land. Huh? That's weird. I could have sworn I'd seen these darts before somewhere. Whatever. Time for some darts. So, yeah, it's just a harder version of what we played in the recreation room. Now, for this, the correct solution to this, and it has to be very specific again, put one dart on green 13. Then, put your second dart in blue 14. And then finally, your last dart will go in red 11. I'm not gonna re-explain these rules because we've already done them, but it basically functions the exact same. And in fact, it basically expects you to remember these puzzles. Ha! Piece of cake! You see that? My dart skills are undeniable. Yes, I saw it quite clearly. It was very nice. Do you really think you had to stand the whole 2 meters and 37 centimeters away from the dartboard, though? I'm a fair man. My high school voted me most likely to be a judge, you know. Okay, okay. That's great and all, but look. See the display case? It's open. Great. Now we can get that green memory card. A dartboard. We're gonna have to pull out all the stops on this job. You sound like you're in a heist movie. Should I have worn a catsuit? Ugh. I think I just threw up a little. Besides, everybody in a heist movie wears a sweet suit. Oh god. Imagine Temioji dressed up as Catwoman. There's an image for you. A green memory card. Well, we don't need the dartboards anymore. Unfortunately, there's no real way to make these retract. You have to deal with them being there now. What the heck is this ridiculously huge thing? There's a screen down here. It looks like this is the only part that can actually interact with. But it's dark, there's nothing on it. There are some card slots underneath the screen. They look just like the ones on the polling machines in the AB rooms. So that means we need to put some memory cards in here, right? Yeah, like the one you've got in your hand right now. This green card, huh? Well, let's see if anything happens when I put it in the green slot. Nothing. Let's see what happens if I put this in. Nope, nothing. Still got 2 empty slots. I reckon you need 2 more cards. Yep, that's our goal. We have to get all of these memory cards and put them in there. But what's this thing? I think I've seen something like this before. Oh, you mean one of those exercise machines where you twist your hips around? No, I don't think so. This doesn't look like a fitness machine to me. It kind of ruins when you take it so seriously. This is damn it, I can't remember. Well, clearly it's a termite mound. A strange disc-shaped device. I feel like I remember it, but I can't remember where or when I saw it before. A screen, huh? There's nothing on it. And it doesn't do anything when I touch it. How do we turn it on? Hell if I know. I don't see a button or a card slot or anything. Not a lot we can do if we can't turn it on. Might as well leave it alone for now. I don't see any buttons or anything, so we may as well leave it alone for now. Well, let's move on. Why don't we move on to the nightmare? Roll the 6 dice to move them where they need to go. The direction of each side of each die must match a specific pattern. Choose which die you would like to move by clicking it. You can roll it vertically or horizontally by clicking and dragging the mouse or using the arrow keys. Do the arrow keys. Okay, let's give it a shot. You mind telling me what the goal here is? Can't figure it out. There's some small depression with a transparent cover on it. It seems to be part of the table. I think there's a blue memory card in here. So yes, let's not do that at the moment. Instead, let's undo the hexagon puzzle first. Not every day you see a... I'm not even sure what to call this. A cabinet? Not every day you see a cabinet like this. Looks like each of those cubbies has something in it. The one on the left looks like a binder. And on the right, it looks like you've got a red memory card. We can't get to them, though. They've got glass doors. Punch through them. All right, here's goes. Don't. This is reinforced glass. The only thing you're gonna do is break your hand. My hand is cybernetic. It'll be fine. Change the colors to the correct ones by clicking the hexagons and triangles. Remember that you only have 5 moves to complete this puzzle. Huh. I feel like I've done this puzzle somewhere before. Ah, well. Doesn't really matter, I guess. So, yes, we have to make everything red. Just like on the cabinet next to us. In order to do this, and again, we only have 5 moves. We can only click up to 5 times. For this, we first have to click the 2 red hexagons in the middle. Then, we click the green hexagon at the uppermost... yeah, the uppermost green hexagon. And then finally, the 2 green triangles at the bottom. And there you go. Again, just like before, this is kind of more trial and error than anything. Did I solve it? Yeah, that must be the answer. Look. There really is nothing to this puzzle. It's just click it and see what happens. The glass doors. They're open. Well done. That was some good work, Sigma. There's a panel in the middle of it. I don't need to mess with it anymore. First off, let's get this. It's a binder. Let's have a look. There's only a single piece of paper in here. It says Q Chamber Special AB Game. We found instructions for the Q Chambers AB game. You can review it by visiting the archive. A red memory card. May as well put it in. It's a red card, huh? Well, let's see if anything happens when I put it into the red slot. Nothing, huh? Well, there's still 1 empty slot. I guess that means I gotta put in 1 more, huh? Yep. There's only 1 thing we can do. But, unfortunately, we're kinda at a bit of a problem here. We don't really have a solution to this thing. Hang on 1 second. Wait, I'm sorry, what? Onto the what? Wait, I'm sorry, the what? Hang on 1 second. Am I reading that right? According to... Because, yes, I'm gonna have to do... You can guess I'm not doing this, like, blind or anything. But... according to the instructions I have... It states, that... According to the instructions... We have to roll the dice into the positions specified on the 3 pictures found in the bookshelf. I can only assume that it is referring to the archives. which, God, it's been a while since I got any of those things. Ay. It's stuff like this that makes me wish I could edit this a bit more, but it's a visual novel. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. The one thing that says dice on it, and I don't... We'll read that in a minute. Well. That's the only thing I can assume. But the problem is that doesn't really help us. That's, wow. Okay. I feel like I'm missing some things. Alright, you know what? We're just gonna roll with it, I guess. Because apparently, roll the 6 dice to where they need to go. What am I supposed to do here? You don't know where the dice go? Well, yeah. Then there's nothing we could do here. There has to be more clues around here somewhere. We should find those first. I don't... What the hell? Oh my god. You're kidding me. I may have to actually cut this out because the one thing the notes did not have, the one thing that apparently the wiki did not have, is telling me where the hint for this is. You know what? I will be right back. And we're back. So, click these. Oi. Ay, ay, ay. I really don't like this room as much as I probably should. But yes, click these to the right of the escape wall. Or to the right of the exit. Those 3 squares will reveal a bookshelf. There are 4 books here. You can look around more by exiting zoom mode and returning to the normal view. I don't care. You've already exhausted all of my patience. Oh my god, why can't you just zoom in already? Looks like a bookshelf. A bookshelf. Looks like 4 purple books. Let's go through each one of them. What the? There's nothing written here. Huh? I mean, all the pages are blank. Are the other books the same? Let's have a look. Yeah, there's nothing here. This one's blank too. Huh? Something wrong? Is there anything in that one? No, the pages are all blank. It's just what? Well, there are some pictures put in between the pages back here. 3 of them, it looks like. Finally, you have found a picture of a blue dye, a picture of a green dye, and a picture of a red dye. You can review them visiting the archive. Thank you for wasting my time. I was wondering where these damn things were. So yes, here is your hint for what you need to do. Here's where the blue dye go. Here's where the green dye go. Here's where the red die go. Here's the problem. This puzzle sucks ass. As you can tell, I'm not the biggest fan of this room. And this type of puzzle is the reason why. Or at least this specific puzzle. Because it's not the fact that we're having to put these dice in specific spots here. Like each of the colored dice in specific spots. No, no, no. It's the fact that they have to match the picture exactly. By which I mean, it's not enough that the number on the top of the die is correct. It also has to have the correct number on the sides. You see this 1 here? It has to be there. You see this 3? It has to be like that. This is the biggest pain in the ass. We have to roll them and get that specific solution. This is quite annoying. Now, there are multiple ways to do this, but a notable way to do so, and make sure to use the arrow keys with this. First, let's do the blue die with a 6 on it. Click left, down, 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 left. Now, the red die with a 6. Click right, down, 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 down. Next, the green die with a 1. Down, right, 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 down. Now, the blue die with a 2. You go down, right, up, right, up, up, right. Next, the red die with a 5. You go right, right, down, left, left. And finally, the green die with a 3 on it. You go down, down, right, up, 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 right, down. Ha! Got it. I had a feeling you could do it. Good job. Have a look at this. Hey, it opened. A blue memory card. The dice are all lined up. I think I could probably live. I'd prefer to pick those dice up and throw them across the room. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's no secret that the dice minigame is not... It's not a fan favorite puzzle. It was hated in the archives, and it's hated even more here. Because it's just kind of unnecessarily difficult. It's a blue card, huh? Well, let's see if anything happens when I put it into the blue slot. Would you look at that? Looks like you turned it on. Us, A, and B are all pairs consisting of 2 people. C, D, and E are solos consisting of a single person. First, move the pairs A and B to the blank areas on the left under pair. Next, move solos C, D, and E to the blank areas on the left over solo. You can move them by sliding the letter icons. A pair and solo aligned vertically with verses between them will face off against one another in the AB game. You can still move icons even after you place them. Once an opponent has been selected, the game will begin. Choose the vote for the us pair, either ally or betray. The results of your match will be displayed along with the results from the other teams. If the correct number of people reach the target BP after playing 3 rounds, the game will be completed. Okay, let me summarize that better, because that is a pretty crap explanation. We're trying to get to, we are playing against, various other opponents. We have to pair them against, each other. So, for example, us versus A. Well, actually, no. A and B are pairs, so they have to, go into these slots, just like us. While C, D, and E are all solos, so they can only go on these bottom slots. We're trying to do this and play the AB game. Some of us will ally, some of us will betray. We're obviously trying to get 9 BP by the end of 3 rounds. This is where that AB game Q edition comes in. 3 people will definitely choose ally. 3 people will definitely choose betray. 1 is a mysterious mirror man. He will always do whatever his opponent does. The first answer, strive for 9 with 6 competitors. Second answer, we must be the only ones to surpass 9. So in other words, for our safe passwords, the first password will require us to all get 9 BP by the end of the 3 rounds. The file password will require us, will require it for only us to get 9 BP or higher. This is easier said than done. But like it said, there are some that will always ally, and there are some that will always betray. And there's one that just basically copies people. The thing is, it's kind of hard to describe. There's a bit of a typo here, or I guess a bit of misinformation. There's only 6 players technically. So this is technically a bit of a mistake. It says 3 will definitely choose ally, and 3 will definitely choose betray. This is incorrect. There are only 2 that will always choose ally, and only 2 that will always choose betray. One of these is the mysterious mirror man, and they will literally just do whatever the opponent does. So if their opponent allies, they will also ally, and so on. So you have to spend time to figure out who does what. That way you can figure out the best way to get all this BP. Now, as for who does what, A and E are the ones who will always betray. B and D are the ones who always ally. C is the mirror man who copies the opponent. And us is, well, us. That's fairly obvious. You get all that? Well, I hope you did. The explanation is unfortunately confusing no matter how you put it, and the initial explanation is a bit too wordy for my liking. As for the answer, for the escape password, the best way to do this is first put us against C, put A against E, and finally, B against D. And then just basically hit ally. For all 3 rounds. God, I hate my note-taking. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Oh, no. There you go. Obviously, A and E didn't get the 9 BP necessary in order to escape, but, I mean, they're the ones always betraying, so is that really a bad thing? Ha! Got it! Way to go. Good work. Hey, look, the screen's changed color. So, what would this be? Could this be? Should this be? I knew it! That looks like a password to the safe. We did it! This should get us into that safe. Unfortunately... Yes, 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 yes. We know the entire explanation. Now, like I said, for our file password, we have to make it so that only us get 9 BP or higher. Only we are escaping. For this one, first put us versus D, A versus C, and then of course B versus E. And for the first round, hit Betray. Then, for the second and third rounds, make it us versus C, A versus E, and B versus D. And just hit ally for both rounds 2 and 3. And boom, we have 10 BP by the end of it, and we're able to escape. Nice one. Looks like that was the answer. Oh, there are different symbols now in different places. Got a safe password. Yes, yes. But we can finally get out of here. The same safe we've seen in the other rooms. That means we'll probably open the same way too. We just need to plug in the password, right? Yeah, why don't you give it a shot? Sun, sun, sun. How fitting. Good job. You opened it. Well done. And we finally have the last gold file. That's the door we came through. But as for our escape password, why do you always default back to your moon, moon, star? We have some very special things. Yes! It's open! Okay then, let's see what's in here. First off, 2-star keycards. We can use these to play the AB game as many times as we want. Hold on. Those keys are important, but look at this. Hey, Excalibur! The Radical 6 cure. Oh, thank goodness. I don't know what to say. Quark is gonna be okay. Is he crying? Alright, let's get out of here. We need to get this stuff to Quark and Alice. Yeah, you're right. This key should do the trick. Let's get moving. And just for old time's sake. What are you doing? Hurry up and open the door. What are you waiting for? You've got the key. Yeah, I just wanted to mess with you one last time. You guys ready? All set here. Go for it. All right. 3, 2, 1. 2, 3. Stop that! Jeez. One more time. 3, 2, 1. Now you understand why he does that. Damn it, Junpei. You found it.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm not going to mince words here, because this was the last escape room. In my opinion, for a final escape room, this is kind of disappointing. It's mainly recycling puzzles that we've already done. And ones that I wouldn't necessarily have considered that fun. The darts is sort of trial and error, kind of math. But honestly, it's also just fairly annoying. I wouldn't have ranked it. I wouldn't have ranked it among a puzzle I liked in the recreation room. I liked the pool balls more than I liked that. The hexagons, that's just basically trial and error, nothing more. I don't see why that was brought back. The dice puzzle can eat my ass. It sucks. Especially the idea of having to get it with each number, like, correct. Like, every number on every side of the die. Whoever came up with that is a freaking sadist. But probably the worst thing is just the gimmick of getting everything out. Like, I understand the idea, and it's a really cool idea, but the way you do it is kind of just... It's just time-consuming, honestly. And the cube, it feels like you'll actually find out how to do it faster and easier just by randomly pushing things on the wall than you will by actually using the cube like it expects you to. Not to mention that the explanation for the cube is so damn wordy that it's far more confusing than it is helpful. And the fact that it only tells you the instructions twice before just leaving and never giving it to you again. I really question what the thinking was behind that. Because that part's just not fun. That's literally just a case of, okay, can we get this over with so I can get to the damn puzzles? The AB game thing is fairly fun. Again, it's primarily trial and error, but I like that they actually put one of the game's core concepts into its own puzzle. Although, again, I have to criticize the actual explanation for how it works. Again, it's just far too wordy, and it comes out a bit too confusing for my liking. Because the actual idea of the puzzle is fairly simple to grasp, it's just explained fairly poorly. But other than that, that's it. It's basically just, it takes too long, most of the puzzles are repeats. I would rank it as probably one of my least favorite escape rooms in the game. And that's really sad. And yes, I know the study from the previous game also recycled at least a couple of puzzles, but it felt a bit more... I don't know, it felt a bit more well done in the previous game as opposed to this. This was just tedious, honestly.
It opened.
We should get back to the Flore warehouse then.
But now we can just go through the ending. Hey, wait. Did you guys hear something?
What?
You didn't hear it? It came from over there. It sounds like something turning on. See, I told you. The screen wasn't on before.
You're right. Guess it was set to turn on when we opened the door.
It looks like an authentication screen. I think we need to put in an ID and a password.
Yeah, but what?
That was when I noticed the illustration. The lion is eating the sun. The lion is eating the sun. Memento mori. Remember death. If the 9th lion ate the sun. So many lions. So many suns. Oh, of course. This was the real 9th lion. But if that was the case... Memento mori. Remember death. Memento mori. Remember death. Yes, we get the point. We get the point. Well, I hope you know what to do here. Really, there's only one thing we can do. The ID is Kurashiki, and the password is Jumpy Doll. Yeah, you remember? Yeah.
Sigma!
Yeah, you remember that ID card we got in one of the timelines? Well, I hope you remembered you have that.
Look!
You're...
Akane. Her name is Akane Kurashiki. I've been looking for her for a very long time.
He walked toward her. Slowly, carefully, almost as if he was afraid of scaring her away, he reached out.
She's a hologram.
Temioji squeezed his eyes shut.
Akane.
Junpei, I don't mean to ruin the moment, but why did you specifically reach there? Could you have not reached for her face? Or her hand? He closed his hand around empty air and let it fall to his side. There was a moment of sad silence, and then she began to speak.
I see you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Well, I suppose that's slightly inaccurate. What you see now is a holographic message I recorded before you came here. Unfortunately, this means I will not be able to answer your questions, at least not directly. I hope you will understand.
Sure.
Now, where to begin?
Let's start at the middle.
You probably have a great many questions. What day is it? Where are we? Who is Zero? And what does he have to do with Akane Kurashiki?
I mean, my first question was, what are we gonna have for dinner? But, you know, that's because all this running around has made me quite famished. But, you know, yes, those are very important questions too.
But I imagine there is one question that rises above all the others.
Can you keep a koala as a pet?
Why were we brought here?
Oh, yeah, that one too.
The answer to that is simple. Everything that has happened here is part of our plan. All of this was required for the success of the AB project. I assume you heard the name by now, at least.
Yes.
In any event, you were all needed in order to execute our plan. The nonary game was necessary for the same reason.
Akane, can you just go your life without making more nonary games? Is this like an addiction for you? Do we need to have an intervention?
Your question now, I imagine, is just what is this AB project? The answer to that is also simple. Allow me to explain. We created the AB project for one purpose: to transport the consciousnesses of two people into the past. Those two people people are you, Sigma, and you, Phi.
What do you mean, the past? The moment the words were out of my mouth, I realized that no one there could answer the question. Not Phi, not Temioji, and certainly not a pre-recorded hologram.
Have you figured out what this room is?
Annoying?
I assume you saw the Q on the door. It stands for quantum. That makes this the quantum room.
Oh, yay. Took me a moment to realize she changed subjects without even pausing. There was nothing we could do, of course, but I still felt a twinge of frustration.
Take a look at the rear of the room. Do you see that large enclosure? That houses our quantum computer. The systems that control this entire facility run on that machine. That includes the construct you refer to as Zero Jr., as well as the golems.
So you're saying if I start tickling that now, then Zero Jr. will start laughing? That's how it works, right?
All of them do their thinking in that box. Isn't that strange, though? It seems contrary to how we perceive the world. The body, the thing that you see and interact with, is somewhere else. But the mind and all its thoughts are in this box. Perhaps it isn't so strange, though. Perhaps humans are the same, with our minds and thoughts existing separate from our bodies. Our core is in our head, of course. We all have individual brains, think individual thoughts, and act according to individual wills. That makes communication difficult, though. So, we're forced to rely on inefficient mediums, like language, photographs, non-verbal cues, etc., to transmit information. Each one of us is an individual, and we have no direct connection to anyone else. But, is that really true? In the dimensions we are most familiar with, yes, it is. If we look at things from another higher dimension, however, we may all be connected after all, like the branches of a tree or a rhizome.
You just love to talk, don't you? I feel like if you threw Akane into a stoner party, she would just fit right in. Like, they would assume she was already high along with them. She wouldn't need anything. She would blow their damn minds.
Imagine a horizontal cross-section of the root system of a large tree.
Do I have to?
All you can see are the spots where the roots intersect the plane of your cross-section. In the 2 dimensions you see, the roots all appear to be individual things with no connection to one another. But this isn't the case. If you expand your view and look at the root system in 3 dimensions instead of only 2, you see the truth. All the roots join together at the trunk. In 2 dimensions, they appear to be separate. But if you look at the roots from a 3rd higher dimension, you see things that might appear to be separate from one another in 3 dimensions could be connected to one another if you look at them in 4 dimensions. Doesn't that at least seem like it could be a possibility?
Yeah, uh-huh. I'll be honest, Akane, you're kind of putting me to sleep here.
I believe that is how human consciousness actually works. Well, I'm not the only one, I suppose. Zero and I share that belief.
Morphogenetic field theory.
Temioji mumbled something that sounded like nonsense. I opened my mouth to ask him what it meant, but Akane was already talking again. You know what, Junpei, thank you. You basically summed up everything she just spent like 10 minutes saying. You summed it up in 1 sentence. Thank you.
Now, when I talk about a 4th dimension, I'm referring to the 4th dimension used in Minkowski space-time. Let's start with a single dimension, where all that exists is a point.
Do we have to?
Connect points to one another, and you have a line. In one dimension, the only surface you can create is that, a line. But move to 2 dimensions and create more lines, and you can create shapes. These are 2-dimensional surfaces. Move up to 3 dimensions, and you can connect these shapes to one another and form 3-dimensional objects. Now you have a 3-dimensional surface, which encompasses a volume of space. Connect 3-dimensional objects to one another, and you formed a 4-dimensional object, which encompasses a volume of both space and time. It is on that 4th-dimensional axis that our minds are connected. If that was true, then what would prevent anyone from sending their consciousness backward or forward in time? That theory is the foundation of the AB project. The A represents after, and the B represents before.
Okay.
It probably sounds silly to you.
I'll be honest, Akane, I've been reading a book during the entire time you've been talking. Like, it is very interesting, but it's also just... I feel like you could have summed that up a little bit quicker.
A ridiculous story made up by a mad old woman.
I mean, yes. I feel like you've been rambling even more than usual, but still.
But look at what's happened to you. You've seen many different worlds and timelines, haven't you, Sigma? And what about you, Phi? I know you have too. Am I wrong? Tenmyoji should know what I'm talking about as well. I believe you experienced something very similar nearly half a century ago. You sent your consciousness to the past to help save a little girl's life. It was a long time ago, but perhaps you still remember.
Yeah, of course I do. How could I forget? That little girl was you, Akane.
Suddenly it felt like Phi and I were outsiders, trespassing on something we had no right to see. Tenmyoji's face was taut with emotion as he looked into Akane's eyes. It seemed almost like she was looking back at him.
Now, unfortunately, my time is up. The final stage of the project will begin very soon. I need to go prepare. The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me. I'll be waiting.
Got it, we'll find you, Waldo.
One last thing. The cat in the box. Is it alive or is it dead? Sigma? Phi? You will decide its fate. Goodbye.
Wait! Akane, wait!
Oh, Tenmyoji. I can almost see you. You don't need to worry. Everything is going to be okay. I will see you again one day. I promise.
You know, except for those timelines where we all die horribly.
But I'm going to have to ask you to wait just a little longer.
Wait. Akane!
And then she was gone. Tenmyoji collapsed to his knees, his back hunched and shaking. I saw tears land on the white-knuckled fist he pressed against his thighs. I kept quiet. What was there to say? Vi and I looked at one another and nodded silently. With a shaking hand, Tenmyoji pulled a photograph out of his pocket. It was a picture of a girl. After all that we'd seen, after all that we'd been through, her smile was enough to break your heart. If you somehow played this without having played 999, I would be very confused by your choice. because this hits far more if you already have played it. Especially with Morphogenetic Sorrow playing in the background. We made our way to the warehouse of Floor A and met up with the others. It took only a few minutes to decide to head to the infirmary. As soon as we arrived, we began to treat Alice and Quark for Radical 6. I gave Luna the accelerator that we'd found in the Q room. She quickly prepared it and... injected Alice and Quark.
Thank goodness. It will take some time for them to recover completely, but they should be fine. Good.
Finally! We can have a timeline where these two just stop trying to, like, cause trouble.
Indeed.
It's like herding sheep.
Thank you, Luna. And thanks for finding the medicine, you guys. Thank you so much.
Don't sweat it.
No need to thank us.
Temioji said nothing, just walked over to Quark's unconscious body. He took the small boy's hand in his own and held it tight. I could see tears at the corners of his eyes as he turned away from us. Suddenly I remembered Dio. Where had he gone? It didn't take me long to find him. He was sprawled unconscious on the floor beneath the sink. Handcuffs?
Oh, we found those in the crew quarters. Before you returned, we went to check on the bomb in room 2, and we found them there.
Well, that makes sense.
Of course, the bomb was indeed turned off. Thank you again for dealing with them.
No problem.
You are, quite literally, lifesavers. You have my eternal gratitude.
I coughed awkwardly and looked pointedly around the room. I glanced over at Phi to see she was doing the same thing. Is it wrong to say I want to kick Dio while he's currently down? And I don't mean metaphorically, I mean I literally want to kick him. I'm a little apathetic at the moment, and I can assure you that will absolutely cheer me up. I know I already referenced JoJo, but it would be like that one scene where everyone just starts kicking that person on the ground. After that, we headed back to the Floor A warehouse to play the AB game. Specifically me, Phi, Kay, and Luna. Clover and Temioji decided to remain in the infirmary, just in case something happened with Alice, Quark, or Dio. That's a smart move. Luna would represent Clover's team. With Quark and Dio sleeping, Kay would represent their team by default, which left me, Phi, and Temioji. You should vote.
No, I'll let you handle it. I chose Betray in the last round. You probably don't trust me right now.
What? That doesn't matter now.
Excuse me. I apologize for interrupting, but I think you should be the one to vote in the next round, Phi.
Why?
You already have 9 BP. There's no reason for you to choose Betray now. You see?
Hey, you're acting like I might actually try and betray her.
Not necessarily.
What does it matter what he's suggesting? We're almost there. We just have to play the AB game 3 more times. Then we can all get 9 points. But that means each representative has to choose ally all 3 times.
Pretty much. We basically just have to stay here for a couple or so more hours and do this. That's about it.
Okay, I'll vote. You sure you're alright with this, Sigma?
Yeah, I trust you. I handed her the start key.
Shall we open the doors?
An ambidex gate has been opened. 45 minutes remain until ambidex game polling closes.
Oh, right. We have to wait for the deadline.
Oh, well, we could vote earlier. But then each photo would be stuck inside the AB room for 45 minutes.
Yeah, pretty much. We may as well just, like, kind of chill out. Maybe, get something to eat and drink. Like, the food in the garden, might be good enough. Or just sit around and talk outside. And basically wait to do it at, like, the last minute. That'll work.
Okay, let's go back to the infirmary then.
I agree. Please, lead the way.
Basically, we're just gonna sit around and relax. Luna and Kay set off toward the yellow door. I was about to follow when...
Hold on. I just remembered something.
What?
The AB room on the left, in one of the other histories, she...
Oh, yeah. You're right. Akane's body was in there. What does this mean? Why didn't we find her body this time?
Maybe because she wasn't murdered.
But how? When did history change?
Do you remember what Akane said?
The cat in the box. Is it alive? Or is it dead?
It's neither. It is juggling.
Sigma, Phi. You will decide its fate.
The Schrodinger's cat thing.
Exactly.
I wonder what she meant about us deciding its fate.
Perhaps she was saying her own fate wasn't decided yet.
Huh?
The history where she's alive and the history where she's murdered are both real right now.
What? No, that's impossible. We've already opened the box. We opened the box to this AB room and there was no body.
No, we haven't opened the box. We haven't found a body, but we haven't found her alive yet either. In other words, we haven't actually observed her. The hologram was a recording from before this game started.
The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me. I'll be waiting.
Where was Akane now? Where was she waiting for us? Or, what if she wasn't anywhere now? What if she was waiting for us in another timeline? Or what if she was waiting for us in the past? Was that even possible? If she was, what would that mean? Well, there's clearly only one solution here. We gotta go back in time. Gotta go back in time. A new destination has been added to the flowchart. And saved just for good measure. But we have a new place to go to. Or rather, a new time, I should say. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Damn it. Feels like my head's gonna explode. Wait. Where the hell am I? Well, this seems familiar. Looks like an elevator, but...
No, this is one of the AB rooms.
Ah! Who the hell are you? And what the hell's an AB room?
Damn, I guess you did lose your memory after all.
Memory? Memory. Just give him a minute. I remember! You're Phi! She grinned. When is this?
Check your bracelet.
It's a red pear. BP is 3.
Mine's the same.
Does this mean this is the beginning of the game? We've gone back to when we first woke up in the AB room?
No, not quite. I think we woke up a little earlier this time.
How do you know?
Push the buttons on the side of your bracelet.
2 hours, 15 minutes.
We didn't wake up this long before the primary doors opened last time.
Yeah, we barely had any time.
I think we're about an hour early.
Wait a minute. If you're right,
Yeah, Akane might still be alive. We got back before Dio killed her. I think.
then
Right. We're here for one reason.
to stop her from getting killed. Good God, Akane, this is a trend for you. Someone always has to save you from getting killed. You know what? I'm slightly curious because I want to lower the volume a bit. Am I able to do that here? If you see that on the recording, I apologize, but I wanted to see if it'll show up.
Exactly.
Let's move. We need to get out of here fast.
Don't need to tell me twice. Let's go.
Seek a way out. Maybe a little higher. Granted, it should only record full screen application. Okay, so clearly we have to solve this entire escape room again, right? No, we don't. We don't need to look there. This is our past, remember? That means we're just repeating history. You see what I'm getting at? The password for the safe should be the same one we got earlier. Exactly. Now hurry up and open it. I want to go. Are you deaf or just an idiot? Right now I'm leaning toward idiot. The password for the safe is right, the same password it was when the first time we did it. Then hurry up. But I want to press buttons. I want to press a button. Oh, 5. Come on. You're boring. I don't have time to mess around. Okay, fine. Can I take this? No. Okay, let's actually save Akane. You need to remember the password for the safe. We figured it out last time. Once the password is found, it will never change. Going back to the past or changing timelines won't alter it. Yup. Although, you don't really need... I don't know why the game feels the need to tell you this. You should know it already. But what happens if we enter the file password again? Sun, star, sun? Is it still there? I mean, we got it in the past. Okay, open it. No, that's the wrong password. We need the other one to get the key. Bit of a continuity error here. Well, maybe. Yeah, the file is not here despite the fact that we have, timeline-wise, not gotten it yet. So, unless it's been put in the safe after this, like after we do this, then it should still be here. So that's odd. Sun, sun, moon. There, it's open. Good work. Hurry up and grab the cracker. Cracker? Ah, damn, I meant key. What the hell? Just shut up and do it. Is that why you confused it with a cracker the first time we did this? Can I press this? Sigma, what are you doing? We have the key. Open the door. But I want to play. Hey, Sigma, can you even hear me? Aw. You're boring, Vi. Fine. Alright, let's just put this key in here. For God's sakes, just do it already. No need to yell. Alright. Good. Looks like that worked. Maybe I should mess around more. Just hit the button, Sigma! Ready, Fi? What do you think? I know. I don't need to ask every time, right? Then why the hell are you asking? Hurry up and... Right. I'm going. 10, 9, 8, 1. Done. Hey! You pushed the button. Bite me. You were taking too long. We're on a schedule here. You found it. That was the quickest escape room of all time. It is a nice touch, though. Essentially, the first escape room is technically the last escape room. But you don't even need to do it again. Fi and I climbed up through the hatch and out onto the top of the AB room. It took us only a moment to spot them. Akane! Behind her was Dio. He was moving quickly and quietly, a knife glinting in his right hand. Shit! There was no time to yell to her. I scrambled down from the top of the AB room. Fi wasn't following me. When I looked back, she was still standing on the roof. Fi! What the hell are you doing? Get down here and... Before I could finish, she moved. She ran across the roof, launched herself into the air. Oh, I wish we got to see that fully animated. I wanted to see her feet hit his face. Oh, that's satisfying. Finally. What the...
He's fine. Just unconscious.
Can he be dead? Like, we can solve a lot of problems right now. Although I guess that would cause a paradox, wouldn't it? I bent down and held my fingers in front of his mouth. He was still breathing. Wait, why in front of his mouth? Can you not check for a pulse?
I don't think he saw me. He probably has no idea what happened to him.
Guy went down like a sack of potatoes.
He had it coming.
Like, what type of potatoes are we talking about? Mashed? I heard footsteps coming to a stop right in front of us. I looked up.
So you came. I've been waiting for you.
You know, you could have solved a lot of our problems by just taking care of it yourself, but yeah, okay.
You're here to hear the rest, right?
Wait. Just wait a minute. What the hell is your deal? How can you be so calm? If we hadn't shown up just now, you'd...
Have been stabbed in the heart by this young man and died. Yes. Although, that reminds me, I haven't thanked you yet. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate you saving me.
What?
Hold on. How do you know about being stabbed by Dio? Are you an Esper too?
Yes.
Oh yeah, you could say she is the Esper of this series. And since we're finally talking to her face to face, this would be a good time to finally say who Akane is voiced by in this game. Well, at least the old version of Akane here. In English, she is voiced by Barbara Goodson, who is the voice of Marl from Final Fantasy VII Remake, Mother Talzin from Star Wars The Clone Wars, and of all things, she's the voice of Rita Repulsa from Power Rangers. Yes, this is Rita's voice actor. I am not joking. That kind of blew my mind when I found out. In the Japanese version, she's voiced by Yoshiko Sakakibara. I probably butchered that pronunciation. She has served as the voice of Morgana in Bayonetta Origins, Queen Nelhenia in Sailor Moon, and Akane Kushida in Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. So yes, she's voiced another Akane, because of course she has. There is one more thing to say about Akane's voice acting, but it will have to wait until later. But now back onto her, well, long-winded explanations.
Indeed, I am. I am able to jump through time, just like you.
Now, what the hell were you thinking? If you knew he was gonna stab you, why were you gonna let him do it?
Because I had to.
You what?
Think back. Why are you here? If I hadn't been killed by Dio, no one else would have been murdered. Consequently, your own abilities would never have manifested.
You realize you killed a lot of people, multiple times, just to make this happen, right?
I did explain, didn't I?
You did, but I kind of fell asleep halfway through your explanation. You talk a little much.
The purpose of the AB project was to send the two of you to the past. Or your minds, at least. In order for that to happen, some death was necessary. When a human brain is faced with danger, its processing speed increases. Information is processed more quickly, and time almost seems to slow. A few seconds can feel like an eternity.
Oh yeah, it's what Fi was talking about at the beginning, overclocking.
Unfortunately, that in itself isn't enough to send oneself through time. The amplitude of the consciousness is simply too small. In order to increase the amplitude, we need to slow down the brain before the increase happens. It's a little like a slingshot. You pull back on the rubber band and then let go. The potential energy you stored in the band is released and converted into kinetic energy. That's what fires the bullet out of the slingshot. Now, while a slingshot can only fire in one direction, your mind isn't similarly limited.
I mean, I guess you could pull the slingshot in different ways, but okay.
When the bullet of your consciousness is fired from the slingshot of your brain, it travels past the three-dimensional world and into the four-dimensional one. From that perspective, time is no longer fixed. In other words, you can travel to the future, the past, whenever you like. Your consciousness has been released from the three-dimensional cage. In order for that to happen, I had to infect you with Radical 6.
Whoa, what?
We're infected with Radical 6?
I mean, we all, like, kind of went a little crazy in one of those timelines, so yeah.
Yes.
Don't freaking sound so happy about it.
Don't you remember, Sigma? Luna should have told you about it in another timeline.
Are you sure? Infecting all of these people with such a horrible disease?
Every single one of you has been infected.
Yeah, she definitely told me that. She also, I also experienced it. Like, what the hell?
Well, apart from Luna, of course.
Well, yeah, obviously. She can't be infected.
Unfortunately, it was necessary. We needed to slow your minds in order to store up your potential energy. Then we provided a dire situation that would accelerate your processing speed. The result is what you are now experiencing. Your consciousness now occupies four-dimensional space-time. Even that, however, wasn't enough. You had the ability to travel, but your memories could easily be lost during the trip.
I mean, yeah, that's happened to Fi pretty consistently.
If the project was to succeed, you had to be able to retain everything you learned in each reality. That was the reason you were forced to jump so many times. With each jump, your ability to remember improved. Eventually, you would be able to retain everything.
So, how is Junpei so special then? Because, like, he only needed to actually jump one time. in order to, like, retain his information, like, a good chunk of information across an entire timeline. Like, is he just naturally more powerful?
That is why we made you play the A-B game. That was why you had to select different chromatic doors. By forcing specific choices, we could cause you to make more jumps.
I get it. I think I finally understand. You are completely insane. Well, okay, there are a lot of things I don't understand, but all of what you just told me makes sense. You did all of this so that Fi and I could jump through 4-dimensional space with our memories intact.
Yes.
Right? But why did you need us to do that? People have died for this. I mean, let's count how many different ways people died. Murder, antimatter explosion, suicide. I've died. So has Fi. So have you. Literally every single person here. So why would you do all this? What does it matter that Fi and I jumped through time? I know we compared the previous game to Saw, but this one really is that. But it's like Saw if Jigsaw somehow found a way to revive the people he was tormenting and kept doing it over and over.
Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable. You are all destined to die. Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
I already know all that! What I'm asking you is why? What is so goddamn important that it's worth all this?
Ah. I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually.
You just like to string people along, don't you?
What? Just when is eventually?
In a future not very far from now.
Bullshit! That's not good enough. Why can't you tell us now? Instead of answering, Akane knelt down to Dio and picked his knife up off the floor.
I'm going to keep this with me.
Don't change the subject.
But it's almost time.
What are you talking about? We've got plenty of time.
No. In a few moments, you'll return to the original timeline.
What?
This is the way it has to be. Don't fight it. Lagomorph.
Yes.
Oh, hi.
Lagomorph?
You call him Zero Jr. His official designation is Lagomorph.
Ah, that's why he's a rabbit. Because of your whole experience with the rabbits with Junpei back in the day. Huh. That's adorable.
Lagomorph, this is an order. Unlock my bracelet.
Compliance.
Now, everything is in place.
What the hell is Dio gonna think? Like, his knife is gone. He suddenly has the bracelet. Your body is nowhere. Like, seriously, what the hell is he gonna think? Is he just gonna wake up and think, wow, I did a great job. Well, better get started on setting up those bombs to kill everyone.
I have put the bracelet onto Dio.
Granted, he is very stupid, so I wouldn't be surprised.
All we have to do is place his body in the 5th AB room, the second one from the right.
That's the one Quark is in, right?
Correct. I will move him. I will also put your bodies back into the 3rd AB room. Once that's done, I will reset its puzzle to an unsolved state.
Are you gonna put the file in there? Because it's weird that it's not there. Why do you need to do all that?
To recreate the history that you remember. Your consciousness is about to leave your body and return to the future. Your body will be emptied, and your other consciousness will jump back in. If your bodies aren't back in the third AB room by then, it would be bad.
So you're saying some version of us is going to wake up in that room and repeat the same history again? Well, I guess this could actually be our second or third time.
I mean, here's the question. Since we're going off multiverse theory and the fact that we have constantly branching timelines, is there even such a thing as a paradox in this case? Or rather, is there such a thing as a reality-breaking paradox? Wouldn't it just create another alternate timeline? Like...
You are exactly correct.
That's weird to think about. I mean, thinking about it, this entire situation is very much... I don't even know if I would call it a bootstrap paradox. It's weird. Because in order to get back here, we had to come from a timeline where you clearly weren't killed. But in order to get the information that we needed in order to survive in that timeline, we also needed to go to timelines where you were killed. And in one of those timelines where Dio escaped, Phi had clearly come from a timeline, from one of those timelines where we already had the information. It's a weird... It's hard to explain. We're coming from a timeline that we ourselves created, but we hadn't created it yet. God, my brain.
Lastly, I'm going to leave this with you.
I guess a case of, like, we were going to create that timeline, so it already existed, even though we hadn't done the actions to create it yet. Ah, my head. I love time travel, but some of ZeroEscape's time travel logic really messes with me. She paused and pulled something out of her pocket. There was a small key attached to a string. It's kind of like how Crisis City is still around in Sonic Generations. Although in that case, it's rather simple. It's being pulled from a timeline that did exist at one point.
I'll tie it onto your ankle so that you won't lose it. All right, Sigma?
How... What does it say on there?
Tu fui ego eris.
Ah.
It's Latin. It means, what you are, I was. What I am, you will be.
Oh, so what we saw in the security room.
Yes.
What am I supposed to do with it?
It will help you meet someone who's very important.
So, how did I not feel this key on my ankle at any point? Like, I understand the timelines where you're dead, I obviously didn't get it, but what about the timelines where you're alive? How did I not notice this thing? Like, I'm sure I would have noticed a key moving around there, no matter how tightly it was tied on me. Hell, if it was tied too tightly, it would have just cut off my blood flow a bit. What?
Go. Return to the future.
We gotta go back to the future.
You won't be alone. I will be at your side, watching over you.
That's creepy.
Now hurry.
Wait! I still... What good is this power if I can't control it? To be continued in like 2 seconds. A new destination has been added to the flowchart. All the way here. Directly after the queue room. Or rather, after we... You get the point. After we've chosen ally for round 3. Granted, we didn't have a choice, but...
Oh. Looks like you're awake.
God. Is this the infirmary?
Why are we here?
Do you know what happened at the AB gate?
Kay and I went back to the infirmary, but...
We waited and waited, and the two of you never returned.
So we went to the warehouse to check on you.
We found you passed out in front of the AB rooms.
Oh. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. If our other consciousnesses from the past were basically just currently sleeping and knocked out, I guess they would have been doing the same thing here. Huh. That's interesting to think about.
Kay and I hurried back here with you.
So what, did we just, like, crumple into a pile? That probably would have been hilarious to see. I looked over at Fi and met her eyes. Do you remember what happened just now?
You mean what happened a long time ago?
Yeah. You got him pretty good, huh?
Huh. Yeah, I remember all right.
Please feel free to do it again. Like, start kicking him. Do it. Seriously, I'm begging you.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Oh god! Random child. Quark.
What am I? Chopped liver?
Alice! I mean, I've never eaten chopped liver, so I can't tell you. But in some timelines, sure.
Back among the conscious and not psychotic, huh?
Yeah, thanks. Grandpa told me what you did. Thanks for finding the medicine for us.
No problem. All in a day's work. Although, I wouldn't mind a little swimsuit action. Sigma, please, choose your words carefully. Make sure to specify.
Really grabbing at straws here, aren't you?
Hey, I wasn't talking to Quark. Thank God you were not. Like, maybe specify as you're saying it that you're talking about Alice. That was an offer for Alice. Also, she's not going to take the offer. Sigma, please stop.
Not really my point.
Whatever. Forget about that. Now that you guys are awake, all we gotta do is open the number 9 door.
Huh?
What are you talking about?
Look at your bracelet.
It says 10. I have 10 BP.
I've got 15 BP? That means I got 6 more points while I was out.
But how? How long were we out?
You've been asleep for more than 2 hours.
Oh.
We've played the AB game 3 times.
3 times?
Yes. Of course, the color and group assignments were shuffled around each time. But no matter who voted, everyone chose Ally.
Wait, so what did you guys do with us? Did you just like drag us in there, or was it always conveniently in a way that we never needed to vote? Well, sweet. We can all get out.
And now all of us have enough to leave.
I was stunned. How had everyone cooperated long enough to raise all of our BP past 9? It's almost like this is what we needed to do from the beginning to get the hell out of here. Was it because Akane hadn't been killed? Without a death to start things off, maybe we'd been less suspicious of one another. Or could the bombs have had something to do with it? We'd all joined forces against Dio, and Fi and I had been able to disarm all of them. All of us had banded together against a common enemy and overcome a tremendous threat. Perhaps that had strengthened our bond. Which, I had to admit, would be somewhat ironic. After all, Dio had planted the bombs that forced us all to work together against him. That must have been what Akane was talking about.
Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable. Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
I guess.
Come on, let's go! Let's open the door and get out of here!
Wait! What about him? What about him? After some discussion, we decided to leave Dio behind. Alice was the only holdout. She'd complained about wanting to take him back to her superiors, but after I mentioned they'd come back to investigate after we escaped and deal with Dio then, she reluctantly complied.
All right.
I mean, can we really risk having him come with us? He's handcuffed. Unless he breaks his hand and gets out of that thing, there's nothing he can really do.
Let's get going.
I hope you enjoy a lot of talking, because this is basically what the rest of this is. Everybody ready? I'm gonna open it.
Yes, just get on with it.
Everyone else swallowed and nodded. I grabbed the lever and pulled it down.
The number 9 door has been opened.
Finally, the last time we have to hear this.
It will remain open for 9 seconds.
Alright, everybody, let's move. I didn't need to tell them twice. The room inside was clearly a loading elevator. It looked sort of like a large plate on top of a huge pedestal. We ran to the center of the plate and turned around. The number 9 door stood wide open.
2, 1, 0. The number 9 door is closing. The number 9 door has closed. This ends the nonary game. Thank you for your participation. As the game is over, all doors other than the number 9 door have been unlocked.
Once again, that's very specific wording. All doors except the number 9 door. God, how long is this thing?
Looks like we did it.
Yes, we should keep moving.
Beyond the door was a wide hallway that ended in a very solid wall. To the left, we found a very familiar-looking door. We pushed it open and went in. The pressure exchange chamber.
You know what this place is?
Yeah, sort of. This whole facility is pressurized, apparently. I think the idea is to keep the air outside and, consequently, the virus from getting inside. That means that if we want to go out, we have to decompress so we match the outside air pressure. The room here is where you prepare for going into the actual pressure exchange room. You see all those suits along the wall? I figure we need to put those on and head to the decompression room downstairs.
Whoa! Hold on a minute! You're saying the air outside is full of that horrible virus?
Possibly. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Of course, according to Akane, we were all already infected with Radical 6, so the whole room seemed a little pointless.
Why? How did all this happen?
Did they?
No, that's not possible.
We've come this far. We can't turn back now.
Pretty much. There's nothing else we can do. And we can get our answers later after we get out of here.
Let's go outside. There's no way to know what's really going on until we do.
You know, Kay, I just want to point out here that in some routes, namely the ones past the Cyan door, the way you speak just seems oddly a bit more pleasant, a bit more composed. Just something to notice.
All right.
No one else objected. We all donned the protective suits and headed downstairs to the decompression room. As soon as we were all inside, the process began. Through my helmet, I could hear the soft hiss of air being sucked out of the room. We stood there for several minutes waiting for the process to finish. At last it did, and we heard the door begin to open. Beyond it was another decompression chamber. We repeated this process 2 more times before we reached the final door and opened it. Back here, the dead, bleak landscape wasn't a surprise for me. I had seen it before in another timeline. The others hadn't, however, and although I couldn't see their faces through the visors of their helmets, I heard more than a few gasps over the radio. For a few long moments, we just stood there, astonished.
Where the hell are we?
Clearly not Kansas.
The desert, I guess? I figured that out. I mean, which one?
The Gobi?
I don't know, but...
The Sahara? Montgomery?
I think I know what day it is. Look at the moon. It's red, right? That means today's the total lunar eclipse. So? Remember the astronomy magazine in the lounge? Well, the next eclipse like this was gonna be on December 31st, 2028. So...
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Are you suggesting we were sleeping for a week after we were abducted?
I think so.
Wherever we were must have been far away from any city. The air was clearer, much than I'd ever seen it. And the stars, the sky was full of them, more stars than any I'd ever seen in my life. I could even spot the hazy arm of the Milky Way. But the most striking feature was the moon. It was blood red and massive, much bigger in fact than I remembered it being. Then, as I watched, a black spot began to move across its surface. It was hard to see details, but it looked circular. The spot continued to move across the moon, heading for the right edge. What's that?
The moon. Well, the moon's shadow, actually.
The moon's shadow? I frowned. That didn't make sense.
Zero told me to stay quiet. I think he was worried I'd spill the beans on his operation. He said if I didn't toe the line, he wouldn't just kill me. He'd kill Quark, too.
Ah, right. You mentioned that you kind of, brought him along. You came into this game willingly.
And I agreed, like an idiot, and brought Quark with me. Just so I could see her.
Yeah, not your brightest move, man.
Such an idiot. So, that being the case...
Can you finally talk?
Might as well start with this. I meant what I said before. That up there is the moon's shadow.
What the hell are you saying?
Think about it. If that's the moon's shadow, then what's it falling on?
That's a terrifying thought.
That's... Earth?
Yeah. It's not the red moon you get from a lunar eclipse. And again, this isn't a lunar eclipse. It's a solar eclipse. Anybody in the black spot down there is looking up at the moon, covering the sun.
What? No! No way! If that's the Earth, then where the hell are we?
The moon, of course. This is the lunar surface. We were just inside a moon base. No way.
So we're wearing suits not to protect us from the virus, but from the lack of oxygen.
No, you've gotta be lying. How do you expect us to believe that?
Well, Clover, go ahead and take off your helmet and see what happens. You'll be our guinea pig. Actually, you know what? Let's go get Dio. He can be our guinea pig.
This can't be the moon.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous.
Wait a minute. I just realized, does Kay even need one of these? How does that suit of his function? Can it protect against the lack of oxygen? Even temporarily?
Besides, if this was the moon, how do you explain the gravity? The moon only has 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. So what's this?
She picked up a rock and dropped it.
See? That looked perfectly normal.
Yes, it looked that way.
Luna?
You were right about the gravity in a way.
Wait a minute. Luna, why are you in a spacesuit? We know you're a robot. Well, I mean, the others don't know that yet, but I know it. Fi knows it. Why are you in a spacesuit?
I was one of the people who knew this wasn't Earth. Well, I suppose I'm not people, if we're being honest, but...
Excuse me?
Oh, you
What?
finally dropping that ball.
Please just listen. Alice, you were infected with Radical 6.
Yeah, we figured that.
Then we gave you the Excelivir, which cured you. The Radical 6 isn't completely gone, though. Some of its symptoms stick around for a while.
What symptoms?
Well, Radical 6 can slow down your brain's processing speed by the root of 1/6. It can take a while for your brain to get back up to speed. Every one of us has been infected. In other words, all of our brains have been processing information at a much lower speed. If you evaluated the root of 1/6, you'll get a number close to 0.408. That means our brains are running at something slightly less than half speed. As you said before, the moon's gravity is about 1/6 that of Earth's. The time that it takes for an object to fall is inversely proportional to the square root of the gravitational acceleration. Since the gravity is lower on the moon, that means the time increases. I guess that's a little technical.
Yeah, we're getting a little sciencey now.
Let me give you an example. Say you drop an apple from a height of 4.9 meters.
Okay.
It will take approximately 1 second to hit the ground. On the moon, however, that time would be 1 second times root 6, which would be approximately 2.45 seconds. I used 4.9 meters because it matches up with the acceleration of gravity nicely, but it could be anything. The gravity constant is, well, a constant. You could drop something from 10 centimeters or 10 meters and it would be the same. Does that make sense? So, now we've established that on the moon, things fall root 6 times slower than they do on Earth. That being the case, what would happen if someone's brain slowed down by root 1/6? To them, 2.45 seconds would feel like 1 second. 4.9 seconds would feel like 2. But it's not hypothetical.
Luna, I know you have a medical license, but have you ever, considered trying to be a teacher? Because you'd probably be quite good at it.
That's what's been happening to every one of us.
Wait, you're saying that's the reason we didn't notice the weaker gravity?
Are you sure you didn't notice anything? Think back. Huh? You and Sigma and Phi said something about it in the lounge.
Correct.
About how you felt weird?
It's kind of like my body isn't really mine. I'm sort of floating. Like that?
It seemed insane, but what Luna said made sense. In fact, it explained Phi's apparently superhuman strength quite well. Yeah, that's why she can jump like a crazy person. It's not her own abilities, it's just that there's less gravity.
Wait, this is crazy. That can't possibly be Earth out there. Look at it. I've seen photos of Earth, and it's blue and green and beautiful. That thing is just red.
Before we get into that, I should probably tell you something.
Oh god, here we go. Alright, how much worse does it get, man?
This isn't New Year's Eve in 2028.
Well, yeah, we figured that.
Today is January 27th.
In 29?
No.
Don't tell me. 30?
Still no.
Then just what year is this?
Well, consider the fact that Junpei and Akane are quite old right now.
It's 74. 2074.
Yep. It's been a few decades. No. It's insane. That would mean we were abducted more than 45 years ago.
I don't blame you if you don't believe me, but it's the truth.
How can you be sure?
Well, he's alive. He's lived through it.
It's not that hard. Quark and I left Earth on January 23rd, 2074. Solar eclipses are easy to predict. We've known that there'd be one on the 27th for a long time. That's just science. Nobody can change that.
But why is the Earth red?
That's a long story. About 45 years ago, on April 13th, 2029, there were 18 annihilation reactors operating in various parts of the world.
Of course there were.
On the 13th, all 18 of them went up. All at the same time.
Good God, man, what the hell? Was no one guarding him?
The explosion was about 180,000 times as powerful as the atom bomb they dropped on Hiroshima.
And you're telling me that we had multiple of these going on, like, around the world? What? Why? Like, I'm sorry, wait, how many did you say there were? 18 of these things. What the hell?
I suppose it started a few months before that.
Why did we even need 18 of these?
The government had a test site for a future Mars mission out in the middle of Nevada. On December 31st, 2028, there was an accident. Well, accident doesn't quite convey the right sense of the thing. The point is, Radical 6 claimed its first victims there, then escaped. Didn't take long for it to spread to the rest of the world. Like Luna explained, the virus slows your brain down.
That explanation was rather vague.
But eventually, it also makes you kill yourself. Pretty soon, the bodies started to pile up. Some people would take a dive off a building or shoot themselves in the head. You know, the classics. But for some, it was poison, or fire, or asphyxiation, or the noose. Plenty of people jumped in front of trains or cars.
Oh God. It's like School Days. Is that the anime that had... not the anime, the visual novel that had all the crazy bad ends? I can't remember.
One pilot on a passenger airline drove his plane into the ground. Most forms of transportation ground to a halt pretty fast. That meant food couldn't get distributed, and thousands of people who weren't even infected died from starvation. Everywhere you went, there were just piles of corpses, covered in flies and rats and crows. I don't know what hell's like, but I imagine it's a lot like that.
Well, that's cheery. Like I said, the stakes of the first game were relatively simple. Save one person. The stakes of this game... I talk about an increase.
After a while, people who managed to avoid getting infected started trying to get in touch with one another. They got a hold of some radios and organized a couple meetings. There was only one thing to discuss, of course. How could they get rid of Radical 6? The answer, they decided, was purification. They figured they could just roast the surface of the Earth and that'd kill the virus off for good.
That doesn't seem like the best idea.
On April 13th in 2029, they put their plan into effect. That plan was to detonate all 18 annihilation reactors. Now the truth is, that's mostly just rumor. Nobody really knows what happened, but I've got my own theories. I think that the bombers had already been infected, and when they died, they took billions with them.
Yeah, that makes sense. They chose to go out in the craziest way possible.
The ultimate if I die, you're coming with me gesture, I suppose.
Basically.
I'd bet you money they'd all lost it long before they got to the reactors. Killing most of the world, no matter how bad things had gotten, was not a sane plan, even if it wasn't directly responsible. Radical 6 killed most of the people on Earth. Anyway, why it happened isn't that important. Point is, it happened. You ever heard of nuclear winter? Well, that's basically what we got.
Yep.
The explosions threw a ton of crap up into the stratosphere, where it joined up with smoke and ash from all the fires. It blotted out the sun for 7 years. Plants withered and animals died by the millions. The few humans who were left banded together to survive. They were rough times. Eventually, they were over, though. The sky cleared and the sun came back. Plants started blooming again, and the animals that hadn't died out completely began to reappear. Things weren't quite back to normal, though. It's been 45 years now, but there's still quite a bit of dust and ash in the air. That's what you're seeing.
I mean, that stuff doesn't just go away. Like, even if it eventually clears, it's gonna take... God, it could take a century.
You know why a sunset's red? Well, this is the same thing. Blue and green light have short wavelengths, and they scatter when they run into debris in the air. Red light, on the other hand, has a longer wavelength, which means it'll get a lot farther when the air's dirty.
Thank you, Axel from Kingdom Hearts, for that knowledge.
So there you are. The Earth looks red because that's the only color of light that can make it through the atmosphere.
I was speechless. What could I possibly say? There was no reason for Tenmyoji to lie to us. So we were standing on the moon, looking at the Earth. It was 2074. But why? Why were we there? Why were we then? I was so lost in thought that I barely noticed Phi's approach.
Hey, Sigma. I think I figured something out.
A window popped up on the inside of my helmet with Whisper in the corner. She seemed to be using a circuit only we could hear. Yeah? What is it?
I figured out why there's an extra E.
An extra E? Oh, you mean the graffiti?
Yeah, the one on floor B. I think it's an anagram, just like on floor A.
Yeah, I'm amazed you didn't think of that possibility already. What's Anna say this time?
God damn it, Sigma!
Come on, you people have thrown God knows how many puns at me already. Don't be mad that I've made one.
Knock it off! Memento mori if the ninth lion ate the sun. If you rearrange the letters, you get... The man on the moon rules the infinite time.
Well, that's oddly specific.
See? You need 6 E's to get that, so they stuck an extra one in ninth.
That seems like cheating. The man on the moon rules the infinite time.
I think it's a message for us from Zero Senior and Akane.
You don't say.
Remember what she was telling us?
We created the AB project for one purpose. To transport the consciousnesses of 2 people into the past. Those 2 people are you, Sigma, and you, Phi.
So, what are you getting at?
My God, you're slow. You don't get it? They're saying we rule the infinite time. Infinite time. They weren't just talking about having us jump a couple hours. I think they're planning to send us back. Way back.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you think they're gonna send us back 45 years?
Yeah. I'd bet on it.
So the ultimate purpose of the AB project is to send us back in time to that catastrophe Tenmyoji was talking about?
I think so.
That doesn't make sense, though. I mean, we came from that same time period. Before it, actually. So why bring us here and then send us back?
Well, Akane should be able to tell us the rest. Let's go pay her a visit.
Do you know where she is?
I've got an idea. Come on, think. Remember what she said when she gave you the key?
Tu fui ego eris.
Well, there's only one spot with that. The grave! The one in the garden!
Well, come on, what are you waiting for? Let's go.
We turned and ran back into the pressure exchange chamber, the others following close behind.
What are you doing? Did you forget something?
We're going to go have a talk with somebody.
Who?
You really need me to spell it out? The person behind all this.
You mean Akane?
What?
I'll take that as a yes. Let me accompany you then.
Wait, Why do you know about Akane?
I'll tell you when we get there. Now, if you please. I'm coming with you. You folks just said the magic word.
Yes, Akane is his magic word. He only needs to hear that, and he's like, nope, I'll abandon everything. I'll put my grandson in danger. I'll do whatever you say. I'll talk with a dancing bear. Let's go.
I'm going too then.
So am I.
Hey, is this Akane you're talking about?
Yeah,
Yep, it's her, Clover.
you know her real well.
Wait, you're serious? What the hell is going on?
Ah, shut up! Just shut up. Come if you want to. We don't need to do roll call. Once we get there, Akane can explain everything. With that, we headed back through the airlock. You may be wondering how we're even getting back in.
Ah, clever.
The answer is fairly obvious. It said that all of the doors except the number 9 door are now unlocked. That includes the giant door that looks just like it in the Floor V warehouse. It is now open.
The number 9 door on floor A is shut forever once the game ends. Assuming Zero Jr. was telling the truth, of course. But the door on floor B...
Yeah. Thought we might be able to take the lift to it. And it looks like I was right.
Any idea where Akane might be?
That said, I have no idea if you can open it from, like, the outside. Or rather, from in the warehouse. There doesn't seem to be a way to do that. If there was, that would mean no one was really trapped after the game ends. And people can still just leave. Assuming they get that idea in their brains. Yeah, the grave.
Wait, you mean the grave in the garden?
Yeah. Don't worry. I don't think she's buried there or anything. Chances are she's alive. Just in the grave. Yes, I know that's a complicated statement. Anyway, let's move. To the garden. To the garden! Ah, it's always so peaceful here.
Is Akane really under here?
It's crazy that we could have just done this right at the beginning if we wanted to. I think so.
What should we do? Are we gonna dig her out?
No, I don't think we'll have to do anything like that. See the keyhole in the grave? If I just insert this here, I pulled the key off my ankle and fitted it into the hole. I twisted it to the right until I heard something unlock. With a quiet grinding, the grave began to shift. Oh, look at that, a treatment pod.
What is this?
Thinking about it, can't Sigma just, like, jump back in time specifically to the Alice route timeline, or even some of the other timelines, like past the Cyan door where he has the key, and just unlock the grave prematurely? I wonder how much that would throw a wrench into things.
It doesn't look like a coffin.
Yeah, it's a treatment pod.
Oh my god.
Specifically, treatment pod 00. We've had the first 3, but here's the original. Kind of like the bombs, in a way.
It is, isn't it?
The glass on the cover had frosted over, making it opaque. We couldn't see who or what was in it.
Let's see what's inside.
Is it Android 16? She grabbed a hold of the lever on the side of the pod.
No good.
Well, yeah, it says it's locked.
I think it's locked.
It says lock on it, Fi. What?
Treatment pod TP00. Stage 1 defrosting complete. Stage 2 will be complete in 10 minutes.
Well, that was convenient timing.
Once stage 2 is complete, the lock will automatically disengage.
Okay, so we just have to sit for 10 minutes. Right, cold sleep.
What?
These pods can put people into cold sleep. It uses something called CAS to freeze human bodies without destroying their cells.
So, Mizukani's like an ice cube?
That sound familiar, Junpei? I think so.
Then we gotta wait till she melts?
Yeah.
So how about you tell us your story while we wait, Kay? Specifically, why do you know Akane?
I think the answer is rather obvious.
I remembered.
What do you remember?
Everything. I was born and raised in this facility. It's called Rhizome 9. A rhizome is an underground plant stem that spreads by sending out roots. Kind of makes sense, doesn't it? This facility is a little like a rhizome. Supposedly, that's why they call these installations that. The number comes from the facility's number.
How many are there?
There are 54 rhizomes on the moon, and this is the 9th one.
Good God! Like... God, how many people are up on the moon?
Well, I suppose the other ones don't really matter to you, do they?
I mean, like, who's in them?
In any event, I grew up here with Akane and Zero Senior. I watched them create the AB project.
The AB project?
Yes. Its purpose is to send Phi and Sigma, or their consciousnesses at least, to the past.
Back 45 years, right?
Yes.
So, you want us to change history, huh? Go back and keep Radical 6 from getting out, and stop the reactors from exploding.
Change history here is a little... not correct. These timelines are probably still gonna exist regardless.
That's our mission?
Well, not exactly.
What do you mean?
It's true that the ultimate goal of the project is to keep Radical 6 from spreading to the general population. But even if you do make it back, you won't be able to do much. By now, it's already too late.
Too late?
What do you mean?
Let me begin at the beginning.
Well, I'd appreciate if you do that instead of beginning at the end.
You might be thinking that Zero Senior and Akane were the ones who created all this, but that's not entirely correct. They only followed the histories they'd already seen. It was the only choice they had. Nothing less than the future of mankind is at stake. We need the two of you to jump through timelines while maintaining your memories. That is why you had to play the AB game, and why the chromatic doors were necessary. By forcing multiple options, you could make numerous jumps. We speculated that jumping more would strengthen your memories. The puzzles were also there for a purpose. Some theories hold that a moment of insight when you solve a puzzle strengthens your connection to the fourth dimension. That was the reason for the puzzles. Your infection with Radical 6 was also a vital part of our plan. By slowing down your brain's processing speed, we can store your potential. With that energy stored up, we just had to provide a life-or-death situation to launch your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Like a bullet from a slingshot.
A very specific metaphor there.
Wait, hold on just a minute here. You keep talking about Sigma and Phi, but what about the rest of us? Why did you bring us here?
That's simple. In earlier histories, you were all here in Rhizome 9. We needed you here to accurately replicate those histories. Although I suppose that's probably not a good enough explanation for you.
No, definitely not. You need to be a bit more specific.
In a sense, though, it is the truth. Our primary goal was to replicate history. The rest is... Yes, I suppose I should explain.
You should.
Very well. I will try and do so in a way you can understand. First, Alice and Clover. They were abducted 45 years and 1 month ago, on December 22nd, 2028. The location is Earth, of course. More specifically, Los Angeles, California.
Wow. I guess that explains your attire a little bit. It's a bit warmer there, but I mean, it's still weird clothing.
Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
After being kidnapped, your bodies were sent to a facility under Akane's direction. You were placed in treatment pods and immediately put into cold sleep. 4 months later, you arrived at this facility. The date you finally arrived was April 14th, 2029. Your trip from Earth to this facility was aboard a spaceship powered by an annihilation engine. Following your arrival, your pods were placed in long-term storage. Does that make sense?
Are you telling me we were sleeping in those pods here for 45 years?
Basically.
Yes. In preparation for this day.
Wow, Alice. I know you must value your beauty sleep, but I think you overslept a little.
But why? What do you need us for?
You are an Esper, aren't you, Clover? I mean that you are able to access the fourth dimension. Am I wrong?
Did Akane tell you?
In a manner of speaking. As I've already explained, the purpose of this project is to send Sigma and Phi's consciousnesses to the past. Espers are able to sort of resonate with one another, which can amplify their power. You understand? This is why we brought you here, Clover.
What about me?
Wait. That sort of goes against what Clover said, where she implied that too many in one place, well, like a powerful enough one may be like draining her own power. Of course, Clover could be incorrect. It's hard to say, really. But also, why can't Clover do it? Like, why can't we train her to jump through timelines just like us?
We needed your help, Alice, to deactivate Dio's bombs.
I mean, I guess when you're sending us, it would make it pointless to send Clover back there, but still.
Huh? But I didn't do anything.
But you did. In another history, you were able to perform a prime decomposition on the 25-digit integer that Dio left behind. Only you could do that sort of thing. Because of your feat of mathematics, we were about to determine that Dio had planted the bombs. Then we were able to question him and get the password for the number 31. Finally, we used that information to stop the bomb in this timeline. Without your help, Alice, we would have been reduced to nothing more than so much space dust.
Which we were in several other timelines.
This history exists because of your presence. Now, let me explain why we needed Tenmyoji and Quark. Tenmyoji is simple. We needed you for the same reason we needed Clover. You are able to access the fourth dimension. Almost half a century ago, you used that ability to save a young girl, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Once again, why can't we train Junpei here to do it again? Like he implied some knowledge, he probably would have been around for that event. So why can't we train Junpei to travel through timelines a bit more effectively? He's already proven that he can do it.
We needed you to resonate with Sigma and Phi, so we brought you here. All it took was a messenger.
Do you want to see Akane? If you do, come with me. I was a fool and fell for it.
And you brought Quark with you.
I mean, they didn't lie to you. You do get to see Akane, so...
In fact, you insisted that he come.
Yeah, I know. I guess you were worried about leaving me alone, huh? He kept saying he couldn't run off to the moon and leave me behind.
I'm sorry, Quark.
I mean, yeah, there's no real good decision there. If you die here, you kind of leave him all alone back on Earth. Which you do in several timelines. You die here. But if you bring him here, then there's the possibility he just dies alongside you. Which he does.
If I hadn't been so stupid and selfish, none of this would have happened to you. I never thought this would happen. Can you ever forgive me?
Oh, don't worry about it. I mean, I agreed to come with you. I thought the moon would be way more interesting than boring old Earth. What kid would turn that down?
We didn't see the messenger after we got on the ship. It was on autopilot. As soon as we got in, it headed straight for the moon. During the trip, Zero told me to keep quiet once we got there. I don't remember anything after we landed.
Then there was a bunch of that white smoke, and we passed out.
She just loves that stuff, doesn't she?
And when I woke up, I was in the AB room.
Akane, you gotta be careful with how much you use of that. It might damage someone.
Now, Dio. His real name is Left, and he's the leader of a terrorist organization called the Myrmidons. He was ordered to come here. The Myrmidons are under the control of an organization called Free the Soul, which is in turn controlled by a man known as Brother. It was Brother who orchestrated the release of Radical 6 into the general population 45 years ago. Do you remember what Phi mentioned earlier? The ultimate purpose of the AB project is to change history and keep Radical 6 from being released. If we succeed, that would be bad for Brother and his organization. Our success would prevent them from creating the ideal world they're working toward.
I mean, yeah, in some timelines, sure. But these timelines still exist, so I don't know what they're complaining about.
That is why Brother sent Left, his trusted lieutenant, to this facility. They needed to stop the AB project. So, Dio was given 2 tasks. The first was to eliminate Akane, the architect of the AB project. The second was to join the AB game and win it. If Dio won the game, the AB project would not be completed, at least not in that timeline. In other words, in that world, the project would have been stopped. If things didn't go as planned, Dio was given a contingency plan. If you cannot murder Akane and win the game, destroy Rhizome 9. Hence, the bombs.
Can I ask you something?
And thus explaining why we see the bombs only in certain timelines. They're only appearing in the timelines where Akane survived.
Perhaps.
How did Brother know about the AB project?
He was also an Esper.
Great.
We can set Brother aside for now, though. May I proceed?
I mean, we're talking about the guy who's apparently responsible for a lot of this, so I don't know if we should set him aside. No one objected. We were all curious.
Excellent. That explains everyone, save 2, Luna and myself. Sigma and Phi already know the truth about Luna. I don't believe I should reveal any more, however. I think it would be more appropriate if you could ask Luna yourselves, at a later time.
Yeah, it should be her to tell them. Like, let her do it when she feels comfortable doing so.
Would that be all right with you, Luna?
Yes, that's okay.
As for me, as I said before, I was born and raised here. The rest of you were brought to this facility, but I've never left. That makes me someone close to Zero Senior and Akane.
Hey, I've been wondering, who is Zero Senior?
You've already met him, Sigma.
Yeah, it should be fairly obvious.
In another timeline.
Yeah. Well, I saw a hologram. I still don't know who he is.
Stage 2 is complete. TP-00 unlocking.
It looks like it's finished. Shall we open the pod?
Yeah, let's do it. All of us gathered around the pod. The glass was still covered with frost, hiding the contents.
Okay. Let's get started then. Ready?
Vi laid her hand on the lever and looked around at us. I swallowed. Yeah, anytime.
All right. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, hi. What? Suddenly my head was full of memories from other timelines. I'd seen something like this before. The warehouse of Floor B, in front of the white door. Kay was lying in front of me. I grabbed his mask and saw my own face. I'd never figured out who he really was. Why was there a man with my face underneath Kay's armor? It didn't make sense. After I'd seen him, I was injected with tubocurarine, and that was the end of that. But, wait. If the person in the pod was the same person I'd seen on the floor of the warehouse, who was wearing Kay's armor?
You finally noticed. Didn't I tell you? You won't be alone. I will be at your side, watching over you.
You just love to be creepy, don't you? No. Oh my god, you're...
Yes, I am.
Akane Kurashiki.
You must have amazing physical strength to lug around that armor.
It's you! June! I mean, Akane, from... But you're old.
Yes, that's correct. I haven't spoken to you in a very long time, Clover. Or you, Junpei.
Junpei?
Akane, long time no see.
I could barely hear what they were saying. My mind was still reeling. Yeah, Clover, you may want to sit down. That's a bit of a revelation for you. It felt like all the air had been knocked out of me, and it was all I could do to not collapse right then and there.
When? How long?
Do you remember when the two of you saved me in the warehouse?
Yeah, it happened like an hour.
Once you saved me, you went back to your future.
Yeah, it happened like an hour ago.
Your minds did, at least. I carried your bodies to the 3rd AB room, and then took Dio's to the 5th. After that, I went into the 1st room and borrowed Kay's armor.
So by the time you and Clover came out, you'd already...
Yes.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Dio killed you, and then Luna took your body to the 6th room. You couldn't have been in Kay's armor.
No, it was me. In this timeline, at least. In this one, I wasn't murdered by Dio. You two saved me. It's just like Schrodinger's cat. Your actions in the future decided who would be inside the armor in the past.
What? No, that's nuts.
Alright, what about the other history? The one where you weren't saved. What happens then? Who's wearing the armor?
That's quite simple. The man in front of you.
Him?
That's correct. Whenever I'm not in the armor, he is.
Oh my god, you are a living Schrodinger's cat. Like, in both of these games, depending on our decisions in the first game, you're either alive or dead when you come out of that incinerator. Or like when the door opens. Here, same thing. Depending on the timeline, you're either alive or dead. You're either in Kay's armor or he is.
What about the memory loss?
For my part, I confess that I lied. He, on the other hand, was telling the truth. Large doses of Soporil can cause memory loss. I gave him a rather large dose.
That's a very specific fact that would be important to remember for the next game.
So, who is he?
You've never seen him before?
No.
What about the rest of you?
I have no idea who he is.
I've never seen him before.
Me either.
Total stranger.
Hey, come on. What are you guys saying? Right here? Same face?
Huh?
Huh?
Are you alright, Mr. Sigma? Did you hit your head or something?
Huh? What? It didn't make any sense. Why didn't they recognize me?
Sigma, your consciousness can jump through time. You can inhabit your body in the past or in the future.
What does that mean?
Don't you get it? You've jumped to the future from 45 years ago.
I looked around frantically. A pond! I ran to it and threw myself down onto my knees. Crawling on all fours, I approached the edge. My heart was hammering inside my chest. A cold sweat trickled down my spine. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down, damn it. I struggled to take deep breaths. Then slowly, I peered into the pond looking for my reflection. What? No. This can't be real. This face.
It's your face, Dr. Sigma Climb. Although, to the you that's behind it now, it's your face 45 years from now. Zero, the mastermind of the AB project, is you.
What? No, that's not possible. That's bullshit.
No, it's the truth. Fighting it isn't going to do you any good. Please, Doctor.
I'm not a doctor.
You will be. A pioneer in the field of genetic engineering.
You're lying.
No, I'm not. You created him. Well, I suppose I should say you are going to create him.
Create?
His name is Kyle Climb, your clone. That is why he looks just like a younger version of yourself. 23 years ago, in the biolab here in Rhizome 9, you created Kyle. Well, I suppose for you, that's still in the future. When I said I was born and raised here, I was still pretending to be him. The gravity here is only 1/6 of Earth's. If nothing was done, the reduced gravity would cause his bones to be weaker than normal human ones. But you prepared for that. You gave him that armor. Ever since he was born, he's lived inside of it. It kept his muscles and bones strong. He wasn't forced into it for the nonary game. He's been wearing it every day, all his life.
Well, not this one specifically. I've probably had to update it as he's grown up. But why would future me create a clone?
He was to be your spare. If something happened to you before the project began, he would take your place.
So, yes.
I mentioned before that the AB projects A and B stood for after and before.
So yes, this is why Tenmyoji had such a negative reaction to us in that timeline. Because he said he knew who Zero Senior was. And he was correct. He figured out it was us. We just couldn't piece it together. And it's also why Luna called us Doctor at the end of her timeline.
That isn't all they mean, though. The A also means anima, and the B means body.
Ah, anima. Great setting. I especially love the setting of Kushinashi.
Anima is another word for the soul, or the consciousness. Body is, well, exactly what it says on the tin. The past consciousness will go into the future body, and the future consciousness will go into the past body. They switch.
The Mistral Arc is underrated. Fight me.
That was the chief goal of the project.
Wait, so the future person goes into the past person?
Sigma, do you remember the note you found in the garden?
You mean this, right?
Right, because... Right, I went to the garden in the timeline where Alice was being especially... Alice. I wouldn't have it, someone else would.
Yes.
That one. I didn't get it in this timeline.
Ah, Of course, it was you who investigated the garden in this timeline.
I feel like even Akane is having trouble keeping track of all these timelines.
Yeah. Sigma, take a good look at this. It's an illustration of the time jumps your consciousness is making.
Oh, fun.
A is where everything began. December 25th, 2028. You inhaled the white smoke in your car and lost consciousness. From there, you jumped to B. January 25th, 2074. You woke up in one of the AB rooms in Rhizome 9. You are in your own body, but it is 67 years old. Your consciousness has jumped 45 years into the future. I believe that may explain why you didn't notice the reduced lunar gravity. The body you woke up in was much older. Normally, you would have noticed that your muscles were much weaker. In this case, however, the lower gravity balanced that out.
Is that how that works?
Moving on, if you continue along this line, what happens next? You reach C, which is January 27th, 2074. That is today.
Whoa. Wait, what do you mean? Are you saying it's been 2 days since we woke up?
36 hours to be exact. Have you already forgotten? You were all infected with Radical 6. The virus slowed your brain down. So yes, 36 hours of real time have passed.
How did we not get, like, hungry? How did we not notice that?
But to you, it only seemed like 14 hours and 40 minutes. Now comes the important part. After this, your consciousness will return to the past. It will re-emerge at point D. April 13th, 2029. You will return to your younger body.
But that's the same day as the reactor explosions.
Yes. That is why I said it will be too late. You will return to the past, but the events you would want to prevent will have already happened. The story does not end there, however.
Well, I would hope not.
The line continues. After reaching point D, you will eventually return to B. But this time, you won't be jumping through time, or at least not at a rate faster than normal. Your consciousness will spend 45 years inhabiting the same body, until you reach point B.
I feel like this chart could be a little better illustrated to help explain this point. Because otherwise the arrows are kind of more confusing than helpful.
Do you remember when B is, Sigma?
January 25th, 2074. According to what you just told us, it's 36 hours ago.
Correct. That was when the consciousness of the 22-year-old Sigma jumped into the body of 67-year-old Sigma. So where did the older version of you go when you took his body?
Point A. December 25th, 2028, the day all of this started.
Yes. His consciousness will go back in time 45 years. For a period of time, he will inhabit your younger body. While your younger consciousness is elsewhere, he will be you in the past.
But once that body reaches point D, my 22-year-old consciousness will come back from point C.
That's correct. When that happens, the older version of you will be ejected from your younger body and return to your body at C.
So it's rotating?
Rotating. I suppose you could put it that way. But look at this illustration closely. What if you take all these lines and untangle them? You get one single line. It may look complicated, but in truth, it's a single straight path.
I mean... Wait. I wouldn't say that, because I'm seeing 2 arrows leading out here.
With one exception.
This line here at point E, right?
Exactly. Point E is December 31st, 2028, the day of the total eclipse.
The day Radical 6 got out of the test facility.
Yes. By now, you've likely figured it out on your own. The purpose of the AB project was to get the consciousness of the 67-year-old Sigma from point B to point A. If we can do that, we can change what happened 45 years ago.
So the old version of me will keep Radical 6 from getting out by jumping into my 22-year-old body on New Year's Eve 2028?
Yes. That is why this line could not be interrupted. In order for the 67-year-old version of you to reach point B, we first have to go through point D. In order to get to point D, we must jump from point C. And for point C to happen, we had to recreate everything that happened in this facility. That is why we have faithfully retraced history up to this point, so that we might save humankind from destruction and undo the horrors of the last 45 years.
Well, that's... what a simple and easy to follow plan. Are you insane? Don't answer that. Tell me one thing.
What is that?
You said that point C is January 27th, 2074, which is today. There's going to be a jump, and I'll jump to April 13th, 2029.
Yes, that's right.
But look, I'm still old. When is this jump supposed to happen?
Very soon.
Soon?
Yes.
And what's going to trigger it?
We need potential energy stored to send your consciousness into the 4th dimension. Fortunately, we now have plenty of that. Thanks, ironically, to Radical 6. All that remains is to launch your consciousness, like a bullet from a slingshot.
And how do you propose to do that?
Didn't I tell you? A crisis. A moment balanced between life and death. That can jumpstart your brain.
What do you mean?
You haven't figured it out.
Where's the knife, Akane? You took it. Where did you put it?
I mean this.
Hi. Oh god! The old woman's got a knife! Dio's knife? No sooner were the words out of my mouth. Fi! I screamed and leapt toward them. Akane was already in motion, the knife diving toward Fi's chest. I was almost there. When I regained consciousness, I was on the floor. There was a dull pain in my chest. I felt for a cut, but something was in the way. It took me a moment to realize that it was Akane's body lying on top of me. I twisted my neck to look around. Nearby was an old tombstone. On it was written a few words in Latin. Tu fui ego eris. What you are, I was. What I am, you will be. And thus, we've reached the true ending of Virtue's Last Reward. Well, sort of. There is still more to say, and I'll give my final thoughts on the game a little bit later. Because we still have all those gold files we collected. I have to read through all of them. There's also something you get for collecting all of them as well. I suppose while this is playing, I can tell you something. The name of the game, Virtue's Last Reward, it's obviously different from the original Japanese version. However, if you actually look up the soundtrack of the game, you'll notice that the main theme of the game is still, you know, Virtue's Last Reward. So why is that? Well, it's simple. The scenario writer, I presume Kotaro Uchikoshi himself, saw the localization name for the game as Virtue's Last Reward and liked it so much that he requested that the name of the main theme be changed to Virtue's Last Reward, even for the Japanese version. That tells you that that was a good change, or at least like a good decision in localization. Like even the director loved it. But yeah, there's still a little bit we have left to do, as should be obvious. After all, what kind of ending would it be if we just saw Sigma presumably stabbed? We gotta see what leads to this. We've gotten Phi's end, and a new destination has been added to the flowchart. Very far back. Headquarters, April 13th, 2029.
Today is April 13th, 2029, and this is the evening news.
That's one day before, she said they sent the pods up into the moon base. I will warn you right now that there is a, not a graphic scene about to happen, but, I don't blame you if you want to look away.
Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I don't have any news to read. All of our station's reporters have passed after contracting Radical 6. So have my... Excuse me. I've managed to keep us on the air until now. But I'm out of tricks. It's time for me to sign off. This concludes our broadcast day. I pray that someday our world can be cleansed of this horrible plague. Goodbye.
For a moment, I just stared at the TV. The roar of the static seemed to fill the entire room until with a click, it disappeared too. Had the power gone out? I heard footsteps behind me and turned around. You! That outfit looks awfully familiar. Akane?
It looks like the first step was successful.
What the fuck? You killed me!
Killed?
I guess technically you're going to kill me 45 years from now, but still.
Hey, no need to be rude about it. I didn't kill you. I hit you with the butt of the knife. You're fine.
I'm okay?
Yes. You and Phi needed to experience a state of crisis. That was the only way.
So what, I got scared and like pissed my pants because you hit me with the butt of the blade? Me and Phi?
Yes. I only told you about you, but we also needed Phi to jump. Now, you know what happens next, right?
We go to the moon.
Correct. We will be leaving tomorrow, April 14th, 2029. We've nearly finished preparing your shuttle. Only a few last-minute checks and additions. You'll be traveling to Rhizome 9, along with 3 treatment pods.
Alice and Clover, right?
Yes.
What about the third one? Who's in there?
Phi. We put her into cold sleep 2 days ago. She appeared at our headquarters and volunteered to be frozen. That wasn't the Phi who jumped from point C, though. It was Phi before she jumped from point A to point D. In other words, she was following the same path you are, and she still is.
Then that means that after you froze her, the point C version of her jumped back into her body?
Yes. The point C version of Phi is sleeping in that pod. She'll stay there for the next 45 years, sleeping in ice.
Well, that's confusing. Then when she gets to point B, her consciousness will jump to point A, right?
Correct.
Huh. So that's why she didn't look old. So why don't you just stick me in one of those pods?
We can't do that.
Why not?
You haven't figured it out? You have to spend the next 45 years working on the AB project. After arriving at Rhizome 9, you must master genetic engineering and artificial intelligence programming, among other disciplines. Otherwise, you will be unable to create Kyle, Luna, and Lagomorph. And, of course, you will need to develop the chromatic doors and the bracelets. You will also be the person who summons Tenmyoji and Quark. Once you've completed all the preparations, then the project can actually begin.
So you're saying I have 45 years worth of homework to do?
January 25th, 2074. You will defrost Phi and carry her to the 3rd AB room. Once you've done that, the 22-year-old version of you from point A will force you out. And you'll just go back 45 years to your own body on December 25th, 2028.
And then I change history? Do you really think I can keep the virus from getting out?
You have to. If you don't, billions of people will die. Only you and Phi can save them.
What about you? Aren't you an Esper too?
I can't do anything on my own. If this is going to work, I'll need your help.
What about Junpei? Why can't we, like, count on him? Are you just, like, purposefully trying to keep him out of harm's way? Because that doesn't seem like the best plan. So, what do I need to do?
What do you mean?
Like, what specific actions do I need to take? When Phi and I jump to point A, what are we going to do then?
You'll both enter the Mars mission test site.
And after that?
I don't know.
What?
I'm sorry. I really don't know anything about what happens in there. We don't know how the Radical Six escaped. We don't even know why it was there in the first place.
Ah, crap. I feel like you're not being entirely truthful with me. Then we're screwed.
That's why we need your help. You have the ability to jump through time and across parallel worlds. We need you to figure out what happened in that test facility. Things will be difficult, and I'm sure you will find yourself in a great deal of danger.
Really? Greater than what I've already experienced?
But I believe the two of you can overcome any obstacle.
Wait. How do you know it's so dangerous?
The 67-year-old version of you told me what happened. He wasn't able to stop the virus. So I suppose you could say you told me after you failed.
What did I say?
That the test facility is full of traps. There was one point, a woman's life was in danger. You risked yourself for her sake, and lost your arms and your right eye.
My arms and my right eye? What the hell? Suddenly a low rumble shook the building. Ah, crap. What was that?
Go have a look.
I moved slowly to the window and peered outside. On the horizon, I could see a massive mushroom cloud climbing slowly toward the sky. Would we really be able to change the course of history? No, that was the wrong way to look at it. It couldn't be a question. I had to change history. We could save the world. I'm going to change history. I stared at the darkening skies above us and steeled myself. I would succeed. End or beginning? So, here's the thing. It doesn't really tell you this. But, there's a new point on the flowchart. Another time. Before we do that, let's just very quickly go back here so I can take the time to read through the gold files. Because, well, actually, no. We'll go through this first. May as well. It's not too long. The thing is, though, it doesn't say it's a new point on the flowchart. It doesn't even tell us to jump.
Where?
I see you've finally woken up, Kyle.
And that's because we're not playing as Sigma right now. We're playing as Kyle.
Kyle?
Ah, yes. Of course. You've only just woken up in this timeline. It's only natural for some of your memories to be missing.
I lurched upright, jumped off the bed, and ran around to the other side of the partition. The mirror over the sink was covered with a film of dirt. I wiped it off with my sleeve and my reflection stared back at me. Wait, I'm sorry. That's all it was? Dirt? There was no mistake. The reflection belonged to...
Kyle Clem.
So, if this voice actor doesn't sound like what Kay usually has, you would be correct. Kyle's voice actor here, unmasked, for some reason, is Troy Baker. Known for quite a few roles, including Joel from The Last of Us, Vincent from Catherine, and of course, the original star-making role he was known for, Yuri Lowell from Tales of Vesperia. So, I don't know why they gave Kyle a different voice. I don't know why it isn't Travis Willingham. But, okay. Also, yes, this is why the mirrors and every surface we found didn't allow us to see our reflection. Simply because it would spoil the reveal of Sigma being his older self. Though, the fact that Sigma didn't think to wipe the dirt off the mirror, as Kyle just did here, is a little ridiculous. And again, the fact that he couldn't just look in the pond is also a little ridiculous, and I kind of call bullshit on that. Especially since one of the puzzles in one of those timelines required you to look in the pond. Yeah, it was dark, but still. You're seriously telling me there was never a point where he couldn't actually see himself? That's, that logic is a little flimsy. This is also why they kept referring to Sigma as, like, an old man, senile, that kind of thing. And it's also why I said that Sigma technically does have a voice actor, all the way back at the beginning. But we weren't allowed to hear it. Because if we were, it would have immediately spoiled who it was, as soon as we got to the reflection of Zero Sr. Because his voice actor would technically be Jameson Price. Although I suppose they could have also used Troy Baker, but it wouldn't have made sense in that case, timeline-wise. So, yeah.
So, I'm Dr. Klein? Zero Senior's clone?
What? How do you know that? Shouldn't you still be suffering from amnesia?
An excellent question, one I didn't know the answer to myself. I knew who Kyle Klein was. In another history, he had been called K and had worn a suit of armor. He hadn't just worn the armor in that history, though. Apparently, he'd worn it all his life. Kyle had been born and raised in this lunar installation, which seemed to be called Rhizome 9. Rather late in his life, Akane had appeared as a mother figure, and he had consequently grown very attached to her. I knew everything about him, but even though I knew it, I didn't feel it. Was I really Kyle Klein? Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw his face. The spitting image of Sigma Klein in his younger days. I looked down. There was Dio, still handcuffed. Let's kick him for good measure. I turned back around to Luna.
What day is today?
January 27th, 2074.
And today is the last day of the AB project. Akane has explained everything in the garden. And she drew a knife and attacked Phi. How long have I been asleep?
About 5 hours in real time. For them, it would have seemed like a little more than 2 hours.
Huh.
So they still haven't been treated for their Radical 6?
No, they've all been given the antiviral. It just takes a while to have an effect.
Okay, good. Like, good. I guess we just had some extra Excalibur hanging around.
I see. So the consciousness of the younger Sigma has gone back into the past. It should have happened right after Akane attacked Phi, right?
Yes.
Why am I here?
The doctor carried you back here. You were in the pod in the garden.
So the person you call the doctor is Sigma Klein, as inhabited by his age-appropriate consciousness.
Yes, but how do you know that?
An excellent question.
Dio seems to have remained unconscious.
Yes. I've been administering Soparil whenever he gets restless.
Good idea.
What about the others?
They've all gone off to different areas. Tenmyoji and Quark, for instance.
Oh, right! Mr. Klein!
So the sleepyhead's finally up, huh?
What are you two doing here?
What's up?
You don't know where we are?
This is the upper floor of the pressure exchange chamber. The real one.
Mm-hmm.
We were just about to get dressed and head out.
You plan to return, then? To Earth, I mean.
Yeah.
Sigma told us where we could find the shuttle that brought us here. Well, guess he's not really the Sigma I knew anymore. He's Dr. Climb now, or Zero Senior, depending on how you look at it.
So I guess the older Sigma of the timeline where he failed basically jumped back here, while the 22-year-old Sigma is reconstructing things. So I guess he's just like, well, now I gotta live in this timeline with my failure.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Well, I'm just curious why you would choose to return to a devastated planet when you could stay here.
How's staying here gonna help? You aren't gonna say something idiotic about how we should wait here until Sigma changes the past, are you? You can't wait for something that's already happened. Grammar doesn't work that way. Hell, nature doesn't work that way. You following me?
It also wouldn't matter. The fact that Sigma has already gone back would imply that either he has changed the past or he will. Like, there's gonna be a history where that happens. But even if that does happen, well, nothing has changed. They're still here. So even if he did change the past, the fact that you're here to talk about it implies that, well, it's not gonna erase these timelines.
We've already lived through history. Sigma failed to keep the virus from getting out. About 45 years ago, Radical 6 created a pandemic, and the antimatter reactors blew up. That all happened. Whatever Sigma does in the past, history's not gonna change. In fact, it's because of what he did, or didn't do in the past, that we've got this past and present. Let me give you an example. Imagine a group of 100 motorcycles driving down an endless freeway. Eventually, they hit a junction. The road splits in two. One freeway continues off northwest, and the other stretches out to the northeast. So one guy, we'll call him S, pipes up. "Let's go northwest," he says. So they take the northwestern road, but about a mile past the intersection, something horrible happens. A semi driving the other way veers into their lane and plows through the bikers. 90 of them die. The surviving 10 are wounded, but survive. They don't stop, though. They keep riding down that highway, and eventually they'd gone 10,000 miles. Then suddenly, something happens that they couldn't have predicted. S, who had survived, suddenly has his consciousness thrown back in time. He ends up back in his own body just before they reach the junction. He remembers everything. So what does S do? What anybody would do. Let's go northeast. That means all 100 of the bikers survive to reach their destination, happy and healthy. And they all live happily ever after. That's what you're thinking, right? It's a great outcome for the 100 bikers that went northeast. But what about the 10 that went northwest and survived the accident?
Huh? Wouldn't it be 9 people? I mean, S's mind went back in time, right?
Right.
Yeah, I suppose, technically.
Okay, 9 people then. What happens to the reality they were living? Does it just disappear when S changes the past?
If you follow Back to the Future logic, it would, possibly. Sort of. That one is kind of screwy in how it works.
It's not as if it was only bad things that happened during that 10,000-mile trip.
Yeah.
Maybe one of them fell in love with a woman working at a gas station they stopped at and had a child. Maybe one of them picked up a homeless kid who joined them on their adventure. That 10,000-mile journey would be full of stories. Friendships, farewells, romances. The loss of those 90 lives is horrible and unfortunate. But what would rewriting their history mean? The 9 who survived lived full lives. How can it be right to just erase all that? The survivors overcame their own misery and loss and made the best they could of the hand they'd been dealt. Isn't that worth something? Isn't that the best thing that humans can aspire to? Is there really any point to a world where everything is happy? Are people who struggle for a better life just idiots? Being human is about fighting, even when it seems hopeless, and finding happiness, even in a world that hates it. Are you saying that's worthless? If you're saying rewriting the past will erase all these other timelines, then whatever God wrote those rules can Look, I'm just not going to accept that, all right? You get it?
I get it.
If Sigma changes the past, then you and Quark will never meet.
Is he right?
No, it's not going to happen. We're here right now. This is reality. Even if Sigma does change the past, we're not just gonna disappear or something.
Oh! Then that means we get to stay together? Good.
Thanks, kid.
I understand how you feel. Why you want to return to Earth is clear. You have lives there, I imagine. There are likely people waiting for you.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Have you already said goodbye to the others?
Bye, Luna, Alice, and Clover all saw us off. We told them we'd see them again someday, and then came here.
They were the only people you want to say goodbye to?
Well, no point saying anything to Dio.
Besides, he's asleep.
Yeah. I mean, you could say, like, whatever you want to him. Preferably with kicks to the face.
You were asleep too.
Sorry, but we didn't really know much about you.
Well, in this timeline at least.
You have a point. Akane was in the armor in this timeline, after all. What about Sigma?
Well, he's not really Mr. Sigma anymore.
Yeah, it's not like they... Sort of. I mean, he will have experienced the history you went through, so you'd technically be saying goodbye to him. Sort of.
Of course. He is Dr. Klein now that his consciousness has returned.
Yeah, but more importantly, he's the guy who brought us all here.
Yeah, that's also very awkward.
Not a lot of warm feelings there, you know?
And Akane?
Never mind her. She's just like him. Not the Akane I knew. She must have seen some pretty awful things over the years. Hell, she might not even be human anymore. But the Akane Kurashiki I know isn't here. She's not anywhere.
Poor Junpei.
In the end, Clover and I were just pawns.
I want to talk a bit about Tenmyoji's thought process, but I'll do that when I'm giving my final thoughts about the game, its characters, etc.
Pawns to be used and then gotten rid of. Still, it's not like we're completely resentful. We had to be here to help change the past.
Kinda, yeah.
That part's easy to understand. But
kinda sucks, though. I mean, Sigma and Phi have it easy. They get to go back to December 25th in 2028.
I wouldn't say they have it easy, Clover. They're gonna have to go through a lot. And at least one version of Sigma... Hell, Sigma has to go back and live 45 years of this shit. So, yeah, I wouldn't say that's easy.
They'll stop the Radical Six and save the world, and then they'll have a nice, normal future to look forward to.
You're Clover, have you looked at our lives? What part of this is normal?
In other words, they get to go back to Point E and just enjoy history like it was supposed to happen.
And who's to say another crisis won't immediately pop up as a result of all this?
But we don't. We're stuck with Point C as our starting point.
You told us about Tenmyoji's story, right? The one with the motorcycles? It would be like if Alice and I were kidnapped right before the intersection. Then whoever grabbed us takes us to wherever the bikers are going, 10,000 miles to the northwest.
Don't get us wrong. We know why we had to be here. Without us, S's consciousness wouldn't have been able to go back to right before the intersection.
If that couldn't happen, then the fate of those 90 dead bikers would be sealed. But
it's still not the best situation for those of us left in the Northwest.
Yeah.
We're stuck in the reality where the 90 bikers died.
Are we just supposed to go live on Earth? It's a wasteland now.
I guess you could also go to one of the other rhizomes. There's a dozen of them, apparently.
And what about our friends and families? We left a whole world behind 45 years ago.
Yeah, Snake, Seven, Lotus, they're all just gone.
Even if it is for the greater good?
It just doesn't seem fair, does it?
Yeah, it's a little bit much.
So we went and talked to the old lady.
She told us that there is one way.
One way we could get back to the past.
Let's say you do go back to the past. Wouldn't that cause your minds to get thrown back here? That seemed to be how Sigma and Phi's jumps worked, at least.
Yes, you're right.
But this is different.
Different? How so?
From what she said, it sounds like there's a way we can send our bodies back in time, too.
That's ridiculous. It would create a paradox. How could you have 2 Clovers and 2 Alices at the same time?
But that wouldn't happen.
Akane says there's a way around that.
Is there?
How on earth does she plan to do that?
Schrodinger's
cat.
I feel like she's leaving some information out. Something tells me that's more complicated
Oh, hey, Kyle.
than she's letting on. Hey, Phi. The hell are you still doing here?
Figured you'd come here eventually.
Where's Dr. Klein? Luna said you were with him.
He said he was tired, so he's off resting right now. There's a bedroom at the end of the hallway.
I mean, he just got back from losing his arms, so yeah.
He's in there if you're curious. Oh, right. He told me to turn on this hologram projector thing when you showed up. Want me to start it?
Sure.
Yep, go ahead.
Glad to see you. There isn't anything in particular that I have to tell you. However, I imagine there are a great number of things weighing on your mind. I'd love to answer all your questions, but unfortunately, my circumstances make that an impossibility. I hope you can forgive me. Everything I know, Phi should also know. I have instructed her to answer any questions anyone might have. Anyone other than Kyle, that is.
What does he mean, other than Kyle?
Who knows? Is there anything you want to ask?
Right, well...
Did I read that right? That's kind of a dick move there, Sigma. It's just like, answer the questions of anyone at all. Except for Kyle. Don't answer him. Ignore him. Put him in the corner. What the hell, man?
I guess I may as well cut to the chase. Just who are you, Phi?
I'm not Superman, that's for sure.
Oh my god, you're saying that again.
And I'm not Batman or Spider-Man or Aquaman or a Merman or a Wolfman.
Are you Green Lantern?
I'm not a Brahmin or Common or Ramen. I'm not a Cayman either, so you really don't need to worry about anything.
Are you Raven?
Please don't dodge the question. About 5 hours ago, Akane attacked you with a knife. That triggered something which sent your mind back to the past, correct? Specifically, you were sent to Point D, April 13th, 2029. On that date, your body was already in Akane's custody. Although by then you were in cold sleep. You wouldn't have regained consciousness, but your mind was now inhabiting that body. That pod was your home for 45 years. You slept there, frozen, until the time was right. Then on January 25th, 2074, you were finally thawed out, even though you didn't wake up. Still unconscious, you were carried to the AB room. That was when your consciousness changed bodies again. A version of you from December 25th, 2028 arrived, pushing you out, and sending you back to December 25th, 2028. This is when you finally woke up. In 2028, you found and joined forces with Sigma, whose older mind was inhabiting his younger body. Together, you attempted to infiltrate the Mars mission test facility. Unfortunately, your plan failed. The Radical Six did escape on New Year's Eve. That failure determined the path you followed. Instead of going along the line that branches out to the right from Point E, you headed straight to Point D. Point D being April 13th of the following year. That was the day that you made your way to Akane's hideout and asked to be put into one of the treatment pods. Another consciousness enters your body around that time from the future. It is, of course, the version of you that left your body when Akane attacked you in the garden. This caused the two versions of you to swap places, and you moved 45 years into the future, where you woke up on the garden floor. That put you on the line that comes here.
God, you need a flowchart just to keep track of the people, much less the timelines.
So if we discount the time you spent in cold sleep, for you, only 3.5 months have passed since that happened. That being when you were sent back into the past from the garden. Have I missed anything?
No, everything you talked about you got right.
What do you mean by that?
I'm kind of an unknown variable in this equation. You could think of me as a kind of X factor. It's taken me the last 3.5 months to understand it.
And I haven't understood anything in the last 3.5 seconds. Could you please explain?
It's kind of like the relationship between classical mechanics and modern physics.
Ah, yes. Something everyone knows about.
Strictly speaking, you can't combine velocities with v1 plus v2. v1 plus v2 divided by 1 plus v1 times v2 over c squared is the actual equation.
It's good to know you're speaking just basic English.
Of course, the sort of velocities we encounter in day-to-day life don't come close to being c squared, which is the speed of light squared. That means that 1 plus v1 times v2 divided by c squared is usually going to evaluate to something pretty close to 1. Since that would mean dividing by 1, it's usually okay to just skip that step and use v1 plus v2. You see what I'm saying?
No. Fi, I already had a headache. You're giving me a migraine.
In most situations, it works, even if it isn't technically correct. So you knew enough to get the stuff you were talking about, right? As long as you stick to that, you won't run into any problems.
I don't quite understand. In fact, I feel like you're dodging my questions.
So was that what you wanted to ask about?
No. What I really want to know is what happened between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028. You and Sigma infiltrated the Mars mission test site, didn't you?
Yes.
What happened there? How did Sigma lose his eye and both his arms? And why was Radical 6 in there in the first place? What could a deadly virus have to do with the simulated mission to space?
Sorry, but I can't tell you that.
Why?
Because it would change history.
Pretty much. Also, it's spoilers.
There is a history where the virus didn't escape. That's the line that goes to the right of point E. In that timeline, humanity isn't heading for annihilation, and Earth isn't red. The future is much brighter. But if I tell you what you're asking me right now, then that reality will disappear. You understand?
I mean, it won't disappear. It's just we would create a new reality where that doesn't happen.
I don't. Why would all of that disappear if you told me what I want to know?
You're about to go back to the past, right?
The past? Don't be silly. I can't do that.
Then where the hell did you learn all this stuff? I just listened to you tell me a bunch of things you shouldn't have known about. You were sleeping in the pod in the garden. You just woke up. So how can you know all this? You know my past. Sigma's past.
It is true.
I shall give you your answer.
Anyone notice the ring on Akane's finger? Just a interesting thing to keep in mind.
You are not Kyle Climb. Your body is Kyle's, but your consciousness is not. Think about it. Do you really believe you're Kyle? Or could you be someone else entirely?
Then, where is the real Kyle's consciousness?
Oh, we got a question mark.
He was thrown out when you entered. Right now, in a manner of speaking, he has arrived at December 25th, 2028.
What the hell is he doing there?
His consciousness has gone into a body from that time. I doubt you know how much the Doctor loves Kyle. He raised him on his own. Kyle is irreplaceable. Do you really think he would go back to the past and leave Kyle behind here?
Maybe.
I know what I told the others, that Kyle was Dr. Climb's spare, but that was not his only purpose. Kyle's consciousness is integral to what we are trying to accomplish. This new mission begins on Christmas and ends on New Year's Eve 2028. Its purpose will be to infiltrate the test facility and prevent the spread of the virus. For this to happen, Kyle is absolutely necessary.
And that is why he created him?
Yes.
So now that my consciousness has entered his body, the Doctor has achieved his objective. Kyle has gone back to 2028 to participate in his mission.
Correct.
There's one thing that troubles me. Kyle was created before reaching point B from point D. That means his body did not exist on Christmas in 2028. Does that mean he has entered my body? Have we just switched places?
I suppose you could put it that way, yes.
That's ridiculous. What's going to happen to me? You telling me I have to spend the rest of my life here in this box, living in a borrowed body?
No, not at all. You can travel freely through time and space. You are an uncontrolled variable that entered our closed system. As such, the rules of this world do not apply to you.
I have no idea what...
Please don't try to play dumb. I know what you are. Surely you must know by now, too. You are about to go into the past and save the world. Phi and Sigma, even with all of his future knowledge, will need your help. Only you can right the horrible wrongs of our past. Only you can save the world.
There's no way I...
Yes, there is. You have to. Don't you want to know the truth? Don't you want to know what happened in between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028?
Don't you want to play the third ZeroEscape game?
Well, yes, I do, but...
Then you must believe. Reality is shaped by what we believe reality should be. If observation can change the motion of a particle, then how is it odd to think that human thought can shape reality? Your will can change history. The world will be reshaped into the one you imagine.
You done talking to Kaname?
Remember what I've told you.
I barely do.
Only you can change history. Only you can save the world.
Only you can prevent forest fires. That's right. We are Yogi the Bear. Alternative end. And with that, we've pretty much seen everything in the game. The last thing we have to do is, well, read the gold files that we've been collecting. And I think I'll go all the way back here to the jump start, just so we can get some silence to read it. Because unfortunately, you have to be inside of the timeline in order to read the files. You can't just read it from the flowchart for some reason. But before I do, one last thing to say here regarding Akane. As a little bit of a fun fact, I suppose, the young Akane obviously has a different voice actress than her older version. The voice actor we heard here is the same as we heard in 999, both in English and Japanese. However, this was not the case in the original 3DS version. Here, she's voiced by Rena Strober, which she will be in the next game, obviously, and that was actually her first time voicing the character, and as she did in 999. Her Japanese voice actor has been the same across the whole series, meaning this is technically the first time she voiced her. But in the original 3DS version, the young Akane actually had a different English voice actor. Specifically, Ali Hillis, I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly, who's famous for roles such as Palutena from Kid Icarus Uprising, and specifically that game. She does not reprise her, I believe, for Super Smash Bros. Or such. Jessica from Resident Evil Revelations, and of course, most famously, Lightning from the Final Fantasy XIII games and the various spin-offs and sequels. I don't know why she doesn't reprise her for the third game and the first. Maybe there was just like a schedule conflict. Maybe there was budget concerns. I don't know. Anything I could say would just be theorizing. But it was worth noting. So let's go back here so we can finally read these things. It feels appropriate to read them at the very beginning of this journey. Go to archives. Anything we have left over here? So we can mark it off as not new anymore? Well, that, I guess. Oh my god. Let's just get all that out of the way. There we go. Now we can do this. We have 16 files to get through. Like I said, collecting all 16 of these is necessary in order to unlock that last little route. After I'm done reading this, I'll give some information about the meaning behind these characters' names, if there is any, as well as my final thoughts on the game. So yeah, this is just going to be talking at the end. So you can just put this on in the background if you want to. File 1. The AB room. This is where you play the AB game. It appears to be an elevator car. There are 6 AB rooms in the warehouse on floor A. From the left, they're referred to as first, second, third, etc. The interior of each room is identical to the others, with a voting device on the wall and a hatch in the ceiling. AB gate. This refers to the door of the AB room. Most elevator doors open horizontally, but this one opens and closes vertically. Most elevators also include a safety feature that prevents the door from closing if anything obstructs it. These doors have no such safety feature. Well, that's fun. Bracelet 1. Each participant has a bracelet attached to their left wrist. If a participant breaks the rules or fails to fulfill certain conditions, then a set of 4 needles in the bracelet will inject them with 2 chemicals in succession. There are only 2 situations in which will cause the bracelet to come off. 1. The person wearing it completes the game and escapes. 2. The heart of the person wearing it stops beating. Attempting to break the bracelet or attempting to force it off will be considered a violation of the rules. You know, except for using tinfoil like Luna told us. AI. That's not what I clicked, game. AI. AI is short for artificial insemination, which is a process by which eggs are fertilized without the use of a male organ. It is commonly used in the breeding of dairy, cattle, and pigs, but has also been... Oh, I'm being told that in this case AI stands for artificial intelligence, which is another thing entirely. Yeah, not all of these are informative. Some are primarily comedic. Have a nice... 1. Word 0 the third says before he leaves. There are a few variations. Have a nice trick. Have a nice trap. Have a nice traitor. Quantum computer. Oh dear God. I'm going to say this right now. I don't understand what at least one of these symbols means. So, a device built by Tom Kwan, a Boise, Idaho computer. That's actually a lie. A quantum computer is a highly advanced machine that uses quantum phenomena such as superposition and entanglement to perform calculations. Let's say, for example, that you want to determine the prime factors of 5183. A Van Neumann-style computer, let's call him Paul, would say, can I divide it by 2, 3, 5, and just run through the numbers like that until it got the answer. Mr. Kwan, on the other hand, the computer, not the imaginary commuter, would just look at 5183 and say, obviously it's 71 times 73. A traditional computer with n bits can only be in one of 2 delta n states at once, but a quantum computer with n qubits can be in up to 2 delta n states simultaneously. This means that a quantum computer can complete calculations that are currently impossible. That's amazing, Mr. Kwan. Are you seeing anybody? I wish I knew what those symbols were actually called. I assume delta just because that's what I've seen a triangle as before, but I may very well be wrong. Actually, maybe I can look it up. Well, I couldn't find anything. Or at least what I got was very inconclusive. I'm just going to call it a delta symbol. The N, for what I could find, just seems to be the letter N, but lowercase. The thing that looks like a triangle without the bottom part, I think it was like called a caret or something else. Hard to say. But I'm just going to say delta, because I really don't care. I am not a math whiz, and if you want me to know what it is, at least speak it in plain English, please. Like, have one of these files say what that is. Not everyone knows math well. Floor A graffiti. Someone has written 2 milkmen go comedy on the wall in the warehouse on floor A. Presumably it refers to a pair of milkmen visiting a comedy club. The sentence construction, however, is obviously wrong. There must be a reason why. Yeah, so this is why it's recommended not to read the gold files as soon as you get them. This is gotten right as you finish on the first escape room. But as such, it spoils you to the function of the bracelet and to the existence of the graffiti before you even see them. Well, before you see the graffiti, before you learn about the specific functions of the bracelet. It gives you this information prior to learning it. And it may not be that bad for something learned a few minutes later, but for stuff that you sometimes learn in different timelines, because yes, one of these will explain Free the Soul, and you get it from a timeline where it's not even really brought up that much at all. Yeah, it's a very common question among fans, like, should new players read these after they get them? Should they wait until the end of the game? Because a good deal of this information will also be fairly redundant now that we've beaten the game. So it's hard to say how well put together these are. What is the Nonary game? It's a deadly game that 9 people have been forced to play. The official game is Nonary Game Ambidex Edition. As part of the Nonary game, the participants must also play the Ambidex game, or AB game. Nonary game rules. What is the purpose of the Nonary game? To escape by walking through the door marked with a number 9. How do you open the number 9 door? You have to earn at least 9 BP. How do you earn BP? Go to the AB room and play the AB game. How do you enter the AB rooms? Next to the AB gate is a card reader. Just slide the designated card key into it and the door will open. Where are these card keys? Behind the CDs. That was quite literally just word for word something Sigma said in narration. Supplementary rules. Here are a few more rules for you. Once you've opened a door, you can hop through it as much as you like. The chromatic doors are like that too. Once you open them, even I can keep you from going in and out of them. Any color bracelet can go through them, and as many people as you like. But, you have to escape before you can take advantage of this free reign rule. Once you've activated the chromatic door and gone through it to the puzzle beyond, it won't let you go back until you've solved the puzzle. And this is literally just something that... Wait a minute. Hang on. Oh my god, it is literally just this. But with the text added so you can actually read it. And even then, the text isn't that blurry. You can read it here. So that is literally just that. That's a little lazy. Pair solo. In addition to a number, each bracelet will say either solo or pair. Each color will have 3 bracelets, 1 solo and 2 pairs. The 2 people who have the same color pair bracelets will share the same fate and must vote together as one. BP. This refers to bracelet points. The number of BP you have will be displayed on your bracelet. If your BP is greater than 9, then you can open the number 9 door and escape. However, if your BP drops below 0, then the needles built into your bracelet will activate. Number 9 door. This door is found in the warehouse on floor A. Anyone with 9 or more BP can open the door and escape the nunnery game, so in a sense, this door could be considered the ultimate goal of the participants. Once the number 9 door closes after someone with 9 BP has opened it, there's no way to open it again. During his explanation, Zero the Third said, the number 9 door can't stay open for more than 9 seconds. This is not strictly correct, however. The time period Zero the Third is referring to is the time when the door is fully open. That means that if one takes into account the time when the door is opening and when it's closing, it is open for somewhat more than 9 seconds. Well, that's odd. Total lunar eclipse. At certain times, the sun, earth, and moon align in such a way that the moon is completely within the earth's shadow. This causes the moon to appear reddish-brown in color as light from the sun passes through Earth's atmosphere and reflects off the moon's surface. Incidentally, the game refers to a lunar eclipse on New Year's Eve in 2028, which is, or rather will be, an actual event. It will be visible only in the Eastern Hemisphere at 1652 Universal Time. Soparil Beta. One of the drugs used by the nunnery bracelets, and an extremely powerful anesthetic. It is the first drug injected when a participant breaks one of the rules. This drug also appeared in Virtue's Last Reward's sister title, 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors. It was created by Mr. H, who is the president of Cradle Pharmaceuticals and appeared in 999. He developed it by extracting and purifying an alkaloid from a variety of mandrake. High usage can lead to some side effects, including severe memory loss. It can also be aerosolized and used as an anesthetic or knockout gas. So yes, the white smoke we've been seeing, it's just Soparil. But memory loss, that's quite interesting. Surely that won't be important. And yes, the files will occasionally break the fourth wall. Tubocurarine. One of the drugs used by the nunnery bracelets, and an extremely powerful muscle relaxant. This is the second drug injected by the bracelets if a rule is broken. The tubocurarine is injected 9 minutes after the Soparil. It causes the respiratory muscles to cease functioning, and the body perishes from lack of oxygen. Tubocurarine is a component in some of the poisons used by indigenous populations in South America, who dip their arrows with poison when hunting. It can be counteracted with a cholesterol inhibitor, but it's not clear if the nunnery game facility has any of this antidote available. I know Clover pronounced that, but I can't for the life of me remember how, and I don't think I could even if I did remember it. ATOM. Acronym for the Automatic Diagnosis and Analysis Machine. This device uses nuclear magnetic resonance imaging to examine and diagnose anyone put into it. It's similar to the MRI machines you might find in modern-day hospitals, only much smaller and more efficient. An advanced computer built into the device can automatically diagnose most issues and ailments. If the subject of diagnosis is already deceased, the ATOM can perform a virtual autopsy to determine the cause of death. Newspaper excerpt. This is literally just the newspaper we read about Radical 6. Pandemic. When an epidemic spreads beyond a certain area, it becomes a pandemic. Some historical pandemics include cholera, typhoid fever, tuberculosis, the Black Plague, and smallpox. Certain influenza outbreaks have also reached pandemic or near-pandemic levels of infection. In Spain in 1918, an influenza outbreak was said to have caused 40 to 50 million deaths. Why can I not speak while recording? Radical 6, a powerful virus whose worldwide spread is an integral part of this story. If you want to know what Radical and 6 means, you'll just have to play the game and find out. Well, at least they don't spoil you to that. Injection gun, a powerful syringe that uses easily swappable vials. Did we really need an entire section of the file for that? Primary chromatic door. There are a total of 7 varieties of chromatic doors in the nunnery game facility, one for each of the following colors: cyan, magenta, yellow, red, green, blue, and white. The primary chromatic doors will open at a specified time. Participants can see how much time is left until the primary doors open by pressing the buttons on both sides of their bracelets. And yes, you can get this fairly early and just tell you about that. So yes, you can discover that the last set of chromatic doors is white. before you even see them. Okay. Secondary chromatic door. Several conditions must be met by the group that enters the primary door in order for the secondary door to open. There must be 2 pair bracelets and 1 solo bracelet. The colors of all 3 bracelets must together form the color of the door that they are trying to enter, or its complementary color. That's kind of hard to remember though, so let's look at it like this instead. Red plus blue equals open the magenta secondary door. Green plus green equals open the magenta secondary door. Green plus red equals open the yellow secondary door. Blue plus blue equals open the yellow secondary door. Blue plus green equals open the cyan secondary door. Red plus red equals can open the cyan secondary door. Got that? EU. So this is what Tenmyoji and Quirk were talking about. Tenmyoji rated the swimsuit poster a certain amount of EU. This finally explains it. Stands for erotic units. EU is a system developed to measure a combination of physical, emotional, and situation attractiveness. It ranges from 0 to 20, where 20 might be Marilyn Monroe and 0 might be Gilbert Gottfried. Hey man, don't mock Gilbert Gottfried. For the curious, Danny Trejo rates 16 AU. Just being sexy does not guarantee a high EU rating. Not to be confused with competing systems of hotness or sexability, the EU system weighs a number of factors, such as practicality, sustainability, emotional investment, and the bias of the observer. Women with a high EU rating have usually mastered the art of the tease. You can really tell Uchikoshi wrote these himself. Grandpa videos. Oh god. Do I really want to know what Junpei's watching? A collection of films that Tenmyoji has gathered. Their content isn't really explicit per se, but they still aren't really appropriate for someone's Quirk's age. It should be noted that the term does not imply the videos contain grandpas or grandpa-like actors. Well, that's disappointing. I wanted to see a video of just, like, grandpas beating the shit out of each other. Sigma's cat problem. Get ready for probably the standout part of these files because of how bizarre it is that they felt the need to explain this, and also the absurdity of the explanation. Sigma's cat problem, part 1. Sigma has a strange verbal and possibly psychological tic which causes him to make cat puns whenever he talks about cats. The cause of this behavior seems to be an experience he had as a child. When Sigma was in preschool, there was a deserted house near his school that everyone called the Cat Mansion. He'd always loved cats, so every day he would visit the cat mansion and give the cats that lived there some of his lunch. One day he realized that he could understand what the cats were saying to one another. A magical black cat appeared and told him that it had given him this gift in exchange for giving food to its fellows. But, the magical cat said. To be continued. Well, we're continuing that now. You can never tell anyone about your gift, the magical black cat warned. If you do, you'll be cursed. But young Sigma was so happy about his newfound ability that he slipped and told a girl about it. So the black cat cursed him. His curse was to speak only in cat puns for the rest of his life. Fortunately for him, a magical white cat came along soon afterwards, felt the curse was a little too harsh and lessened it, so that he would only talk in cat puns when he talked about cats. And they lived happily ever after. You got all that? That sound weird to you? Well, congratulations. Every ZeroEscape fan thinks this sounds weird. So, as a bit of a fun fact, this might... The fact that it's a magical black cat and white cat might be a reference to Luna and Artemis from Sailor Moon. As a side note, the Sailor Moon series also has... hang on. The Sailor Moon series also has a cat named Diana. We'll get to that next game. Phone. In case you don't know what the hell a phone is. A device that converts sound into electrical signals and transmits them over a wire so they can be decoded and played back on the other end. It's useful for speaking to people who are far away. The invention of the telephone is generally credited to Alexander Graham Bell in 1876, but there is dispute in some circles as to whether or not this is the truth. In the game, there's a phone in one of the cabins. It can't call outside the facility, of course, but what if you try something like 5309 or 6969? Other numbers might do other things, so give it a try. This is your hint that you can, like, input other numbers for a bit of Easter eggs and funny dialogue. But we've already done that. Golem. The golem is a anthropomorphic animal. The golem is an anthropomorphic creature from Jewish folklore. Golems are made from clay and will obey any orders given to them by their creators without question, although they tend to take instructions very literally. A golem is created by performing a holy ritual, then kneading the clay into the shape of a person, chanting a spell, and writing the Hebrew word emet, truth, on the golem's forehead. Erasing the E changes the word to met, which is Hebrew for death. Doing this deactivates the golem. Golem. One of the golems found in the nonary game facility. He is discovered lying on the maintenance table in the golem bay. His product ID is GTM-CM-GOLM. He has to be referred to by the last bit, which is, of course, Golem. Much to his surprise, this ends up being pronounced like Golem anyway. On a side note, GTM-CM-GOLM stands for Golem Type Male Cockney Model Number Golem. In case you were curious about that. The Chinese Room. The Chinese Room is a thought experiment developed by American philosopher John Searle to contest some of the ideas about artificial intelligence. The experiment itself is explained in more depth in the game, but the general idea behind it is to pose the question, do intelligent responses indicate actual understanding? Searle contests that a computer would be programmed to respond intelligently in conversation with humans, so much so that it would seem to be human itself, but that it would not necessarily, or perhaps could not, actually understand what it was saying. Of course, this raises the question, how can we know that human minds are not, in essence, Chinese rooms? Can we really say that we understand the things we say, or are we just simulating understanding? And yes, a brilliant little bit of foreshadowing, that the room we got this in, or the route we got this in, was Luna's story route. And wouldn't you know it, the girl in the Chinese room looks a hell of a lot like Luna. Turing test. The Turing test is designed to gauge a computer's ability to exhibit intelligent behavior, first developed by British mathematician Alan Turing. The test has 3 participants, a human judge, a human subject, and a machine. The judge engages in conversation with the human and the machine, and if the judge cannot determine who is the machine and who is the human, the machine is considered to have passed the Turing test. When Fi mentions that perhaps she and her companions have been captured to perform a test, she is referring to the Turing test. I'd certainly say that Luna passed the Turing test. Supplementary AB rules. Not voting is not an option. We heard this before. Golem. An acronym for General Purpose Autonomous Labor Electronic Machine. Golems are robots developed and sold by an American corporation called Hephaestus Systems. Some of the units in this facility, however, have had their software significantly enhanced by Zero Senior. A portion of them have also been given ABT created by Zero Senior. Incidentally, ABT is short for Artificial Biological Tissue. Golem's story. The point. The gist of Golem's somewhat rambling explanation is that the center of thought doesn't necessarily have to reside in the body. In the case of Golem, the self clearly resided in the mainframe and operated the body remotely. Since a self-aware robot could exist this way, he theorized, what would prevent humans from doing the same? If humans are actually being controlled by an outside force, then is there actually anything such as free will? That's a horrifying thing to think about. Wound 1. Fourth intercostal left, between the 4th and 5th ribs on the upper left chest. Stab wound. A wound caused by a knife or other sharp object. Wound margin. Clean, continuous. The wound margins are consistent with a stab wound. Wound angles. One sharp, one blunt. This is consistent with a knife wound. Most knives have one sharp cutting edge and one flat edge, which produce this wound profile. So obviously, what happened to Akane? Wound 2. Wound cavity, the depth of the wound. Frequently, this will match the length of the blade used. Wound length. The length, now long ways, is the wound left in the epidermis. Usually, this corresponds to the height of the blade. Wound width, blunt angle. The width of the blunt angle of the wound. Usually, this corresponds roughly to the width of the knife blade, allowing for elasticity of the skin. Coroner. Not to be confused with a coroner is a government official who assists law enforcement by investigating the causes of death and dealing with the paperwork and logistics surrounding corpses. It can also be used colloquially. It can also be used colloquially. Fuck it! It can also be used, this word, to refer to someone who performs these duties, whether or not they are actually employed by the government. If I can't pronounce a word, fuck it. I don't care anymore. Too many words are hard to pronounce. Autopsy. An autopsy is a post-mortem surgery that examines a body in detail to determine the cause of death and evaluate any diseases or injuries that might be present. It is also super gross. Seriously, can I speak for more than 2 fucking seconds? Luminol mixture. Luminol is an organic compound with the chemical formula C8H7N3O2. When mixed with a hydroxide, salt, and hydrogen peroxide, it will glow blue when it comes in contact with blood and certain other substances. This property has made it a useful tool in criminal investigations, where it can reveal blood stains that have been cleaned up. Keep in mind, the next time you're contemplating how to deal with the neighbors listening to death metal at 3 in the morning. Also, it makes a very nice birthday present for Emma Skye. Bracelet 2. At first glance, Kay's bracelet seems different from the others. Specifically, it appears to be attached to his suit. Although the design is slightly different, it is not part of his suit. The bracelet is attached directly to his wrist, with the face looking out through a hole in his armor. Just like the other bracelets, it will only come off when he escapes or when his heart stops beating. Generalized amnesia. A memory condition where the sufferer retains knowledge such as language, social common sense, and so on, but memories of their own past and personality disappear. Its cause is usually psychological, but in rare cases, it could be caused by serious head trauma, like the one that I'm currently suffering at this moment. God, why did a headache have to pop up while I'm reading this? Kay suggested that an extremely painful breakup might have been the cause of his condition, but generalized amnesia usually requires a much more powerful trigger than breaking up with someone. In fact, a painful breakup often has the opposite effect. You desperately want to forget, but find that to be impossible, which leads to all sorts of other mental disorders. Or so the person sitting behind me says. Well, that's interesting. Also, rather ironic that he makes that joke after Sigma himself says in his backstory that he suffered a breakup. Cooked food, 1. Twice cooked pork. I don't even know how to pronounce that. A Sowetian dish? It is made by It is made by pan-frying pork, cabbage, bell peppers, and green onions with dobenjang or tianmianjing for flavor. If I misspeak one more time, I'm going to cut off my own tongue. Paella. Fuck everything. A Spanish dish where one cooks rice, meat, seafood, and vegetables in a shallow pot, seasoned with saffron. There's no space there, by the way. Nasi goreng, an Indonesian dish made with pan-fried rice seasoned with sambal, kicap menes, and terese. Again, I don't know if there's supposed to be a space there. Schnitzel, a German dish. It is made by mixing together meat, flour, eggs, and breadcrumbs, then frying the mixture in butter or lard. Why the hell can I pronounce that simple? Cooked food 2. Yukgaejang, a Korean dish. The process involves stewing beef, vegetables, nimble, and powdered chili peppers together very slowly. The resulting meal is very spicy. Borscht, a Russian dish. Preparation is very simple. You just stew meat and vegetables together for a long time. The finished meal is garnished with beets and sour cream. Tom Kha Gai, a Thai dish made by stewing chicken, chili peppers, and ginger, and nampola in coconut milk. Very spicy. Chef's pasta, whatever the chef feels like making. Sometimes you don't know what it is until you take a bite. Sometimes you don't know even then. Well, that's helpful. Have a nice, word 0 the third says before he leaves. There are a few variations. Have a nice trauma. Have a nice trace. Have a nice trumpet. I don't think he said that last one at any point. Free the soul. 1 second for a drink. A good chunk of this is just going to be unedited because it's just reading. Now, an emerging religious organization with a rapidly growing membership. Some figures claim their congregation numbers over 1 million in countries across the world. Originally, the organization called itself Free the Soul of Y, but later dropped the of Y to become simply Free the Soul. The founder of the religion is known only as Brother, and his true identity is a mystery. Only a small number of the highest-ranking members have ever seen him. The doctrine of Free the Soul demands that its adherents separate themselves from the world, free themselves of lust, and release their souls from their physical bodies so they can be purified. Its followers believe that they will be born again as a new race, and that the world will be transformed into a place of equality with no conflict or poverty. Considering how a peaceful world of equality with no conflict or poverty usually plays out in the movies, they seem like a pretty scary group of people. Now, something to note here. 1 second. Is the fact that you may be wondering, wait, what is that Y in there? Like, on the soul of Y? What in the world could that be? According to a Q&A, it basically stands for Horus. Free the soul of the Eye of Horus. That kind of thing. Which, considering how a certain character brings that up in the Somnium Files, just makes my theories about them being set in the same general universe even more likely. Well, to me at least. Though it's a rather odd detail to include. Myrmidons. Free the Soul is a powerful new religious order dedicated to establishing a new world order, and the Myrmidons are their elite frontline soldiers in that secret war. The general public knows nothing about the Myrmidons, but their actions have put them on watch lists of intelligence communities across the globe. Rumors say that all Myrmidons have the same face, suggesting that they may all be clones of a single person. No one knows where this rumor comes from exactly, but I can tell you it's a very credible source. Brother. The founder of Free the Soul, although he prefers not to be referred to as such. As a child, he had a younger brother whom he was very fond of. Unfortunately, the worst happened and the younger brother was murdered. Rage and despair filled Brother, and for 9 days and 9 nights, he was consumed by his own misery. On the morning of the 10th day, however, he had a revelation. Mankind was rife with base desires and needed to be purified so that a new world could come into being. God had spoken to Brother and given him a mission. Brother dedicated his life to realizing that mission, and at the age of 26, he established Free the Soul of Y. He claims that Y is a symbol for miracles. Interesting. Bracelet 3. Here's some information that isn't revealed in the game. The bracelet put on the left wrists of the 9 participants in the Ambidex game has an important feature that's never mentioned. As soon as it's put on, a needle on the underside activates and inserts itself in the wearer. That doesn't necessarily mean that it injects a drug, only that it activates and pierces the skin. Maybe there's something on the needle, or maybe there isn't. All that's certain is that when somebody puts on the bracelet, they get poked. AB Game 1. This refers to the Ambidex game. It's fair to assume that AB is short for Ambidex, but it also represents the two choices each player is given, A and B. A is the choice up to ally, B is the choice to betray. When using the voting machine in the AB room, each player must choose to either ally or betray before the time limit is up. AB Game 2. A round of the AB game is played between members of the groups that went through the previous chromatic door together. The two members of the pair play against the single solo. Each party can choose to either cooperate or betray. The BP of each player will change depending on that choice. If you choose to ally and your opponent chooses to ally, you get plus 2 BP. If you choose to ally and your opponent chooses to betray, you get minus 2 BP. If you choose to betray and your opponent chooses to ally, you get plus 3 BP. If you choose to betray and your opponent chooses to betray, you get 0 BP. So, all the rules we've heard. Penalty. If you break the rules, or if your BP falls below 0, you will be penalized. More specifically, a set of needles in your bracelet will be activated, injecting you with 2 different drugs. The first is an anesthetic called Soprano Beta. 9 minutes later, this will be followed by a muscle relaxant called Tubocurarine. The muscle relaxant will cause your lungs to cease functioning, killing you. In other words, the penalty for failure is death. Voting machine. A machine used by the participants of the AB game to register their votes. It uses a touch panel and is not to be mistaken for an ATM. You hear that, Sigma and Phi? Why'd you make that mistake? Hazmat suit. The manual found in the PEC contains the following text in reference to these suits. The air in this facility is kept at a very high pressure relative to the outside environment. This is to prevent air contaminated by the virus from entering. All persons wishing to exit the facility must proceed through the pressure exchange chamber. In order to prevent the spread of the virus and maintain a sterile environment, all persons entering the PEC must wear a specialized hazmat suit. Anyone not wearing a suit will not be allowed to enter the PEC. Scotch, a type of whiskey made in Scotland. Its unique aroma comes from the peat used in its manufacture. Scotch is Temioji's favorite drink. He often claims a little scotch should scratch this itch after returning home from work, which annoys Quark. Root beer float, a well-known drink made by putting a scoop of vanilla ice cream in some root beer, also known as a black cow. Quark has taken saying root beer floats my boat, which warms Temioji's heart. Floor A and Floor B. The facility has 2 stories. The top floor is referred to as Floor A, and the bottom floor is called Floor B. The A and B supposedly stand for above and below. There's a rumor that the floors were actually named after a particular Swedish pop rock group from the 70s, but everyone involved in this project has insisted that it is a vile and hurtful lie. No idea what that's referring to. Researcher's Journal 1. This is literally just the journal that we read before. Researcher's Journal 2. Researcher's Journal 3. This is an excerpt from the journal of a researcher. Due to space constraints, some sections have been cut out. It is literally just what we heard in the story, so I'm not going to reread that. Jumpy doll. It sounds like someone named a doll Jumpy, but why? Gee, I wonder. The secret of Quark's hat. Don't you think his hat looks kind of weird? There's that huge band that just wraps around his head. Is he hiding a pair of Ferengi ears, or maybe he's just a young Lobot? Well, this is just between you and me, but he's got missiles in there. The sides of his hat are hiding those pods, like you see on helicopters or SAM sites. Except those missiles are tiny, and when he gets in trouble, both sides of the hat opened up, and they just fly out at once like... Just kidding. Actually, he just keeps snacks in there. Excelivir, an antiviral medication made to counteract Radical 6. More specifically, it's an antibody with a natural resistance to the virus. It was found and extracted from an individual in 2038, and then replicated using the IG replicator. An Excelivir injection is the only known way to fight off a Radical 6 infection. Treatment pod. An amazing machine that augments an individual's natural ability to heal, strengthens their immune system, accelerates their metabolism, and can cure many otherwise incurable diseases. In addition, It can creation personalized medicines, perform gene therapy, and even repair the effects of radiation damage. What an incredible machine. It's not that incredible if it can't cure Radical 6, you say? Yes, well, I guess you've got a point. But don't worry, it also has a function called cold sleep. Cold sleep uses cast freezing to freeze the entire body without damaging it. That way, even if the disease you have can't be cured, you can be frozen until a cure is found. Nice little typo. Cold sleep. There are generally two types of cold sleep. The first type involves lowering your internal body temperature. This reduces your basal metabolic rate and induces a state similar to hibernation. In other words, your body is still actively functioning, just very slowly. The other sort of cold sleep is the one in this game. This involves freezing your body to essentially lock it in whatever state it was in. Until recently, this was impossible because the expansion and crystallization that took place during the freezing process irrevocably damaged human tissue. In the world where this game takes place, however, cast technology has overcome this hurdle and made cryonics a reality. The resuscitation rate is nearly 100%. In fact, you'd be much more likely to die in a plane crash, which means that freezing yourself to visit the future is safer than flying from Tokyo to Milan. So much reading. CAS. CAS stands for Cells Alive System. It allows for organic tissue to be safely and non-destructively frozen. In this game, CAS is used to put people in cold sleep. It supercools the subject with a magnetic field and causes them to freeze almost instantly, preventing crystallization. In real life, the problem comes when you try to thaw something out, which also must be done instantly. In this game, however, the technological magic of the treatment pod makes returning from cold sleep possible. The past two nonary games. November 2018. 16 children were reported missing. In actuality, 18 children were taken, but 2 were never reported. The person in charge was someone we will refer to as H. The purpose of the game was to conduct experiments on morphic resonance, with the children as test subjects. I won't go into the specifics here, but the short version is that this was the first nonary game. November 1st, 2027. A total of 9 people participated in this session. They were abducted just as the children had been, but this time H was not in charge of the game. Clover was a participant in both games, and now she finds herself playing the nonary game yet again. Because she apparently has the worst possible luck. Esper Resonance. In the context of this game, Espers are people with the ability to access the morphogenetic field. An Esper can increase the strength of their signal by being in close proximity to other Espers, assuming they are the strongest. The strongest signal will absorb any weak ones nearby and use them to amplify its own strength, sort of like waves. The biggest wave adds the amplitude of smaller waves to its own and covers them up. Nonary Veterans. The following 9 people were participants in the nonary game that Clover claims to have been a part of. 1. Ace, middle-aged man. 2. Snake, Clover's older brother, real name Light. 3. Santa, arrogant, uncooperative young man. 4. Clover, still Clover, just younger and with a jacket. 5. Junpei, hero of 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. 6. June, Junpei's childhood friend, real name Akane Kodashiki. 7. Amnesiac detective. 8. Lotus, attractive programmer, has 2 daughters. 9. Kubota, skittish man, gets blown up. Well, yeah, just go ahead and say it. Neostigmine. A type of carbamate compound which acts as a reversible... What the hell is that word? Which acts as a reversible that word inhibitor, exciting the parasympathetic nerve. This allows it to counteract the effects of the muscle relaxant tubocurine. It can be delivered with an injection gun like the one you see here. At a certain point, whoever comes up with these words, at a certain point you have to accept that the word has too many syllables, and you should basically stop. Just use something simpler. Ice 9. Ice 9 is a special form of water with a melting point of 36 degrees Celsius. In other words, it freezes at room temperature. The idea of Ice 9 was originally put forth by the American science fiction author Kurt Vonnegut. Its version of Ice 9 has a melting point of 45.8 degrees Celsius. There's a rumor that says all the water in Alice's body is actually Ice 9. Who knows whether it's true or not, but if it is, then she has to always keep her body temperature above 36 degrees Celsius. Yeah, good luck with that. H. This refers to Gentaro Hongo. He was one of the characters who appeared in 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors. He was the person who supervised the kidnapping of the children who participated in the Nonary game in 2018. He is the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals and a devoted follower of Free the Soul. Now, slight note, you may be wondering, wait, Ace from the last game is a crazy religious psycho? No. A Q&A seemed to clarify that Ace was part of the organization, but he was mainly doing it for financial reasons. He didn't really believe into what they were about. Morphogenetic field theory. This theory holds that there is a sort of field where the forms, structures, patterns, etc. of everything in reality are stored. This includes abstract things like language, song, thoughts, inspiration, culture, customs, and ideas. Any information contained, transmitted, or created by matter is held in the morphogenetic field. In the ZeroEscape series, people who can communicate by accessing this field are known as espers. If morphogenetic field theory is true, however, then it would mean that, in a sense, all humans are espers of a sort. Immunoglobulin. Immunoglobulin is an important part of the body's defense against viruses, bacteria, and other invaders. It identifies and neutralizes certain threats. The IG replicator found in the lab gets its name from immunoglobulin. Integer factorization. Oh my god. Factorization is a process of reducing a number to a series of numbers that, when multiplied together, give the original number. When taken to its logical conclusion, this will yield a list of prime numbers. For the purposes of factorization, 1 is not considered a prime. Examples of prime factorization. 210 equals 2 times 3 times 5 times 7. 900 equals 2 times 2 times 3 times 3 times 5 times 5. 107 equals 107. Note, 2, 3, 5, 7, and 107 can only be divided by themselves, or 1, which makes them primes. I hope you understood that, because I didn't. Tu fui ego eris. A relatively well-known Latin phrase. It might look like it's talking about a pair of sexy toaster waffles, but it actually means something like, what you are, I was, what I am, you will be. Sometimes used as an epitaph, the implication is that the person in question was once alive, like the reader, but that the reader will someday also be dead. A little ominous, I guess. No idea where you got the idea of sexy toaster waffles. That's a bit of a stretch. SOIS. The Special Office of Internal Security, or SOIS, is an elite intelligence organization under the jurisdiction of the Department of Defense. They investigate potentially disruptive or dangerous elements, such as domestic or foreign terrorists, radical political splinter groups, and religious organizations with extreme agendas that could pose a threat to the state or the citizenry. Their stated purpose is to maintain peace, but their charter authorizes them to arrest, detain, or even kill. Scary. Prisoner's Dilemma. Apple and Banana committed a serious crime and were arrested. Since they were accomplices, the police separated them for questioning and kept them from communicating. A detective visits each criminal and tells them the following. If neither of you spills the beans, you both get 2 years. If he clams up and you confess, you'll get 1 year and he'll do 15. But if you keep quiet and he gives it up, you'll do 15 while he does 1. So I bet you're thinking, what if we both rat out the other guy out? Pretty simple, pal. You both get 10 years. This is the prisoner's dilemma. Do you betray your partner or stay silent? In the AB game, however, sometimes the most rational choice isn't always the best one. Antimatter bomb. This bomb uses the energy generated by the collision of particles and antiparticles. So how does this work? Phi explains. Imagine 2 types of matter that are exactly opposite, like male and female. When they're combined, what happens? According to quantum theory, their numbers add together to make 0, like 1 and -1, and they kind of disappear because they cancel each other out. They call that annihilation, but when they collide, they create something like a baby, except the baby is sort of pure energy, a lot of it. So in other words, an antimatter bomb makes an exploding baby. Does that make sense? Yeah. Sure. Oh. It must make total sense, but only to Death Stranding fans. Detonator. This is a device that will detonate an antimatter bomb. Technically, it's called a remote triggering detonation signal device, but that takes a really long time to type out, so we'll just use detonator. This particular device has two modes of operation, immediate and delay. Pressing the switch when you're less than a meter away from the bomb will trigger the immediate mode, and the bomb will detonate immediately. If you're more than a meter away from the bomb, however, pressing the switch will activate the delay mode, and the bomb will explode 30 minutes later. Cybernetic arm. A device originally creates weaponized genetically engineered psychic bears. Just kidding. It's actually an arm augmented for online sex chat. Not really. In truth, it's the arm from a mysterious libido-powered robot. I'm just messing with you. A cybernetic arm is actually a mechanical limb that you can control with your mind. Really. It is titanium alloy for bones, and those are covered with ABT or artificial biological tissue. The ABT even has artificial nerves, so you can feel pain through it just like a real arm. It has veins that connect to the rest of your body, so if you inject medicine into a cybernetic arm, it'll float onto the rest of your body. Luna's necklace. The necklace Luna is never seen without has a cage containing a blue bird hanging from it. If you twist the key on the bottom, it plays music. Someone special gave it to her as a gift, and she says it reminds her of the following lesson. Search for happiness wherever you can, because the search itself is what will make you happy. 3 Laws of Robotics. The 3 Laws of Robotics were created by science fiction author Isaac Asimov, and play a large part in his robot series. As well as, every other piece of fiction involving robots nowadays. They are as follows. 1. A robot may not injure a human being or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. 2. A robot must obey the orders given to it by human beings except where such orders would conflict with the first law. 3. A robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second laws. Later on, Asimov also developed another preceding rule known as the Zero Flaw, which first appeared in his story, Robots and Empire. Speaking of, the Zero Flaw of Robotics. 0. A robot may not harm humanity or, by inaction, allow humanity to come to harm. Clearly, the Zero Flaw has priority over the first 3, so the first law would have the unwritten axiom, except where this would conflict with the Zero Flaw. Whether or not 016 was aware of this law is unclear, but in any event, 016 did act in accordance with it. Obviously, 016 in this case being Luna. 1 second. You have no idea how much this actually hurts my head to keep reading this over and over. Swimsuit. For some reason, Sigma, or perhaps the author, seems to be unnaturally obsessed with swimsuits. Why is that? Was he involved in a horrible swimsuit accident, now repressed, in his youth? Did he have a crush in high school on a girl on the swim team who put her Olympic aspirations ahead of any possible romance? Is he just a perv? The world may never know. Yeah, I'm gonna put it on probably that last one. Password input device. This device can be used in an emergency to deactivate the antimatter bombs hidden throughout the facility. It doesn't really have any official name. Sometimes it's called the designated computer terminal, but sometimes it's just the input device. The device has small QWERTY keyboard beneath a LCD display. On the top is a large black cable, which can be attached to the bomb you wish to deactivate. Entering the correct password on the keyboard will stop the detonation. Antimatter reactor. In a general sense, an antimatter reactor is a system that generates electricity, or some other form of power, from matter-antimatter reactions. This facility uses hydrogen and antihydrogen. Their reactions power a turbine which generates energy and powers everything in the facility. It looks like a giant octopus, but it's definitely not edible, no matter how you cook it. Well, that's disappointing. Antihydrogen atom. Oh, dear God. A particular type of antimatter. Normal hydrogen atoms have 1 proton and 1 electron, but an antihydrogen atom has the opposite, 1 antiproton and 1 positron. In November 2010, the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, issued a statement announcing that they had captured an antihydrogen atom. They claimed that they had gathered 38 of them, in fact, and managed to hold them in a special container for 0.2 seconds. Less than 6 months later, in June 2011, they managed to capture several more antihydrogen atoms and contain them for more than 1,000 seconds. Although the creation and storage of antimatter is still a difficult obstacle, these results suggest that antimatter reactors could someday be a possibility. I don't know if that's really a good thing. That seems like something that could very easily backfire. TNT equivalent. TNT is often used as a reference point when discussing the power of explosive devices. Specifically, explosive power is usually described by tonnage. The amount of energy 1 ton of TNT produces is approximately 4.184 gigajoules. This means that an explosive device with an output of 1 megaton generates 4.184 petajoules. TNT stands for Trinidad and Tobago? Ah, yes. Trinitroleucine. Trinitroleucine. That's it. It's one of the most common explosives, which is how it came to be a reference point. A kilogram of TNT has 4.184 megajoules of energy, but a kilogram of butter has 30 megajoules. Butter is some dangerous stuff. My head hurts so much. E equals mc squared. Einstein's famous equation. Put simply, it means that energy, E, is equal to mass times m times the speed of light, c, squared. Wait, is that what that sign is? Squared? Okay. It describes how much energy you'd get by annihilating matter with antimatter. A lot. But also carries the interesting implication that with enough energy, you could theoretically create matter. 63 terajoules. Oh dear God. The amount of energy you get by combining 350 milligrams each of matter and antimatter. You can get this number by using the equation E equals mc squared. What do you get when you convert 700 milligrams to kilograms? 7.0 times 10 to the minus 4th, 0.0007 kilograms. Then what's the speed of light? About 300,000 kilometers per second. If you convert that to meters, you get 3.0 times 10 to the 8th, or about 3 billion meters per second. And what if you square that? 9.0 times 10 to the 16th. And then if you multiply that times the original mass, you'd get 63 times 10 to the 12th, 63 trillion. Why are Phi and Alice discussing this in the file? Floor beat graffiti. Memento mori if the 9th line ate the sun. It appears to have been written in some sort of weird paint. Memento mori is a Latin phrase that translates roughly to remember death / mortality. 9th clearly refers to 9th, but it seems to have been spelled wrong, likely on purpose. Why? Perhaps it's an anagram like the words on the wall of the floor. A warehouse. If it is, what does this one mean? Hourglass. The hourglass displayed in the background is actually a 4-second timer. It doesn't have much practical use, except maybe for really impatient people. If you're at a restaurant waiting for your food to come out, for instance, hey, how long are you going to make me wait? I've already flipped this hourglass 100 times. Technically, 100 times would only be 400 seconds, which is 6 minutes and 40 seconds, but saying 100 times is much more traumatic, and therefore much more likely to get a desirable response from the waitstaff. Hey, don't be rude to the waitstaff. They're doing their best. It's a stressful job. Gentle points. Ah yes, this thing Dio brought up. These are a measure of how much of a gentleman you are. Somewhere deep in the United Kingdom is an organization that tracks all gentlemen, determining their caliber based off of an ancient and Byzantine collection of rules and guidelines. Every year during the spring, a representative of this organization conducts a cursory investigation of each member's behavior, or at least appears to, and then rewards gentle points based on what they saw. The following formula is used. Old ladies escorted across the street times top hats owned times puzzle solved times money given to a gentleman tracking organization equals total gentle points. In other words, if you want to be the best gentleman you can, just be Professor Layton. Knife. A small survival knife. It is Myrmidon stamped into the flat of the blade. Blade length, 150 millimeters. Base width, 30 millimeters. base thickness, 3 millimeters. There's blood on it, but whose blood? Gee, I wonder. Floor B hallway locks. Several of the hallways on Floor B use special locks indicated on the map by arrows. On the far side of each arrow is a lever. Pulling these levers will unlock the doors. Once this has been done, you can explore the entire area at your leisure. Principle of causality. Oh god. The law of cause and effect. Specifically that a cause must precede every effect. At the quantum level, however, things aren't quite as immutable. The principle of quantum superposition holds that any physical system, such as an electron, exists at least partially in all of its theoretical states, or configurations, but when measured, gives a result corresponding to only one of them. A classic example of this is the double-slit experiment, where light appears to behave as both a wave and a particle. One of the interesting implications of this is that, in a sense, you are influencing the past. By observing a system, you are defining the cause of an effect you witness, and in a way, altering the past. Normally, I would comment here that the quantum level is where shit gets real, but given the nature of this phenomenon, it seems it would be more accurate to say that the quantum level is where shit gets unreal. I think the reason my head is starting to hurt is just the background. Sometimes it's a little hard to see the words. Also, I think my vision is blurring. Knox's 10 Commandments. Ronald Knox, a mystery writer from the UK, published the following as his rules of writing a mystery novel. 1. The criminal must be mentioned early on. 2. All supernatural or preternatural is that? No. All supernatural or preternatural agencies are ruled out. That doesn't say preternatural. Is that a misspelling? What the hell is that word? 3. No more than one secret room or passage. 4. No hetero... 4. No Why does English suck? Why is English such a terrible language? No, this word, undiscovered poisons may be used, nor any appliance which will need a long scientific explanation. 5. No one with extrasensory perception or similar powers can appear. 6. No accident must ever help the detective, nor must he ever have an unaccountable intuition which proves to be right. 7. The detective must not commit the crime. 8. The detective must declare any clues he may discover. 9. The stupid friend of the detective, the Watson, must conceal nothing from the reader. 10. Twin brothers and doubles generally must not appear unannounced. If you can't tell, every single one of these rules has been broken in this one story. That is the reason it's being told to you. I'll be honest though, I've never even heard of those 10 rules before this game. So I don't know if anyone even really bothers to follow them at all. Sun/moon/star key. 3 different types of card keys generally found in the saves in each room and used to open the AB gate. Without them, you can't open the AB gate to play the AB game, which means you can't gain a BP. In other words, getting one of these cards is the first step to your escape. The Sun key is used during the first round, the Moon key for the second, and the Star key for the third. Slingshot. An elementary device that uses rubber to launch a small projectile, frequently used by adolescent ne'er-do-wells. Can be used as a necklace, but this is not recommended. Yeah, I would hope so. Test Site Mystery. The site in question was for a simulated manned mission to Mars held in the Nevada desert. On New Year's Eve 2028, the audio logs from the simulation contain a woman's voice, assumed to be one of the test subjects, saying the following. 6 of us are dead. Counting myself, there are only 3 left. I guess you could say I killed them. No, that's not quite right. Not just them. Not just these 6. All of them. All 6 billion. Most evidence seems to suggest that this was the beginning of the Radical 6 outbreak, and that the Nevada facility was the epicenter of the pandemic. Keep these words in mind. Termite. A general term used to refer to the insects in the epifamily of Termitoidea. Of the cockroach order Blattoidea. That's right. Even though they're sometimes called white ants, termites aren't even in the same family as ants. they're in the cockroach family instead. Also, king crabs are in the hermit crab order, and the remora is in the Perciformes order. Uchikoshi, why do you torment me with words that I can't pronounce? Or have even never heard of? Have a nice blank. Words Zero the Third says before he leaves. There are a few variations. Have a nice trouble, have a nice tragedy, have a nice trust. Conjunction. A term used in positional astronomy. Put simply, it means that two celestial bodies appear near one another in the sky. When used in the context of our solar system, it often refers to a position where a given celestial body is aligned with the sun. For example, when Mars is on the opposite side of the sun from Earth, it is considered to be in conjunction with Earth. Mercury... I misread that. For example, when Mars is on the opposite side of the sun from Earth, it is considered to be in conjunction with Earth. Mercury and Venus, which orbit closer to the sun than the Earth does, have two types of conjunction. When they are hidden on the other side of the sun, this is referred to as superior conjunction. When they are lined up on the near side of the sun, this is called inferior conjunction. Temioji's picture. This is the photograph that Temioji was holding. The subject is a girl named Akane Kodashiki. Akane was one of the people who appeared in this game's sister title, 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors, as a childhood friend of Junpei, the title's main character. In 999, she was 21 years old. This picture was taken 9 years before then, when she was 12. Look at the left side of the picture. If you look closely, it almost looks like there's a man grinning in the background. Do you see him? Don't worry if it seems like a little strange. A spirit medium has told us that the person in this picture is a guardian spirit who's looking after her. He must have shown up here because he's heard about what sort of destiny she has in store and decided to see how she was doing. That's not terrifying. And finally, the last ones. Oh, the last file. Minkowski space. A way of describing reality that adds a fourth dimension of time to the 3 dimensions of space. It was described by German mathematician Hermann Minkowski, and therefore bears his name. It's also the name of a ski resort of miniature cows. How specific. Lagomorph. The scientific name for the order to which rabbits belong, and Zero the Third's actual name. Yep, that's why he's called that. It's just that simple. Temioji and Alice. When they were split up at the red, blue, and green chromatic doors, Temioji told Alice that there was something he had to tell her. That something was, of course, his identity, and that he'd already know all about Alice in Ice 9, and not because he'd heard about it from Clover. Temioji and Clover. After the second round of the AB game, after going through the purple and green doors, Clover, as a solo, was heard to say the following to Temioji, her opponent. What the heck did you mean with all that? It's not fair. If you're telling the truth, then So what had Temioji said to her? The same thing he'd meant to say to Alice, of course. He told her who he was. That simple fact shook Clover's resolve and made her vote ally. It probably hadn't been his original intention to betray her, but after thinking about Quark's safety, he probably felt he had no choice and picked betray. Not sure why they felt the need to put these here in the files. I'm pretty sure the players could have pieced that together, assuming they even remember those moments happened. AB project. A can stand for after and B for before, but they can also stand for anima and body. Everything that happened in this facility was part of the AB project. The mystery of Phi. So, who was Phi? There are a few clues scattered throughout the story, but nothing conclusive. Perhaps the truth will be revealed at the Nevada test site. Indeed it will. Though, let's just say that it makes certain moments in this game uncomfortable, to say the least. Deactivation passwords. Here's a little something more about the bomb deactivation passwords. Those passwords, they aren't just gibberish. There's something hidden in each one. I can only give you one hint. +1. Good luck. There's a lot more to the story, but I think we'll stop the secret archives here. Thank you for playing, and we hope you enjoyed the game. I've already told you what the bomb passwords basically translate to. Though, one thing I will note, I mentioned that one of the passwords translates to crash keys. One thing that, for some reason, the files never actually point out, Crash Keys is the name of the organization that Akane and her brother Aoi are a part of, and helped organize the second Nonary game. I assume that they funded it through Santa's, stock experience? Hard to say. And if you're wondering why the password translates to crash keys, like, how would Dio even know about that? Apparently they just messed with the password. They changed it. So, that's a fun little detail. But again, not sure why they can't just, like, tell you about crash keys in the files. Some of these are rather pointless, especially by the end of the game, as it's mainly just recycling information, or in the case of these two, telling you things that you should have been able to piece together already. But yeah, that was a lot of reading. I need a small break, so there will be a brief cut here. And when I come back, I will talk about the meaning of the characters' names and my final thoughts on the game. Alright, we're back. My head hurts less. But I'm going to quit out of this to finally return. And we'll go to the options menu so there's some music playing in the background while I talk. And not just pure silence anymore. I couldn't do that for the files, but I can do it here. So, why don't we start with our protagonist, of course, in terms of names. That being Sigma Klim. Sigma is on the 18th letter of the Greek alphabet, which, in a sense, could be a reference to his status as the second protagonist of the series. After all, 18 is 9 times 2. However, it's also a Greek letter used to denote metallic ratios in mathematics. The first and most known ratio is the golden ratio, which can also be denoted as this symbol that I honestly don't know how to pronounce. But it is usually denoted as Phi's Greek letter, as the Greek letter that is often pronounced as Phi. I'll let you think about that for a second as to what that could mean. As for his surname, Klim, it's a short form of the Russian and Ukrainian version of the given name, Clement. The name of 14 popes and Clement of Alexandria, a 3rd century theologian who attempted to reconcile Christian and Platonic philosophies. But it seems like it's not related to that at all, as far as we can tell. Instead, it may just be because it's, well, if you spell it backwards, it's milk, which fits with Sigma's cat theme. Not to mention that he mentions the white blood out of his arms looks like spilled milk. I'll also be mentioning their nicknames given to them by Zero the Third. But for Sigma, there's not really much to say, because it's just Siggy. Nothing else. It's a pretty standard thing. As a slight note, I should mention that while Zero gives them nicknames in the English version, in the Japanese version, this didn't happen. Instead, he just referred to them with specific honorifics that were meant to sound insulting. Naturally, this doesn't translate over that well, so they just went with nicknames instead. God, of course I have hiccups during this. As for my opinion of Sigma as a character, I gotta admit, I'm not as big a fan of him as Junpei. In fact, and this may be rather controversial, he's probably my least favorite protagonist in the ZeroEscape series. Mainly just because, yeah, he's a good person deep down, but I feel like the only thing that really makes him stand out is his pervertedness, and not much else. And that can get on my nerves a little bit, especially because sometimes it just comes out of nowhere and serves no purpose other than to creep both the player and the characters out. Other than that, he's also kind of dumb. He needs things explained to him multiple times, even like the complete obvious. This mainly happens in the easy mode version of the escape rooms, but I mean, those are valid alternate timelines, so it still counts. But besides that, there's nothing really to say about him. I like his design. I like his role in the story, but I feel like what's there just isn't enough to make me like him over any of the other protagonists. In fact, I tend to like a good chunk of the characters in this game more than him. And the whole thing about me disliking him for his pervertedness is rather ironic, because I absolutely love Kaname Date, the original protagonist of The Somnium Files, who is even a bigger pervert than Sigma. I'll get into that when I play that game. Next, let's talk about K, or Kyle Klim. Now, I couldn't really find anything specific about Kyle, specifically as a name, in terms of meaning that would apply to him. However, what's rather interesting is that it is apparently treated as something of a unisex name, meaning that it could apply to both genders. So, it kind of fits that K's armor could be worn by Akane. But additionally, there's also the fact that K could stand for not only Kyle, but also Klim, and could also stand for Akane's surname, Kurashiki, and also her nickname, Kane. So it's a rather clever name all around. As a side note, apparently, his favorite food is mooncake, and and while living here, he loved playing Angry Birds. Because of course he did. You know what that means? Sega. Strike up a deal with Spike Chunsoft and Uchikoshi for a deal. Have Angry Birds and ZeroEscape crossover. As for his nickname, it is Potassium. And this is a reference to the periodic table of elements. The letter K essentially stands for this element. So that's a clever little joke. Next, we have Luna, who is probably the most self-explanatory. Her name comes from the Spanish and Italian word for moon, which makes perfect sense considering we're on the moon. And of course, her nickname is Moony, which again is self-explanatory. Luna is also the Latin word for moon. And considering how important Latin is in this game and series, yep, it's perfect. There's also another element of her, but I'll talk about that in the next game. As for Kay and Luna, it should be specified that Luna is indeed the robot that Kay mentioned was created to act as a mother for him, though apparently it was only his perspective, as in he assumed that to be the truth. Whether or not Sigma actually created her to be a mother to Kay is unknown, but presumably not. Now, as for my opinions of their characters, Kay is a rather interesting one. Simply because it's hard to predict what he'll do, which makes perfect sense considering that in some timelines he's Akane, and in others he's Kyle. And that kind of makes me like him a fair bit. It's hard to say that even after him betraying me, even after the fact that I mistrust him at times, I still like him a fair lot. Just his general demeanor, his design, it's great. Unfortunately, that little plot element I mentioned in the secret ending of him getting involved in the events of 2028 doesn't go anywhere, really. Though I do have a theory about it, which I don't know if I should discuss here. Maybe I'll discuss it at some other time. As for Luna, she's probably my favorite character in the game. I don't know why, I just really like her. And no, it's not just because she's super nice. Well, that's part of the reason. But overall, she just seems like the most sensible character. Like, while everyone else is kind of driven by their emotions and going crazy, she's the most logical one of the bunch. Additionally, the fact that she's a robot kind of adds a good bit of depth to her overall character across the game, especially the fact that she seems to treat the 3 laws of robotics less as rules and more as guidelines. And ironically, all of that combined with her desire to preserve life, even the lives of people who don't deserve it, like Dio, ironically makes her the most human member of the cast. And of course, the piece of music that is primarily attributed to her, Bluebird Lamentation, is such a delight of a song. Next, let's move on to Junpei Tenmyoji. I already mentioned his first name in the previous game, so I'm not going to here. But I had also mentioned at that point that Junpei had a surname that I couldn't talk about for spoiler reasons. And that is this reason, because his surname is Tenmyoji. So, as for what his name means, the thing is, it's not actually a real name. It was made for this game, and it's just an assemblage of Japanese sounds, just like Funya Rimpa. And it effectively means sun, space, moon, earth. Or rather, space, sun, moon, earth, in that order. And that sequence represents an astronomical phenomenon, possibly a Syzygy, Syzygy, or a reference to a total lunar eclipse. In other words, 10 can mean space, but it could also be interpreted as sky or cosmos. Myo, as sun plus moon, and G can mean temple. But it could also be read as terra. In Latin, terra means earth. So his name is just one big astro reference, which is pretty fitting. Now, about his actual character. You may be thinking, wow, why did Junpei turn out to be so much of a jerk in the 45 years? Well, one, obviously, the fact that he went through 45 years of hell with Radical 6 and the antimatter reactors. Not to mention, in the timelines where he is the most standoffish, it's after finding the dead Akane, someone he's been looking for decades. So of course he's gonna be a bit off-kilter. But even then, it kind of still makes sense with his character. Junpei was not a pure, good-hearted hero in 999. Some people tend to forget that. He could be manipulative if he wanted to. Aside from tricking Ace into revealing who he was, and that he was the one who presumably tried to kill Snake, there's also the fact that if you choose the number 3 door, he does it in a way that leaves people behind to die, or at least he thinks he is. All for the sole fact of him wanting to be with Akane, which is incredibly selfish. He's not a pure of heart person who can do no wrong. He has flaws, and he can be quite selfish. Hell, it's even shown in this game the fact that he dragged Quark along for all this. And honestly, I find his character rather fascinating. he's the one who's the most questioning of Akane's methods. Well, Akane and Sigma's methods. Of the idea of utilizing all these timelines to achieve this outcome. And effectively treating those timelines as, well, expendable. So what if all those people died in horrific ways in those timelines? At least we created this one timeline where we have a happy outcome. When you think about it like that, it's easy to sympathize with him. Yeah, you may not be living in those timelines, but is it really okay to just disregard their lives because of that? It's a rather fascinating question, and it's interesting that the person who loves Akane the most, the person that Akane also loves the most, is the one who disagrees with her methods the most. And it's a rather fascinating topic that I'm kind of sad isn't delved too much into in the next game. At least not to as much a degree as I think it should be. Because it could be an interesting conflict of just trying to debate that. Like, what is okay here? We're dealing with a bit of gray morality, but it's not like Akane's methods are treated as if they're wrong. Tenmyoji may point out what's wrong with them, but everyone else seems to think she's right. He's kind of the only one challenging that, and I think it's a disappointment that no one else really is. I don't know. It would be interesting, nonetheless, to get some more clarification about that. But overall, Tenmyoji's probably one of my favorite characters here. Also, his design is simple, but honestly pretty effective. I don't see many characters with bolo ties, at least in this day and age. Now, as for Quark, I don't really have much to say about him. I like his design, and he's a reasonable and nice character, but that's it. Unfortunately, Quark kind of gets screwed out of any development. He spends most of the game missing or unconscious. And that's it. Hell, of the 2 escape rooms he accompanies you into, he's knocked out in one of them. So he doesn't really get any time to develop as his own character. And yes, he's like 10 years old, presumably. But, I mean, that shouldn't preclude him from developing in some way. Yeah, he doesn't have any deep, dark secrets, but it's just kind of sad that he takes up this spot just to effectively, for all intents and purposes, he's basically a damsel in distress for most of the game. So, he's probably one of my least favorite characters just because we get to know so little about him. Like, I don't dislike him, I just don't have as much interest. As for his name, it could be a subtle reference to the phenomenon of colored confinement, which states that quarks cannot be isolated singularly and directly observed. Which makes sense, considering his involvement in the plot, and the fact that he's primarily just there to help develop Tenmyoji. So, as for their nicknames, Tenmyoji is pretty obvious. Tenmyoldi. Zero's just calling him old. And for Quark, his nickname, Quirk, is referring to, well, a bit of a habit. This weird, like, this odd little thing that you can do, sometimes out of nervousness and such. Although most people nowadays will probably use it to refer to the superpowers you see in My Hero Academia. Just for some slight more information on what a quark is, in case you're curious, and I'm reading this directly from the Wikipedia article, so, you know, I may do research, but God, sometimes I just have to go for the easy option. Quote, a quark is a type of elementary particle and a fundamental constituent of matter. Quarks combine to form composite particles called hadrons, the most stable of which are protons and neutrons, the components of atomic nuclei. All commonly observable matter is composed up quarks, down quarks, and electrons. Owing to a phenomenon known as color confinement, quarks are never found in isolation. They can only be found only within hadrons, which include baryons, such as protons and neutrons, and mesions, or in quark-gluon plasmas. For this reason, much of what is known about quarks has been drawn from observations of hadrons. So, yeah, it kind of fits his character in a way. Next, we have Dio. His name could possibly come from Dionysus, the god of wine in Greek mythology. Which, I mean, there might be a slight reference to it in the fact that he clearly wants to get drunk at certain times. Or at least start drinking. Alternatively, the Italian word for god is Dio, and he certainly seems to, well, he doesn't think of himself as a god, but he certainly is very religious in his own way. But the whole thing kind of fits Dio's arrogant nature. And of course, his nickname, Bio, is Zero telling him that he smells. In fact, some of Zero's lines to Dio take on a bit of a double meaning, just because, well, they clearly know what he did, or attempted to do, depending on the timeline. So sometimes it's like they're directly talking to him. As for his character, despite me constantly asking for him to be hurt or killed, I actually really like Dio. I am disappointed that the villain of the game is so obvious. Like, it doesn't even really try to hide him in comparison to the previous game. However, he's kind of the type of villain you like to hate. He's like Frieza or Goku Black from Dragon Ball, where they know they're evil. Or, well, Goku Black thinks he's doing what is justice in his own weird mind, which kind of is what Dio thinks, but you get the point. They know what they're doing hurts people and such, and they're perfectly fine with that. They laugh about it, and because of that, you just kind of love to hate them. You want to see them get their comeuppance, and Dio works really well for that. So yeah, he's actually probably one of my favorites for that reason. Not to mention, some of his lines can kind of be hilarious in how little restraint he has. There's nothing really to say about Zero the Third, by the way. Aside from the fact that they are based on the Moon Rabbit folklore. Which, if you haven't looked that up, just do so, I guess. Because basically the file already explained what they're named after. I will say I'm kind of disappointed that Zero shows up so little in the game. They only show up before and after the first AB game. And of course, briefly in 2 of the endings, and that's it. Never again. Considering they're effectively the Monokuma of this game, it's really disappointing they don't show up more. Especially because you could tell the voice actors had a blast voicing them. And they're just so fun. But, oh well. And finally, oh, wait. I almost forgot about her. Alice. have a probably controversial opinion here. Alice is probably one of my least favorite characters in the game. There's just, I don't know. It could be the design, which is a little ridiculous, even by this game's standards. Like, of all things, why wear that? I understand maybe it's intentional or something, but it kind of stretches disbelief. Like any suspension of disbelief. And there's also her personality. Yes, she's fulfilling the same role as Lotus. Attractive, surprisingly smart, like probably the most intelligent member of the cast, and can be quite mean. But honestly, it feels like they took a look at Lotus and decided, well, what if we took that even further? But didn't really think about the consequences of that. Yes, her decisions in her route especially are primarily motivated out of, like, fear and such. And that's a nice scene and everything. But it feels like she still goes too far. Like, at times, it feels like she's just intentionally trying to kill Sigma. Not so much out of, like, fear or guilt that, oh no, I might kill him. No, it's just, like, it feels like she wants to. But it's only in that route. And in almost any other route that isn't focused on her, she's a far more pleasant person. Which is why my feelings on her are so mixed. It's purely just because of her route that she's probably one of my least favorite characters. But in every other route, I'm fine with her. Not to mention the fact that it's rather disappointing that the whole thing with Ice 9 and all ice is effectively disregarded and treated as nothing more than fiction when it comes to her. Ironically, that backstory was kind of more believable and less complicated than what we got for her already. And that's really saying something. But, yeah. It feels like they took the idea of Lotus, a character I really did like, who was probably one of my favorites in 999, and just kind of took the concept a little too far. It's a shame because I know that a good number of 999 players were immediately drawn to, like, learn about her considering that game. As for her names, I couldn't really find anything about the name Alice in terms of a special meaning other than presumably noble, but I mean, I guess she could think of herself like that, but that's about it. And as for Alas, I mean, it usually is a form of, like, just going, alas, it still happens, that kind of thing. Kind of just brushing something aside, which I guess works, but I mean, I think Zero was just trying to find out with something that sounded similar, and that's all they could come up with. Next, we have Clover. I don't need to explain her name since I already did it. I will say that her nickname, however, Cleaver, is probably one of the game's most brilliant cases of foreshadowing. Because to anyone who's played 999, and specifically gotten the axe ending, you'll immediately be able to clue in the fact that, oh, it's a reference to that ending, where she, like, cleaved on the others. She killed them with an axe. They'll probably get a small chuckle out of that. However, if you actually stop and think about it, like, take a minute to think about it, you immediately have the question of, wait, why does Zero know that? Their name implies that they are aware of that. They're aware of a timeline that they shouldn't be. And that acts as foreshadowing to the fact that there's only 2 people in the entire world who could know of the events of that timeline. Junpei, who personally had to live through the events, though whether or not he gained any information from that timeline is unknown. And the other person? Akane, who just so happened to be the Zero from the previous game. So, it's a subtle but brilliant case of foreshadowing to the fact that Akane and possibly Junpei may be involved. But it might go over your head at first because of just like, you might just treat it as nothing more than a joke. Not to mention learning so much other stuff at the same time. As for Clover's character, yeah, I have to agree with a good chunk of ZeroEscape fans where I say this is definitely a disappointment compared to her previous role. In the previous game, she wasn't the smartest character, but she was still intelligent. But here, for some reason, she just seems a lot, well, dumber. Like, whatever intelligence she had seems to have dropped down a few ticks. And I don't know why they went with that. But I do have a slight theory that, based on the fact that it's mentioned an excess of Soporil can cause memory loss, and considering the fact that Clover seemed to have, like, woken up after the others, implying she may have gotten hit with more than usual, my basic theory, or at least my headcanon, is that the amount of Soporil she had kind of, like, diminished her mental capabilities a little bit. At least for the events of this game. That is my only explanation. Like, maybe after the events of this game, she'll be, like, back up to full speed. Like, oh god. Like, what was I thinking? Kind of like how you can't think the best when you're, like, dizzy or something, or when you have a headache. It's just, like, trying to put words together and it's just not working as well as it could. That's the headcanon I have, and I'm sticking to it, but otherwise, yeah, it's still disappointing they kind of went with that route, especially because Clover was one of the fan-favorite characters of the previous game, and they clearly knew that, which is why they brought her back. But it feels like the writers didn't understand why she was a fan-favorite. It was because she was sympathetic. And while she did subvert our expectations, it was believable. It made sense, and we still found plenty of reasons to like her. But here, it's just not that. It focuses more on her making dumb jokes. It focuses on appealing to Sigma's pervertedness for some reason, which, gotta say, I'm not a fan of the redesign. It just feels ridiculous, just like Alice's. And it especially focuses on how deceitful she can be, which, yes, her deceitful and murderous tendencies were brought on when she thought Snake was dead. And the fact that she's in a third Nonary game would probably ramp up her deceitfulness. That makes sense. And she truly only goes off the deep end if Alice dies. But again, it makes her less sympathetic than she was in the previous game. So, yeah, unfortunately, Clover's one of my least favorites in this game, which, considering she was one of my favorites in the previous, is really unfortunate. If we ever, and I repeat, ever have another ZeroEscape game and Clover is brought back, please have her act more like how she did in the first game. Because this is just, yeah, this is not it. And finally, we have our final major member of the cast, Fi, who I can't talk much about, because we will learn more about her in the next game. As for her name, it's a Greek alphabet derivative. I can't say too much about who she's named after other than the fact that it's based off of the 21st letter in the Greek alphabet. Additionally, her Greek letter is also used as a symbol of the golden ratio, which itself is the sum of a never-ending cycle. The golden ratio is also the first order of metallic ratios that is usually denoted with the Greek letter sigma. That's interesting. Now, based on this Wikipedia article, so yes, I have to read this again. Why? In mathematics, two quantities are in the golden ratio if their ratio is the same as the ratio of their sum to the larger of the two quantities. Expressed algebraically for qualities A and B, with A to B to... Okay, I can't read most of that because it's a bunch of mathematical symbols that I don't know how to pronounce. Yep, I can't read the rest of that. That was certainly helpful. Oy. Why can't mathematical symbols come with, like, something alongside them to tell you how to pronounce them? Anyway, yes. Phi's name has a fair bit of meaning, obviously tying to Sigma. But some of that meaning I just can't discuss at the moment, unfortunately. As for her nickname, it's Fido, which is usually a common name given to a dog. Of course. Now, as for her actual character, I quite like her design. Especially the white hair, which you'd think would tie her to Santa in some way, but I can confirm to you that she is not related to Santa in any way. At least as far as we know. But overall, her design is quite striking. It's simple, aside from the white hair and the black flower in her hair for some reason, but effective. As for her personality, though, it makes sense that she is distrustful. Especially because this helps put her in contrast to Sigma, who has less logical capabilities compared to Phi, and is more trusting of the people around him, while Phi is very distrustful, but is easily the smarter of the two. And in ways I like her, but it also feels like she's far too quick to place the blame on others, using very specific wording to make sure that she's never at fault. And it can certainly get on my nerves, but in a weird way I still like that. She has very clear flaws, but that oddly makes her a very interesting character. Now, some last things before I talk about my feelings on the game. In case you're curious, or at least one last thing. What about that timeline where Phi and Sigma went with Dio and he took them out of the facility? Where'd they go? Obviously they were on the moon. Well, apparently the three of them headed towards Rhizome X. That X is supposed to be a number, but the Q&A that is giving us this information didn't give a number to it. It's apparently bigger than Rhizome 9 and is quite comfortable to live at. Also, each rhizome is apparently connected with an underground road. So I guess that means that you could get to this rhizome from Rhizome 9, which might be how Dio even got in here in the first place. However, Rhizome 9 was apparently abandoned, so the road to the other rhizomes was closed off. Well, that answers that question. Apparently, in the rhizome he was taking them to, there are various people from various nationalities living there. The kinds of people include millionaires who paid large sums of money after the April 2029 tragedy, government researchers and officials, chosen children, etc. However, 45 years have passed since then, and a number of them have returned to Earth. The people that remain are mainly eccentrics who enjoy living on the moon, researchers, scientists, laborers who are mining the moon's rare materials, and those who have lived on the moon that they just couldn't adjust to Earth's gravity again. Apparently, it just doesn't really have anything to do with Dio directly. He just knows some people there. And apparently, even to those that know him, he hasn't revealed that he's part of Free the Soul. And even then, not many people even know that Free the Soul was obviously involved with the disaster 45 years ago, because of course they were. I just wanted to get that out there because there wasn't really another time to talk about it. I suppose I could have talked about it when I was talking about Dio, but whatever. Now, as for my final thoughts on the game, I like this game. I do. I think it's good. Great, even. I don't like it as much as 999. The first, I'll try and separate this into manner of gameplay and story. As for gameplay, I think that the idea of having to jump across this big flowchart to unlock certain story decisions is a really cool idea. It's a good idea, in fact, and I like that the flowchart is bigger than it was in the previous game. That said, it's a little too big, and it sometimes feels like we're just repeating information. And while I like the idea that you have to actually do all the escape rooms in this game, as opposed to the previous one where at least 3 of them were optional, overall I feel the escape rooms are actually weaker in this game. The puzzles are certainly more difficult, I won't argue with that. However, difficulty doesn't really equal, well, quality. You can play a game like Catherine on the highest difficulty if you want to, but I doubt that'll make it more fun. I mean, it might for some people who enjoy a challenge, but at some point, you have to answer the question, how much difficulty is too much before it changes from fun to frustrating? And some of the puzzles here, while certainly more difficult, sometimes lean on that other edge. Oftentimes they can boil down to just trial and error. At least a good chunk of the puzzles here can definitely act as trial and error, more so than in the previous game. And yeah, you could say that I'm complaining, oh, it's not as easy as the previous game. It's not that. It's the fact that with the previous game, yeah, the puzzles could for the most part be easy, but they still felt fair and like they didn't waste your time. But here, sometimes it really does feel like it is deliberately trying to waste your time by giving you puzzles that it knows are going to be more annoying than fun to solve. Probably one of the biggest examples is the dice rolling puzzle, especially the last one where you have to get it in a very specific order. And then, of course, just some others where it quite literally tells you, guess, and try and figure it out. I've already expressed my disappointment with the hit/blow puzzle for that very reason, that it was just luck. It was just guessing. And the fact that so many of those kind of pop up, yeah, not all of them are based on luck, but a good chunk of them based on guessing, can wear on my nerves after a while. I'm also not okay with the decision of separating the puzzles in terms of difficulty, like giving a difficulty setting. I've mentioned how it's effectively pointless because you can just play on easy mode if you want to. Then once you've finished and gotten both the passwords, you can basically just restart the escape room on hard and get the file immediately, like the gold file. So there really is no point. Plus, there's the fact that the easy mode is the only way to get some optional dialogue that sometimes has nothing to do with the difficulty. So, like that one line in the pressure exchange chamber where Clover and Temioji started saying, "Give me a P, give me an I," as a reference to the pipe joke in the last escape room of 999. That's only in easy mode. For some reason, it doesn't show up in the hard difficulty. And so it's basically just depriving players of this, like, fun dialogue for no reason. And that's not even mentioning the fact that there's only one puzzle in the game that threatens you, that it'll turn into easy mode if you use it too much. Which, the fact that it's the only one that does it, that being the scale in the garden, makes me think that the difficulty setting may have been something of a last-minute decision. It's just so out of the blue and doesn't really add to anything. There's also the movement of the escape rooms, which I'm not a fan of having to click and drag. It certainly makes sense with the stylus of the original 3DS version, but for every other version, it's just slow. Having to click and drag with the mouse is sometimes more of a pain than anything. I miss when the backgrounds could just be easily traversed by pressing an arrow on either side and moving over there. It was quicker, it was easier, it was more efficient. There's also the... how do I put this? There's also the 3D models. I guess this counts under gameplay, not so much story, but I miss the 2D animation and artwork of the previous game. The characters felt generally more expressive, and it felt easier to, like, the environments felt, I don't know, more lively and nice to look at. Everything here, yeah, the warehouse should seem cold and uninviting, but all the other rooms feel kind of barren. And the character animations can sometimes be a little awkward looking because they're just 3D models now. And yeah, a game converting from 2D to 3D isn't exactly a bad thing, but it feels like they didn't need to. It feels like the other option would have been overall better. And honestly, if there's another ZeroEscape game, you know, a fourth one, I would hope they would go back to that style. It was just more appealing to look at, in my opinion. Also, you don't run the risk of having glitches like Clover's weird smile. But, yeah. Finally, there is, of course, the gold files, as I mentioned. They're kind of largely pointless. By the time, like, when you get them, they risk spoiling you to information that you really shouldn't know yet. And by the time it is safe to read them, which players generally recommend waiting till the end of the game, a good chunk of the information in them, like, almost like over 50% of it, is redundant and stuff you've already known. So it really begs the question, why do they even exist? It feels like they could have just given this information in the story instead of having to, like, well, put it in files. Like, they could have taken out some of the repeat scenes and given us that information instead. But yeah, from a gameplay perspective, I'm not as big a fan of the game. Especially certain escape rooms. You know, the treatment center, the the Q room, which is just quite a disappointing final escape room, as it's mainly just repeating puzzles and kind of some of the more annoying ones in the game. But yeah, as for a story aspect here, first off, as you can guess based on my thoughts, I'm not as big a fan of the characters in this game as I am in the previous one. I still like them for the most part, and I would definitely say that, say, a character like Luna ranks up among my favorite ZeroEscape characters, and I like how they expanded on Junpei here, but other than that, a good chunk of them just don't rate above the 999 characters for me. And I don't know what it is. I just felt the others were more, well, likable, more appealing. And then there's the fact that the story clearly goes a bit more off the rails in terms of its science fiction, in terms of the stakes. It is very much a plot about constantly jumping through time in order to enact a plot to save the world from a deadly virus that will kill us all, or at least kill most of us. Quite a bit different from the previous game, where it was mainly a plot to save one person, and overall fairly grounded in most of its technology, with the only, like, big thing being the morphogenetic field and the one required jump in the timeline. And I think I like that simple, more character-driven story a bit more than I do this. Not that it's a bad or poorly written story, no. It's just one of them feels a bit more natural, so to speak. And as I've mentioned, there are points where it feels like you're just repeating information because of how much you have to go through these. Like, how many times did we have the scene of Sigma doing exposition of how he got here? How many times did it happen? Quite a few. And it basically just means you're encouraged to use the skip button in order to get through this quicker. Otherwise, you're here for so much longer. Additionally, the fact that the characters, like, the fact that there's so many different endings, and the characters, like, a good chunk of them die in horrific ways in so many of them. There's only one ending where they all survive. At a certain point, it just starts making you, or at least starts making me, apathetic to the whole thing. Like, I even started joking about it, like how often Quark was going missing or falling unconscious, how often Alice died. It just, at a certain point, it's like, oh, this is happening again. Okay. And it didn't feel like that in 999. There were only a few endings. And so the deaths in those games hit a little bit harder. Not to mention, I don't know, the story didn't repeat scenes as often. So it kind of felt more tightly written, if that makes sense. This one sometimes feels like it's big just for the sake of being big. Not to mention, some of the explanations can be a little wordy. This even applies to explanations of some of the puzzles in the escape rooms. Especially, like, those final puzzles in the Q room, where sometimes it feels like it's just over-explaining itself for the sake of nothing. Just because we want to sound complicated. So, I don't know how to feel about that. Like, I overall like the story, and some of the moments do hit hard. I love the endings for Tenmyoji and Luna. Some of these are really interesting. But then you have some endings like with Alice and Sigma, where we all just blow up. That's it. And it just, again, some of it feels like it was created just for the sake of making the game longer. I like some of the concepts, but whether they're executed as well as they could be, I'm not sure. Overall, I still really like the story. I just don't like it as much as the simpler perspective of the previous game. Now, I know this is a controversial opinion, because, hell, it's still debated among ZeroEscape fans. Like, some feel that this is their favorite game in the series for some of the reasons I've described. For the fact of, like, how crazy it gets. But there are some others, like myself, who hold the opinion that we still really like this game, but we just liked 999 more. So, it's a slippery ledge. That said, the one thing a good chunk of people tend to agree on is that the third game, the next game, Zero Time Dilemma, is, considerably a bit weaker. In terms of puzzles, in terms of the story and characters, we'll get to that. Like, believe me, we will get to that. I still like that game, by the way, it definitely has some notable flaws. But yeah, that's basically all I wanted to say. If you came along for me on this journey, I thank you, and I hope I've, like, maybe taken you along the ZeroEscape journey for the first time, or showed you things you haven't seen before. If you enjoyed it, well, thank you all for watching, have a good night, and I'll see you next time for the final entry in the series, Zero Time Dilemma. Unless Uchikoshi decides to make another game. Uchikoshi, make an announcement. Do it in 2028. Announce that you're gonna make another ZeroEscape game, please. Anyway, have a good night.